This is Eric Rutan of Cannibal Corpse. You are listening to the Scars and Guitars podcast with Andrew McKay Smith.
Thanks for tuning in to my conversation with the great Stuart Anstis. He was the guitarist in Cradle of Filth from around 1994 or 1995 to 1999, appearing on the two albums that matter. I'm talking about Dusk and Her Embrace and Cruelty and the Beast. That is the band's. Well, Danny Filth himself calls it the game changer. I think it's a magnum opus. Nick Barker, though, thinks it's a bit of a flawed magnum opus. You can go and have a listen to that chat because I've spoken to him about it all. But regardless, the songs are just the high watermark in the group's catalogue. The conversation was recorded back in September of 2017. It was first broadcast by community radio in Brisbane, that being 4ZZZ, back when I had the Scars and Guitars radio show. So I had Scars and Guitars, the podcast series, and Scars and Guitars, the radio show. Ever since it's been posted, it has gone on to become easily the show's most listened to episode. And I get more mail about it than all other episodes combined. It just shows that there is massive interest out there regarding Stuart and that era of Cradle of Filth. Something else, someone started a Reddit thread about this episode. Fair enough. I live in a democracy, and I'm assuming the person who created the thread does as well. You can do and say what you want, but just keep a few things in mind. I conducted this conversation near to the beginning of my podcast Odyssey, and my intention was to go and edit it, but that'd ruin it. It's a dynamic conversation. It ebbs and flows. If I remove a bit, it might affect what happens later on in the chat. So I just left it all in. At one point, Stuart even stops to answer his phone. That's how intact the entire conversation is, from the hello to the goodbye. You get all of it. So I just wanted to give you that context. Enjoy. Go and get something to drink, perhaps something to smoke, relax. If you're driving, maybe don't do those things. Keep your eyes on the road or whatever. But enjoy the conversation, because it was a thrill for me to actually talk to Stuart. He's a bloody good bloke, it must be said. And what shouldn't need to be said is that his contribution to the band certainly helped Danny on his way to making Cradle of Filth, or turning the band into one of the most popular black metal outfits of all time. So here he is, the great Stuart Anstis.
Hello, Andy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Good, mate. How's things?
Oh, normal for a Monday. Excuse me, I'm just going to turn my music off.
No worries.
My phone is fucking useless on Skype, but I'll do my best for you.
No, you're right, mate. Actually, you're coming through loud and clear. So, yeah.
Oh, cool. Let me see if I can switch to speakerphone, because that normally works better.
No worries.
No, that's not happening. I'll just have to hold it.
Cool, mate. Well, look, mate, this is an honour and a privilege. I've got to tell you, I've been a fan of yours for a very long time. So, first of all, thank you so much for agreeing to the interview.
Well, thank you. I'm still getting used to being appreciated, because 20 years ago, it didn't happen. I've had loads of fantastic messages from people like, especially in Australia, actually, where I think I visited once.
You did once, and I was in the crowd then, actually.
It's a great place. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
it was only Sydney and Melbourne, but they were excellent shows. Excellent shows.
They were, actually. Look, I'll let you know, just very coincidentally, mate, I mean, what I do for a living these days is I'm also a musician. I'm a bass guitarist and a guitarist, so I play in cover bands around town. But the other thing that I do is I am a journalist and I interview musicians, and lo and behold, an interview that I had the other night was with Danny himself. So I was able to...
yeah, enlightening stuff.
Yeah, well, mate, we're able to talk a little about your good self, and there wasn't a bad word said. I'll let you know that now. I have posted the podcast, the interview.
Really?
Yeah, no, there wasn't. I think I don't know him at all, so don't get me wrong. I only know him through his music. But I remember reading the media back in the day where the exit, yourself and Les exited the band maybe not under the greatest circumstances, and I thought he'd bite my head off, to be honest with you, but he was willing to have a chat, and I flew your flag very highly because, in my view, the two best the two best black metal albums ever recorded, in my view, are Dusk and also Cruelty, and
wow, thank you.
They're very high, but a lot of that comes down to your contribution.
that wonderful new wave of British heavy metal style guitar playing that you introduced to the band. And I didn't say this to Danny, of course, but I thought Midian was atrocious, the album that they released after
I think that was probably the last time I heard a Cradle of Filth record. And hand on heart, Andy, I was taking a call from somebody and I just had rock radio on in the background. I said to my mate, I've got to turn this shit off. It's fucking diabolical sub-grindcore rubbish coming in on this guy's call. And then it finished and they said that was the new record from Cradle of Filth. All right.
Yeah, well, it's. I think when you left, a lot of the melody was taken away from the band. Paul Allender isn't. He might be technically a very skilled guitarist, but he isn't a creative guitarist, and that's really what you are. You're a very creative guitarist.
Well, yeah, because otherwise you end up doing the same thing 100 times. Black metal, even back then, was getting quite mono, and so it was always about looking for something different to do. Because Barker was always going to go lightning fast. And they were the bits that were really challenging, I thought. Right, we could go lightning fast and thrash some chords in the Dark Throne style, or we can try and do something. But yeah, it was, making Cruelty especially was fraught at best. It was really, really hard work. But yeah, lots of people say that's their favourite record. Genuinely, Andy, I haven't listened to it since it was released, or Dusk, or
Serious?
Vampire, or... No,
wow.
Because I was, it was a lot of work, and then you go on tour and you're playing the songs every night. What I've always been excited about with music is writing and doing the next thing. So, as soon as one thing finished, I was always a cassette 4-track dork when I was a kid. And so I would just run away, start having new ideas, and then I was ready for the next thing to write. That's what I get a kick out of, is why I own a guitar. For whatever else I do with it, it's because I wanted to write music.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, fair enough, mate. And look, I just want to, before we talk about we will talk about what you've been up to, but just from the listener's perspective, I've got listeners all over the world, mate, so this will be released as part of my podcast series, and I'll also air it as a part of my radio show in Brisbane, which is aired locally here in Brisbane. But you are an integral part of Cradle of Filth's history, given your contribution to the 1996 release Dusk and Her Embrace. We've already talked a little bit about Cruelty and the Beast, which is obviously my favourite album, and something that's very overlooked as well, which is the 1999 follow-up EP to Cruelty and the Beast, From the Cradle to Enslaved. So before we talk about those three things, because my gosh, I've got a lot of questions to ask you about your contribution and your thoughts, and even as you reminisce, if you like, on that period of your career and your contribution to Cradle, what have you been up to in the years since? Because it's almost been 20 years.
I tried to get some music together, but what I found, I didn't find the right people to work with. Where whatever people will say about me, I'm not any kind of a leader. I love doing teamwork. And I kept finding myself in the same position where you push on, have a load of great songs. Because the missing bit for you, I guess, is not to go over all the shit that happened way back, but I'd already written more material for the next album after Cruelty than we had to start Cruelty with, genuinely. And I thought, well, no, I'm not doing a Cradle of Filth redux. They exist. They can go and do their own thing. I wanted to do something else. So I started writing again, and I was still really enjoying it. But everybody just drags. It's maybe it's me, Andy. I like to work. What I always say to my guitar students is I'm really, really lazy. So what I do is I work incredibly hard to get to that bit of the day when I can stop and chill out and watch a movie or put some music on or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I do intense bursts of work, where I think a lot of people quite like the ephemera of making a record, the hanging out and doing stuff, where you can hang out and do whatever with your mates whenever. Another thing I say to my students is you've got to choose whether you're hanging out with your mates or playing music. So it's always been the centre of what I do, but not in a 9-to-5 job sort of way. It's I kept getting stuck in a position where it wouldn't go forwards how I wanted it to go, where it doesn't matter how well I write a song. I always want input from the people I'm working with, and I especially want to pound it around a rehearsal room until it sounds real, if you get my drift on this.
Sure do,
A song that's been played in live, you're a musician yourself, the first time you fire a tune out, it's all a bit cagey and everybody's looking for their cues. The 100th time you do it, it's alive.
Yep.
And that's what I was looking for. So, and then my fabulous children started to turn up. And so I ran a guitar shop for 10 years or more, because I like all the techie stuff as well. I love working on valve amps and always looked after my own guitars.
Yes.
And went home to where I'm from, little town by the sea. And my children are older now, so I have more time for music. And we'll talk about it later, but I have lots on at the moment.
Yeah, cool, mate. Yeah. So you're in, I've just read the bio, what I could find online, because to be honest, mate, there's not a lot out there about you online, unfortunately. But what I found was that you're in Bastard Son, and also you've got your current band, and it's Ninepence, I think is the correct pronunciation. Is that right?
Ninepence, yeah.
Yep. Gotcha. Tell us about,
really enjoying it.
Yeah, tell us about Bastard Son first, because I found an old Blabbermouth
That
entry
was
from
the
2003.
project for the songs I wrote after I came out of Cradle of Filth, which was not dissimilar to what I'm doing now. But for a boring legal reason, those songs are now trapped in the ether where because of the publishing contract I had. If I record them now, I have to jump through 5 million hoops. And as I say, I write music. I suppose I write music every day. It's like a muscle. If you work it out, it gets better. And so those songs, they have escaped. But there are also songs out there that somebody said, "Is that you?" I said, "Well, no, it's just somebody said it's me to try and get a hit on their website." So hopefully one day I'll be in a position to finish it, because that was the last twin guitar project that I did. And I've always written for 2 guitars. But Ninepence, it went down from 5-piece to 3-piece and it worked. And so we stayed like that.
And that's more of when I'm not trying to put it into a box, but more of a Doom-related project. And I've got to compliment you here. Your vocals to me sound like mid-period Aussie circa The Ultimate Sin, which I'm a massive fan of.
Well, that's huge. A few people have said that, and that's mind-blowing, where I was never the frontman of that band.
Right, yeah.
It was a stitch up a right word the guys I play with would understand. We were going to share the vocals. And I think I sang one song and they all announced I'd passed the audition and it stuck.
You've got to be careful.
I did used to sing in bands when I was a kid. So, 10, 15-year break didn't do me any harm.
You've got to be careful being too competent, haven't you, sometimes?
What do you mean, Andy? That's a strange thing.
Oh, meaning that, we talk a little bit about taking on extra. Well, I know in my band, okay, so we talk about taking on extra work. Sometimes you don't realise what you can do. So I'm more known for my backing vocals, okay, but I've got to tell you, sometimes there are some songs where I can take the lead vocal, but do I want to take on that stress every night? That's what I mean by that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. I love playing music, so I play other instruments as well, but very rarely have I been brave enough to do it in public, or let alone in a band. But it's not about competence. Me and Rob Van Hughes, the drummer in Ninepence, are simpatico. We have never had a row in the 10 years we've played together. Mm-hmm. And so it makes writing and playing an absolute joy. So it's more about what does it take to do the thing that we imagined. Mm-hmm. That's what the guitar's about for me. You need to be 1% better than your imagination is asking for, I think.
Yes, okay. Now, talking about your guitar, I'll ask this question before it just flies away. Have you still got that BC Rich that you played on the Australian and the American tour with the Union Jack down the bottom?
Yes. Yeah, I still use it sometimes. It might be coming out of retirement and actually getting used this year, but it's early days on that project. The guitar you heard on the album, though, was never that BC Rich.
Right. What was it that you played?
It was a Jackson guitar that I had when I was about 18. My parents bought it for me. It was my first good guitar. Not a super handmade one. It's a Japanese one that I've looked after, and still play that one as well. But all the guitars on Vampire, all the guitars on Dusk, all the guitars on Cruelty is that one guitar, mate. Is that right? There you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's probably not a guitar you'd probably want to tour with. Then I'd probably suggest. Is that the reason why it was a BC Rich Warlock, if I'm not mistaken, the one with the Union Jack down the bottom of it? Yeah. It was a custom build that they made for me. It's a beautiful thing. Where one of the great days of my life, I suppose, was me and Nick Barker were hanging out at my flat where for some reason we didn't have anything to do one night. And the phone rang. And this guy said, "Oh, it's Dave from BC Rich. Apparently you want a guitar making." And we've had a couple of drinks and I thought somebody is taking the piss out of me. Mm-hmm. And so we talked and it seemed real. And he said, "Well, you can have anything you want." I said, "Well, what I want is," and I rattled off all these things. And he said, "But we don't do that." And Dave, you said I could have anything. And so it's a bolt-on neck Gibson fingerboarded Fender Stratocaster necked, like the 62 with the bump on the back style neck. Sure. I've always found that the most comfortable with DiMarzio pickups. The only change it's had over the years is I changed my mind about which Floyd Rose I prefer. Where I'm sure you've seen pictures, if you follow the band back then, I used to hold it over my head by the tremolo arm and it wears and tears quite quickly. Then. Okay, yeah. So if you play a Goto, you can do that every day and it will come back. The old Takuchis couldn't do it. But yeah, it's... They made me a free guitar on the grounds that I played that as my primary guitar live, I think. And so a lot of press photos, I'm sure you know, would be done in like the first 2 or 3 songs, so that I don't know why, actually. It used to be the first 2 or 3 songs, there'd be people in the press pit taking pictures. My guitar tech, my excellent and still working guitar tech, Stevie Firth, from back then, if he thought I looked like I could do with a little boost if the sound on stage wasn't happening, he'd pass me the Jackson out, where I'm sure you've played one of those old Jackson Fusions. They're light as a feather. That BC Rich is like wearing a brick.
It's like a bass, like playing a bass, isn't it, in terms of the weight?
Yeah. But they're both wicked guitars. They're totally different instruments. But yes, it's so reliable. It's so stable. I still use the Jackson when I'm teaching now. So that was why it was the studio guitar. Its intonation was always bang on.
Tell us about your teaching then. You mentioned that a couple of times. So do you teach school-age students, or is your tutelage open to anybody?
I don't take students in much before kind of secondary school age, purely because it's expensive and your parents are paying for it. And in the past, I've had to say, I don't think your money is being put to good use.
Sure. Yeah.
Till that age, because this is what I was. There was a guitar in the house. I played with it as a toy. About 12 years old, I started saying, can I have an electric? And because my older sister had blown out her guitar lessons, I had to learn how to play a Spanish guitar it nearly had 3 or 4 strings on the thing. And all it was is I had to be able to play the top line from Cavatina, and my family would invest in cheap guitar for me. And so I say to all my younger students, just sit and play with it. You can't break music. You can get it wrong 1,000 times before you get it right. And that's what it's all about, is the adventure of getting there and finding out what you do. So, somewhere around, my very best student I met when he was 15, and he's a super high achiever. It doesn't matter who tutored him. He would have been amazing, whatever. And he'd done the same thing. There was a guitar in the house and he played and played. And then same as me, eventually he thought, right, I need some lessons. When I was about 16, I was lucky enough to study with, if you're a guitar dork, you'll know this name, Tim Mills from Bare Knuckle Pickups.
Yeah, not familiar with the name, to be honest with you. Tell us about him.
He's one of the cleverest people I know. He's frighteningly smart, Tim. But back then he was our local guitar teacher. He was the best of the guys you could get. And so whenever I could, I studied with him. And I learned a great deal from him. He's got one of the most amazing aggressive picking styles. And I suppose, crucially, he was the first person to show me how to do an Iron Maiden style twin guitar thing.
That is...
And still friends now. He's a really good guy.
Cool, mate. All right. Well, look, what I'd like to do now is let's talk a little bit about Dusk and Her Embrace, if you will. So I got into Cradle primarily through your guitar playing, but I actually didn't realise that until after you'd left the band and Gian stayed on with Paul Allender for the album that I've already spoken about, the one that was released in 2000, Midian, which, of course, as I've said, I thought was rather weak. Now, the guitar playing on Midian lacked finesse and character, and it was then that I went back and I really identified that it was your guitar playing over Gian's on the previous 3 releases that I really enjoyed. So I think the best way for me to gain insight into the detail to your contribution to Cradle of Filth is to start with Dusk. And it's a very interesting album, as it was recorded originally with 2 other guitarists prior to your recruitment. Then, due to some label complications with Cocophonus, I think it was shelved and re-recorded with your playing alongside of Gian. Now,
it was partially re-recorded. The drums are the same drum takes.
I didn't know that. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there may be something else you don't know, but carry on, Andy.
So, look, the difference between the 2 versions is enormous. So, Cocophonus eventually released the first recording of Dusk and Her Embrace as the original Sin in 2016. And again, it lacks flair and I'm going to use the word ceremony of the version that you appeared on. So I guess my question would be, how did you approach recording the album? Were you given license to record the existing guitar lines as you wanted, or was Danny or Kit Wolven issuing instructions on tone and phrasing, etc.?
No, I was pretty much given a clear run at it. Now, obviously, it would be ignorant of me to ignore the signature riffs that were there, because that's the song, but I did build a great deal on them. What I had was a cassette of half-mixed versions of what was released by Cacophonus, whenever it was you said a couple of years ago. The guitars were, on some tunes, panned hard left and right, and what I would generally do is, this is not a judgment on anybody, I'd switch off Paul Allender and listen to Paul Ryan. Paul was still is an excellent rhythm guitar player, and so that was the body that I worked from. And so I'd sit there with one earpiece in, play along, get the tunes down. There wasn't a great deal of rehearsal because Nick wanted to keep the original drum tracks, which is fine. And so what I did do is Kit made me work unbelievably hard. I've never been put to work so hard. And something that I'd like to clear up is I think Kit did a fantastic job on that album.
Agreed. Yeah.
The sound of it was amazing. Officially, we all had to say, well, the production is lacking somehow. And I went along with it to try and make it look like that band wasn't broken and there was some sense of unity. But the reality is Kit was fantastic, where he was so good. You didn't say, why am I doing this, Kit? He just did it, listened back to it, heard the results, kept moving. And it was his doubling techniques were new to me. That fatness of the guitars was extraordinary that he achieved. And it sounded like that straight off the tape. There's not a lot of trickery. He just made me work for it. And I think I might have taken 2 guitar solos on that album. There's a solo in a tune called Beauty Slept in Sodom. And it's not quite what I planned. I took the cassette 4-track to another room in the studio, went over the backing a few times, and I would put solos and things like that in during the vocal sessions when Dan needed a rest. And I did one take of it. And I said, can I do it again, Kit? I missed, that was supposed to be a big epic sweep to make me look awesome in there. And I just treated it as a guide. And he said, mate, you're not doing it again. You'll never play it that well. And didn't argue with him. And what he did to try and talk me into keeping that take, where he's worked with amazing guitar players. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
He said, people are going to go away and learn that. And that wasn't the hook that got me to keep that take. I just believed him. This was at the end of 10, 11 days tracking with him. And you thought, this guy knows what he's on about. Let's do it. He's the producer. That's how this is supposed to work. And maybe 2 years ago, an Italian dude sent me a video and said, could you tell me out of 10 how close I got this solo? And he was rocking an easy 9.5. He had the pickup changes and everything down. And I just thought, you know what, Kit was right. Somebody learned that one. And this guy nailed it note for note. It was amazing. In fact, he probably played the last bend a little better than me because he got to do it more than once.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. His Kit was spot on. It is the closest album from the era, in my view, that you would call a Guitar Hero album, where there are riffs and there's certainly plenty of solos from your good self that you do want to emulate. And I know that because I tried, but I'm a much better bass player than I am a guitarist, and I definitely cite Mantis as my most significant influence as a guitarist, to be honest with you, Mantis and Cawthorn. So I'm nowhere near the level of expertise of your good self. But that doesn't surprise me in the least, and certainly probably my favourite, or one of my favourite black metal guitar lead breaks are the lead breaks that are through Funeral in Carpathia. Now, they weren't on the original Sin version, so the version that was originally recorded. Is that all your good self playing those lead breaks on there, or is that Gian as well?
I think what we need to talk about here is John isn't on that album at all.
Okay.
He joined the band after the guitars were recorded.
So it's your good self, yep.
Yeah, so if you take a little step back here, what happened was I joined that band and I played a load of shows before anybody knew who I was. And I thought, well, John can have his picture on the album cover as long as it's made clear he didn't play guitar on it. And, of course, Dan only heard half of what I said because he was about to undertake, was it like 9 months of touring? And, I just wanted him to fit in. And so he had his picture on there, but he didn't play a note on there. Everything from that section, all the album tracks, and did we do a Slayer cover in the same session? John wasn't there when it was done.
Yeah, Hell Awaits. Yeah, that was you playing on that as well. Yeah.
That was Dan's big contribution, actually, Hell Awaits. I could not get a guitar. We wanted to sound like we were super teenagers, like we were 14 again, doing a Slayer song, but doing it properly. And my amp at the time was a 5150. And I couldn't get that bedroom brutal thrash metal sound that we all had in our heads when we were kids. And I sent Dan in there and he adjusted the tone controls while I played a riff. And that's how he got, because he doesn't play guitar, he doesn't play music as far as I know.
Yep.
And he gave it that, my first thrash metal evil sound, which I actually recall is quite a good sound as it comes out. I don't think Kit was as involved in that. I think that was Mike X that recorded that one. Might be wrong though.
Okay.
But it was a slightly different session, the Slayer song. But yeah, John's not on that album. Any guitars that are on there, I play.
Well, that clears that up then. I didn't know that, actually. I figured because I'd watched enough of live videos that are posted from the era on YouTube, because back in those days, there was no YouTube, and you guys the band didn't release any official videos until there was a bootleg quality live recording of Cruelty Bought the Orchids that MTV used to play occasionally. Do you remember that?
Oh, in the studio one?
No, it's a live version of it. It's I was really surprised that they released it actually because the band's music at the era is so vast and bombastic, and the recording sounded quite narrow. Of course, it was live, and it sounded like it was recorded with a microphone and a video camera. But MTV
I don't know
started
what's
playing
happened to it now, but there was an abandoned live album, as I recall. So maybe it's from that because it really didn't come out that well. It just wasn't happening the way it was recorded. So possibly it's something from there. But no, we did a thing for MTV where we played, I think that was actually for the Dusk album, 2 or 3 songs in the MTV studio that we used as promo.
Oh, wow. That'd be awesome to get hold of that. Yeah.
Oh, they're on YouTube. Somebody sent me a link maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So they're out there. It was Malice Through the Looking Glass, probably Funeral in Carpathia, and I'm fairly sure we did 3 songs. So we had to set up like we were live, but with no audience. That was the first time I ever had to do anything like that. It was weird.
Okay, now I can't find. Look, you know how it is with the internet. I mean, a lot of the information you really need to see that it's authored by somebody who has some credibility, and I can't find a lot of reliable information about the tours or promo to support Dusk and Her Embrace. But as I mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, I did see you guys. I was one of the few people that was in, when I say few, there was a couple of hundred of us, in the Sydney show, at the Sydney show in 1997, at the very well-intentioned but poorly organised Sydney show. You might remember that one as you went on stage closer to 1 a.m, I think, and it was a very long night for both bands and punters. What do you remember about that show, and what do you remember about your Australian tour?
I really liked Australia, mate. You know, especially in Melbourne, because we had more time to go out and wander around and explore. It's like the part of the world that I'm from has escaped and formed an excellent republic on the other side of the world. Everybody's sort of open and frank. And I tell everybody this when I praise my time in Australia. This little old lady who must have been in her 70s that ran the guest house we stayed at, I was all out of sync with jet lag. And so I think it was me and Les walked down and said, "Have you got a tourist map, love?" And she said, "Yeah, I got fucking shitloads, mate. How many do you want?" And I thought, I like this country already.
Sounds about right.
And so, it was, you know, it's always easier to go somewhere where people speak English as a first language because I'm not going to get into I'm not very good with language. And so I wasn't going to get into any bother and get lost like I did in a couple of places. And everybody we met was cool. We had a great time. So I didn't get a chance to really look around Sydney, but I do remember the show. I think, in fairness, the Melbourne show was better. It was a nicer venue, and it wasn't 1 a.m. with loads of shit going wrong during the day.
Yes.
I've got a mate in Geelong who would tell you exactly where that place was, but I've forgotten the name of the venue now. But that was a really, really good show.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was a privilege to be there, to actually go and play Australia. That's as far away from home as a little lad from the West Country could ever get.
Well, I don't think we could actually, the local fans could actually believe that you guys were touring, because it felt a little bit like, and bear with me here, it felt a little bit like when Nirvana broke and they toured Australia in 1992. It felt like we had this black metal colossal, because remember, that was an era when not black metal. Black metal was probably the blue chip or the blue ribbon genre for heavy metal at that time, at least commercially speaking. But that was an era when Pantera were coming apart at the seams. That same year, Max had split from the rest of the guys in Sepultura. Nobody knew what was going on. Maiden had released an atrocious album with Blaze Bayley, or about to release an atrocious album with Blaze Bayley called Virtual 11, which, as far as I'm concerned, did them a lot of damage. I think Blaze seems like a wonderful human being, but was a completely inappropriate singer for that band. And you guys, more or less, Cradle of Filth in that era, more or less came and took that vacant metal crown along with another band called Strapping Young Lad, the Devon Townsend project. There's really both of you guys. And we had, earlier in the year, we saw Strapping Young Lad, and then Cradle of Filth came out. It felt like as though we were witnessing something that was similar to what happened in 1992 when Nirvana broke. So I think I think your excitement about being in Australia was matched by punters, myself included, of course, obviously myself being a part of that. I was just excited to see the band. I wished you guys played for 3 hours, not that I think you could have done it at 1 o'clock in the morning, but it was a very special event to see you guys down in Australia at that time.
We knew how privileged we were getting to visit you guys. We really did. It was, we used to talk about this a lot. If you don't give it absolutely everything every time, we've just robbed the people that were us 5 years before. Me and Barker, we grew up going to every metal show we could go to. And so that's why it was never any bother to push on, do the extra bit. I would have liked to have played longer. But for whatever reason, the set never, ever exceeded 80 minutes for that band. It's...
Okay.
But, no, I mean, it's different for us because we were in the centre of it. And hearing you say, I mean, what a huge compliment. That metal was on its ass, and then us and Strapping Young Lad turn up and give it some life. That's what we all dreamed of when we were young. Me and Barker still joke that we fought in the grunge wars. There was no metal in Europe. And so we went out and played to 8 people in a city up north and 12 people somewhere else. And then, however it worked, suddenly there was a shitload of people at shows.
I remember reading, I had a subscription at the time to Guitar World, and I remember they did a very small feature on you guys in 1997. It was almost unheard of to see a metal band, yet alone a black metal band, in their pages. But they made a really interesting point where they were talking about the volume of Cradle of Filth T-shirts that were seen at metal shows through the era. Now, talking a little bit about the branding or the marketing strategy, how close were you to the ideas that were on T-shirts? Because I had a fair few of the T-shirts myself through the year. I've given them all away now. I wish I'd held on to some of them. But the designs were rich, they were colourful, and they were different from a lot of the dragons and skull and crossbones of just about every other black metal band at the time. Your artwork featured a lot of females.
Yeah.
Were you...
I was involved more with how they worked early on than maybe by the time the Cruelty album came out, where it had become a bit of a sausage factory, where there was a definite way these things were done. Some of the early ones were fantastic. Where, not to pin it down so that anybody gets a cease and desist or a big bill from a photographer. One of those shirts was made of pictures that me and Dan cut out of books that we owned and just sent them to a printing company and hoped for the best. And I still think it's the nicest T-shirt that was produced back then. Probably the one that was produced in the shortest numbers because we didn't pay anybody for the artwork. So.
Yeah, gotcha.
But no, it's, they were remarkable things because the lurid colours. This is, if you're familiar with us, one of the things that we all had in common was the old Technicolor horror movies. We all grew up on those. And that lurid nature really worked on me because everything had gone. The Norwegian guys were all black and white and, like, say, skulls and dragons and all the hardcore stuff, the Machine Head thing that was going on back then. It was just different. And so I wouldn't lay claim to any of the ideas. But, we all used to chip in with stuff like that early on. We all used to take part in everything was the key. There was no identifiable leader, I promise you, Andy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it was, obviously, in 2017, Danny's smack bang in the middle of what happens in the band. But back in those days, it was more of a collective. Would you describe it as a democracy?
Yes, it was a democratic process. And I was always happy to go, you can't win them all, mate. That's the nature of democracy. But yeah, we were always happy to work on what was there. So an opportunity, a challenge, whatever it was comes up. The main thing was to be making music because without that, those T-shirts are irrelevant, aren't they? And so, some people were more passive than others. But when it came to a big decision, it was done democratically back then. Some people can't take a democratic loss quite as well as others, I suppose, is what the problem was.
Yeah, gotcha. And mate, I'm at the point now where I'm going to ask you about the big one, Cruelty and the Beast. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not just Cradle of Filth's masterwork, but it's up there. This album and Nemesis Divina by Satyricon are the best blackish metal albums ever released, as far as I'm concerned. And your contribution, I hear it as being significant on this album. So tell me all about the songs that you wrote or which band members you collaborated with on the album.
Barker. Me and Barker would play for fun. If there was noise to be made, we would make it. And that's where a lot of those ideas come from. There were some sort of formal written things that were done. Here's an interesting one. What I think is probably one of the best tracks on that album, although most people disagree, is Twisted Nails of Faith. It was a changing world. My cassette 4-track couldn't cut it anymore. So we were all going towards digital stuff to write with. And I bought this crazy little drum machine called a Boss DR5 that was built for guitar players. Do you remember them?
I do. Yep.
Yeah. And I showed Dan how it worked. And I put it on a string and that that's Dan's legitimately one of 2 times he contributed a musical idea rather than just vocals to something.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a 4-track sequencer, and so you could put your power chord shapes down, and the signature line for that song was written there. And then it has that extended break at the end, which was a change that Greg came up with in a groove that me and Barker put underneath it. Probably what works best, Andy, is if you pick out a song, it might nudge me and I'll recall. I've got a strange memory. It's all in there.
Well,
but if you give me a push, I'll probably be able to pull something out for you.
Let me see here. Well, Cruelty Bought the Orchids, I think, has got one of the strongest riffs that was ever released by the band, and that's certainly saying something. So the opening riff that then goes into the verse.
Yeah. Well, that's similar. That again, a minority contributor to writing was John. We never called him Jan. I think his real name is Gian Piero, but he was just John to us.
John, okay, yep.
And he came in. I'm going to tell you the whole story. John didn't write very much, and we found it frustrating. And I'll link you into something else, because it's also on that record. I think it's in 13. Is there a track called 13 Autumns on there?
Let me think about it. I don't think there is. 13 Autumns and a Widow. Yes, there is. That's the second track, yep.
Yeah, well, John came in with a kind of Norwegian black metal thing going on. And I don't know if you've ever looked at a tab for that tune. There's a little... not a power chord, a dyad that inverts itself on the fingerboard is what makes it drive.
The opening sequence. Yeah,
and he was playing it as a blast riff. And as luck would have it, me and Barker, as we often did, would begin our day, because he used to give me a ride over to the rehearsal space, with some quality old metal. And I believe that day there was something with that crunchy stamping groove. Maybe we had Bathory on or something that day. And so we applied that crunching groove to this quite ordinary black metal riff, and it comes together as the riff that you hear. So it was team stuff. There's very little you could say was one person. There was always an initial idea. But the more I think of it, the more it was an interaction between people. That band was always a bit broken, Andy. And so there's nothing that was all 6 people working together, that, as far as I can remember. But there were lots of 3s and 4s, because, of course, we liked playing the most. Me and Nick would be in the rehearsal room first playing Iron Maiden covers and stuff like that, just to get warmed up. And so every idea in there comes from somewhere. I actually found a cassette of, I don't know what you'd call them. They were demos that we had to make as evidence for our label that they would give up the money for us to make Cruelty and the Beast. And it's just me, Nick, and Rob playing bass. And fucking hell, that's how that song started. There's that really long tune, Bathory Aria.
Yep.
There was such an early version that I can't recall where we were with keyboard players. If Les was in the band, Les was in the band at the time, who's still a great mate of mine. He's a good lad, Les, good player. But the intro was actually a picked acoustic guitar. What you hear as a piano on the album was originally a guitar part that I put together.
Nice.
And so this is the thing about writing music. Sometimes you give a part up to somebody else and it works a lot better. The beginning of 13 Autumns and a Widow, the keyboard line, as it stabs in, that was a guitar part that worked better as a keyboard line. Is Les you could go back and forward with quickly. The guy before him,
Damien,
he just couldn't. Greg to us,
Greg,
but I was going to say I can't remember his pretend name, but his mum calls him Greg. He couldn't interact at the same speed as me and Nick. Where we would have accepted a contribution as hold a fucking note down and just give it some keyboards and an idea will start to form. And he couldn't do that. That's ultimately why he wasn't there anymore. So, I mean, even Nick didn't remember doing this. When we recorded Vampire, I had family not far away. And so when I finished my guitars, I took off for a couple of days, came back to see what was happening with the end of the session. And there were loads of sad faces in the control room because the keyboards weren't what they wanted. They weren't those... What was the word you used for that sound? Bombastic or something? We always used to say dramatic and theatrical. And so there was like maybe a 4-octave MIDI controller there. And this is recording on tape. There was one channel left. And so Barker sat down on the left side. And I showed him a bass part that he could do with one of his giant fingers. And Rob played some chords in the middle. And I played a melody line on the top of it. And we went back over it. And we all contributed keyboards to that one. It was, like I say, it was a team thing. That's the difference that you hear. It's because it was semi-autonomous groups of people working within a band. So there was always something happening. But anyway, to get you back to what you're talking about, the writing process sort of I was reminded of it hearing that cassette. I was really surprised I still had it. I was looking for not studio outtakes, but early mixes of songs from Cruelty and the Beast, because they were live. They were just the guides that we played before we started stacking stuff up, and I was curious how they sounded. But it was enlightening to be reminded how it all worked. Just one guitar, bass, drums, and then one song had keyboards on it. And they were early versions close enough to what you hear on the album. They just get rearranged.
So Rob Eagleston, I think that's his name. His name is, you've got a fake name, I think, in terms of the.
No, apparently that is his real name. It's a cool name, Eagleston, isn't it?
Oh yeah, okay. It sounds like a name that's been invented for the purposes of theatre. But yeah, no, that's great. Now, what would you rate him as a bass player? Because I thought he was very similar to the way David Ellefson from Megadeth contributed to Dave Mustaine's work.
Yes, Rob. He used to write some great stuff. And he is a good player. He'd get a bit caught up in the technical nature of music sometimes, where, I mean, now even more so, people are obsessed with technicality, where a very smart guy, probably Kit Wolven, pointed out to me years ago, nobody goes home whistling your delicate arpeggios, play him a melody. And so, yeah, I mean, Rob used to get himself all caught up on, but it's only this. Yeah, but that only this glues the guitars to the drums, which glues to the keyboards, which makes it that massive thing. And honestly, I didn't really know Rob. He was a strange character. I spent years with him. But I couldn't honestly say we were ever mates. We didn't row, but we weren't mates either. But some of his contributions sparked off some of the best music we did, where on Dusk, the song Malice Through the Looking Glass, I'm sure you noticed, isn't
great
on
track, yeah.
the Redux edition that they did of the demos.
No, it's not, yeah.
That is entirely born from two ideas, which, credit where credit's due, Greg had programmed some sort of keyboard thing that was supposed to be an instrumental that became the main line at the beginning when we added the drums and the riff to it. And my favourite bit of harmony guitar on that album, I guess, is the centre section, which is all keyed from a change that Rob came up with. He just started playing a little bass line and we all went with it. And it happened fast. That was the nice thing. He was a good writer, Rob. Sadly, I didn't get to play guitar on his solo record. I was supposed to be doing that one. But interference and whatnot, where just didn't happen in the end. But he's a good guitar player as well. Does he still make music, Rob? I haven't heard anything about him for a long time.
Not that I'm aware, to be honest with you. I didn't even know that he'd done a solo album, to be frank. So did he do it under
that solo record was 96, called December Moon. Yeah.
Okay, I'd heard of December Moon. I didn't realise it was a solo effort, though. I just thought it was another band he was in.
Well, he wrote all the music, but he was great mates with he played with Extreme Noise Terror and did some stuff for Cradle of Filth as well.
Yep.
And so it's just those two. But because I love to play, I said, Rob, why don't you let me come and play guitar on it? And he was all for it, and then it didn't happen in the end, sadly. But no, he's a good guy. I won't tell you the story, but I was just having a little chuckle. He was incredibly funny. He had a really odd sense of humour, Rob.
So I think he was the last member of what I'm going to refer to as the classic lineup of the band to exit. Am I right in saying that? Or did Gian, just for the listener's perspective, did John or Gian stay around, might have stayed around for an album or two longer?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's people assume that I follow that band, and I really don't. I'm getting on with my own thing. Because Cradle of Filth to me was this lucky and excellent opportunity to make some music and have somebody else pay for the studio instead of having to scrap a couple £100 together and then run off to do a demo somewhere local. We were having a great time doing it, but I don't think Rob stayed around that long. Les is the guy to talk to. He's an excellent historian.
I'm hoping to catch up with him when he tours Australia with Paradise Lost in December, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, I think we've talked about this, but whether it happens or not, I don't know. Between Nick and Les and I, we could probably put together a pretty good history of what went on 96 to 99. And maybe even earlier if we tried, but that's boring. We were just on the dole making music. Well, this is brought. Obviously, I've never read it, but Nick was underwhelmed by the official biography of Cradle of Filth and how it was done.
Painted.
And I said, well, look, we can all. Why don't we just put together the funny stuff? Because if you've spoken to Dan, he's got such a stick up his ass. He can very rarely see the funny side of anything. We have some extraordinarily silly ass stories that we could put together and just let them out there to show that it wasn't quite as straight-faced as people thought. And it would be nice to do it one day, but I've always said to the other two guys, I absolutely insist, if we're going to do it, all three of us together, because one will jog the memory of another, will jog the memory of another. And of course, it's six guys. We're not always, didn't hold hands constantly. Sometimes we went different ways.
So I've got to ask the obvious question then. If Danny wasn't a musical collaborator, obviously maybe the lyrics and the vocals were his, but, you know, the rest of you were there for the formation of the music from those two wonderful albums. Could you ever see would there ever be is there a possibility, I should say, that you'd all get back together again and recreate some of that?
What, as Cradle of Filth?
No, as a new band, but basically with the same members that appeared on Cruelty.
I don't know. People have made noises about it, but they are just noises. I wouldn't say never, but it's not super likely. What frustrates me is I do actually have all my demos for the album After Cruelty that never happened, where every time I re-rig my studio, because I'm a sound engineer as well, I re-rigged my studio earlier this year, and there's a little folder, and you just think, bastards, should have finished them off. And so I wouldn't say never, but it's not the most likely thing, where unless it was relevant and new and those songs could come to life properly, I'm happy for them to sit in that folder. I really am.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of fans out there, myself included, maybe if things change in the next few years, mate, gosh, we'd love to see you all back together and putting together some kind of a project that contains that wonderful spirit that those two albums, and three recordings. I should include the From the Cradle to Enslaved EP. So can we talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, of course.
That came out with an accompanying video, which I duly purchased. That was probably the band's first attempt at some significant visuals. What do you recall about both the EP and the video?
The video is one to talk about. There was supposed to be a video for Funeral in Carpathia from Dusk, and I will probably never know why the wheels came off it. It actually was starting to look kind of cool. I know there are some stills that escaped from this because a magazine they turned up on the day and published some stuff, and it all looked like it was going to look cool, like a mini horror movie was what we always talked about. And so, yeah, that eventually, and it was really expensive, the process of making that video. It all happened. None of us were used to hanging around the studio and sitting on our hands all day, waiting to be called up to do whatever it was. But I did see the video a long time ago, and to some extent, it's what it should have been the whole time. I will never really understand why we didn't get a video for Funeral in Carpathia. Go and look online. There are some stills from it. There's an epic shot of Barker in full Gothic garb that I'd love to see again, because it was still that teamwork thing, everybody throwing in.
Yep.
And I forget the guy's name. He had made a lot of effort dressing sets and making it look, because we just kept saying Hammer films, not even Amicus or Tygon, Hammer, the way Hammer looked. That's what we wanted. And maybe there are some outtakes somewhere, but there wasn't. I'm sure you've noticed a lot of people ask me, are there unreleased songs from this and other unreleased? There aren't, because Dan always refused to do demos. This is the frustrating thing that I had with him. His contribution, of course, is vital. Even if you don't like his vocal, without that rhythmic thing that he does, that was his contribution, was the rhythms he would generate, not necessarily the textures. There was never any looping. So all the songs came over to me, bar one, as a vocal planted on top of a band. I wanted there to be more interaction and going round like that until the thing was everything it could be. And so, there was no wastage back then, but there should have been.
So was the purpose behind the From the Cradle to Enslaved EP, was it a record company commitment that you had to release an EP at that particular time?
Absolutely not. They really didn't want an EP. But it was the video thing, where I would have been more comfortable keeping going on the album. And for one reason or another, that's when I started to not be able to get along with Dan. And, as things changed without Nick, it was kind of vital that me and Dan got along, because otherwise the wheels came off stuff. And, it was sad. It was sad because we went from having more ideas than we knew what to do with to... It's hard to do this without getting into it for you, Andy. People were sandbagging me.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean?
I do.
I bring an
completely.
idea in, and I won't tell you which member of the band this was, but a piece of critique I received on one of those demos that I still got locked up on my computer was, it's good, but it's only cool because of the notes and the sounds that you've used. Then what the fuck else are you looking for?
Yeah, I was going to say.
And it never occurred to me that people were sandbagging to try and, if you want to put an idea together, put the damn idea together. Because let's talk about the song Cradle to Enslave. That is made from sections that Rob and I wrote. There's an excellent thrash metal riff where I think we probably did that one together. The first riff is something that I put together. And it was that bashing back and forwards. You don't lose friends over this stuff. You just keep arguing your case and keep playing, because the edges will come off eventually. It'll become a natural thing that you all play. And that was I think it's a really good song, that one, actually.
I agree, and that's why I felt Midian was such a disappointment. And I understand Midian was actually quite a commercially successful album, but I'll go there and I'll say that I think that was more to do with the momentum that had been built off the previous 2 or 2.5 releases, if you include the EP. What do you think happened? I mean, it was a massive change from the two original songs that appeared on From the Cradle to Enslave to what ended up being on Midian. Is that a case of where I'm only asking for your hypothetical here, and if you don't want to answer it, so be it. But do you think it was a case of Paul Allender coming into the band with riffs that he had accumulated since the time that he left Cradle in 1994 or whenever it was, and they just, because it was almost like a 90-degree turn, wasn't it? The stylistic change from Cruelty and From the Cradle to Midian.
It's a hard one to answer because it's nothing to do with me. And genuinely, I only ever heard the last 2 minutes of whatever the single was that I heard on that radio show years ago.
Her Ghost in the Fog, I think that probably would have been, that track.
Yeah, I mean, I have a writing credit on that, but I'm damned if I can remember which part I wrote. None of those songs were anything to do with me. And like I say, I write all the time, and so probably there is something that I took part in that ended up in that song, because we get statements from the publishing company. And I was surprised to find a couple of years later that song started turning up with my name on it. But I don't know. I had a definite vision, which was not incompatible with everybody else, just for the record, of how the next album should be. Because we'd had all this chance, all this opportunity. What I didn't want was to waste it and produce an album that was less than what went before. And I was okay with doing the EP, but I would have preferred it if it was a single. I was totally up for doing that Misfits cover. That's one of my favourite guitar solos. I'm sure you guys don't appreciate it.
Oh, no, I understand. Dead But Dreaming, I think the song was, wasn't it?
Death Comes Ripping, it was called.
Death Comes Ripping. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the guitar solo on that, I was fully warmed up, and it was the last thing I did. And that's the one record, actually, where I didn't use my Jackson. That is the BC Rich and Flying V as well that I had at the time. But the reason I mention it is the guitar solo on Death Comes Ripping. I didn't want it to be like a twiddly metal thing. I wanted it to be brutal and noisy. And so I gave a couple of goes, wasn't happening. The engineers got on with something else. I gave the Flying V to the tape op who played a bit of guitar. I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go upstairs. This is quite late at night. And there was a bar, and I'm going to start doing shots. And when you guys are ready, you call me, but you play that guitar till it's so out of tune, it's painful. And I went in, I could barely remember doing it, couldn't really stand up straight, took one take at it, and that's the solo that's on the record.
Tell us about...
So, it was fun.
Well, that's a good story to compliment it, actually. Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes you can pay too much attention to what you're doing. Most musicians I know, we focus so far in eventually that you need to be able to take a step back. And we were in a position where we had the excellent Mike Exeter and Dan Sprigg working with us. And I would trust them to make those decisions. If they said, the drunken guitar solo, not happening, that's fine. And I can remember their faces. It was somewhere between horror and hilarity. And so it must have been the right thing to do.
Yeah. And look, I tell you, I still enjoy your Anathema cover, Sleepless. That was...
that came out really well, didn't it?
Beautifully. Yeah, beautifully. To be honest, I think it's better than the original. Sorry, Anathema, but yeah, that's
why we tackled it. It's a great song. But of course, Anathema, and this is not a criticism of Anathema, they were very young when they did that. If they did Sleepless now, it would be a totally different beast. And I think that's what... It was a song that we all knew. It was something we all had in common, is that we liked the West Yorkshire bands, Paradise Lost, Anathema, My Dying Bride. That they were things that we all listened to. And I can't even recall how that one came up. It just happened. And because it's a relatively simple song, it started out as a knockabout cover. But what Les did with that fantastic synth sound at the beginning, that's possibly his best work on any of the Cradle of Filth stuff.
Agreed, yes. Yep.
Yeah, that was good fun. I forgot about that tune, actually.
Well,
there's
the irony for
two
Les
original
is
songs and a couple of covers, isn't there?
Yeah, there's definitely 2 original songs. There's 2 covers. There's a remix, and then there's a live version of "Funeral in Carpathia," which, to be honest, couldn't make much sense of that version that's on there. I didn't understand why that was included. So I will ask you that if you remember, or do you remember the decision making behind including this? I think it was called "Be Quick" or "Be Dead" version of "Funeral in Carpathia." It just sounds like a demo quality version of the song.
I think that might again be the aborted live recording.
Right.
I was gone by then. By the time that was all compiled, what you've got there is that one where there's a big cut where the whole band come out and there's just a vocal for a short while at the beginning.
I can't recall. I haven't listened to that. I to be honest, I got to Sleepless and generally switched it off.
Yeah, because Dan wouldn't take part in making demos, and I would have accepted some rhythmic noise with nonsense lyrics because they weren't for anybody else to hear. It's just so that we could work in a different frame. Or maybe it's just how he's made up. He's always going backwards, and I like to go forwards. And so he wanted to rejig some part of Funeral in Carpathia. And I remember at the beginning, I said, well, look, if there's nothing to track, it's just Funeral in Carpathia. I'm not that interested. I'm going to focus on the new stuff. So, wrong person to ask. You'd need to ask Dan about that realistically, because that was done in the studio where we rehearsed, it was an okay place. But, I recall it came up and there was this idea, which I think if it happened, I regard it as the one brilliant idea Dan had that we never, ever capitalized on was, that takes down a whole alleyway. Well, it's to do with how I wanted the next record to be. And I didn't want him to waste it on a redo of a song that you guys already knew and you had fuck knows how many different versions of in different places.
Yep.
So, that was a sad waste of an idea if it's the one I'm thinking of. Because, I argued for let's not do that. Let's do something else. Because at the time, so much time was being wasted in disputes for no reason at all that nothing was getting written.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a great band at the time. We had Adrian playing drums, who is very different to Nick, but he's still an excellent drummer.
He's the drummer from At the Gates, isn't he?
He's much more the drummer, the pounding metal drummer than Nick. Nick's really musical, despite how over the top that guy always goes.
Yep.
I still talk to Nick. He's a good guy. But, me and Nick were mates, I think. Me and Les and Nick used to hang out. And one of the things me and Nick had in common, first time I met him, first time I went up to play with that band, was in his normal organised style, he told me what street he lived on, but not what number. And this is before normal folk had mobile phones.
And GPSs.
So I parked my car, walked along, and I could hear chalice of blood coming out of this house on this terrace. That's got to be his house. And we bonded over our love of, not necessarily the best or brightest thrash and new wave of British heavy metal that was going on back then. Because we were born within months of each other, me and Nick. So we were in a parallel, I guess. It was a thrill to meet somebody else who knew some of these weird old thrash metal songs that we used to knock about.
Talk about old thrash metal songs. I think you recorded I think it was the song by Death or Massacre, Dawn of Eternity. Were you on that track?
No, I think the only thrash cover that we did was a Sodom tune called Sodomy and Lust.
Yes, I've got that. Yeah, I've got that. You did a fantastic version of Hallowed Be Thy Name, which almost improves on the original unbelievably, and I'm a massive Iron Maiden fan.
That's like metal heresy, mate. It is a good version, but that is very high praise, Andy.
I've got to hand it to you, and it's your guitar line, the main guitar lead in that one there. There's just a bit of extra spice in that one there. You're a right-handed guitarist, I take it, so you're riffing with your...
I'm left-handed, I play right-handed.
There you go. Maybe
it's a perk of a Catholic education, not allowed to write with your left hand at Catholic school. And so I didn't know I was left-handed until somebody pointed out I operate all my pedals with my left foot because the nuns didn't give a shit what I did with my feet. They just were obsessed with me not writing with my left hand.
Oh, gotcha. Well, we share that. I'm Catholic as well. I went to a Catholic school up until 4th or 5th grade, and my father's Protestant, so I ended up going to a Protestant school from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're a bit more liberal, smaller liberal here in Australia about that stuff. We didn't get some of that old school orthodox attitude toward learning and using left and right hand. It's so crazy where that comes from, isn't it? The left hand path being the devil's path, and if you use your left hand, you must be nefarious. Especially you would have only been at school through the late 80s, I take it, wouldn't you?
I left the Catholic school in 1982 because, same as yourself, actually, my father was of no religion. And so I think I probably asked, because the kids in the town where I grew up, they all went to the regular state school, not the Catholic school. And I wanted to hang out with my mates at school. And that was, I was given the choice when I was quite young, so about 6 or 7. But it's also a crucial part of my growing up, the Catholic schooling. Some of those nuns were family friends and stayed with me throughout my life. They're some of the wisest and kindest people I've ever met. There's Sister Mary Immaculate. There you go, blow your mind, something from Cradle of Filth, praising nuns. She lived to be a very old lady until the day she died. She was always there you could ask her about anything. She spent her life reading. And she used to read to me when I was very young stories from Greek mythology, and we had this fabulous, thick Larousse dictionary of mythology. And she would sit there and read me these stories. But she was so switched on, she would say, well, this story happens in Assyrian and Persian, and talk me through it. And so I knew the story of Marduk when I was 8 years old.
Well, there you
So
go,
that's
mate.
probably how I became a fan, is I spotted a band called Marduk, who, of course, is a hero. He's not a bad guy.
Yeah.
It was a great part of my life. It really was. But yeah, the left-handed thing is kind of irrelevant. As a guitar player yourself, if you're left-handed and you play left-handed, you pay 20% more for your guitars and you got 40% less choice. Kind of worked out.
Indeed, yeah. But just talking about...
So I'm talking you off track there. Sorry.
Not at all, mate.
Back on track, please.
We talk about anything you want to talk about. It's just a wonderful privilege and an honour to be able to talk to you. I have been wondering for a long time what you've been up to. So any information you want to share, as far as I'm concerned, is premium information, mate. So I'll just digress for a moment. I've been a black metal fan and a metal fan for a long time. I'm 39, so I got into it very young. And in Australia, we really didn't hear much about the church burnings and some of the more, criminal, let's call it criminal activities that were taking place in Scandinavia at the time. But when I got wind of what was going on in the band's mayhem and some of the band members in Emperor, I just thought it was childish, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of people felt the same way. I
think what you're talking about is messed up teenagers that do that kind of thing.
Yeah, isolated
all over
teenagers,
the world.
socially.
The tragedy of Varg and Euronymous.
Yeah.
If you could see a statistic of how many teenagers fight over money and somebody gets hurt or killed around the world, it would be colossal. It's one of those tragedies that exists. I never met either of the guys. I don't think I would have been friends with either of them. Childish, possibly, but the Scandinavian attitude, it wasn't as liberal as it is in Britain. Growing up, even with my mother in the church, I was hyper aware of the pagan imagery that went with the Christian church in Britain, where the Reformation vaguely happened around here. But even in the church that I used to attend as a kid with my mum, there were little icons that had survived the... Do you know what the Reformation is?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, the destruction of the churches. I'm from a fairly remote part of Britain, and so there were like Sheila McGee and dragon images in the church, as well as all your regular Christian iconography. And so I have a different take on it. Especially the part of the world I'm from, we have like local saints that were there because they were the small gods of the well or the sea or whatever. And they planted a church there and said, well, actually, they're Saint Necton. They're not just Necton anymore. Who's one of our local small gods, I guess. So I'm not a vandal. I never had that need to rebel the same way as the Norwegian guys, so I can't judge them. But it's tragic that is the core of what people know, because there was some great music as well. I loved the early Mayhem stuff. The Mysterious Don Satana is definitive.
It's a brilliant
for me.
album. Yeah, no, I've reviewed the live record last year, and the live version of it. Mysterious Don Satana's Alive, I think it's called. And that's brilliant. But the personnel are very different on that particular recording and the mayhem that's going around in 2017. Hellhammer, of course, or I can't remember his real name. Jorn Axel Blomberg, I think his name is. Very good drummer, probably one of my favourite black metal drummers ever, and I do pay a lot of attention to the drummers, as is Nick, by the way. I've always really enjoyed Nick's drumming and did follow him over to his projects in Lockup, and he's currently touring, and I think he's going to be in Australia pretty soon with Bruchera.
I believe so. He's actually we spoke the other day, he's in Mexico with Ancient at the moment.
God, they're still going? I used to love them back
That's
in the
what I
90s.
said to him.
Wow, that surprises me.
So he's out there and playing drums, and he's still a great player. He really is. And I would welcome an opportunity to play with Nick again. We haven't played together when did he go, 98? And no matter how many times we used to argue, we're still friends. We're veterans of something, me and Nick, going against the grain as hard as we did. You have to come out of it still friends, I guess.
So you guys toured the US on the back of Cruelty and the Beast. Now, I remember that because I was a subscriber to Metal Maniacs magazine, the American publication, and reading about your exploits there sounded like, conquistadors going to the New World, so to speak. What do you recall about that tour? And I take it you and Nick had a blast.
Yeah, absolutely we did. We had great fun. The tour I think tour is probably too strong. We never did the knockdown, drag out 4 to 5 months of US touring. We were always sent to like key cities, and I did 2 nights in Mexico City, which was and that was before we hit America. Actually, it was a great. Now you mention it, Andy, that was a fucking cool time. It really was. Went to Mexico City, which if you've ever visited is a mind blowing place in the first place. I live in a town of 18,000 people, and that's the biggest city on earth. So it was like going into space for me. And the shows there were legendary. We had a day off in between our 2 shows in the same venue. I saw Bauhaus the next day, and I spent the day hanging out at Teotihuacan. They arranged for us to go up into the pyramids and visit. And so it was a great time. Then we hit San Francisco. I can remember getting into San Francisco. That was an awesome show, a place called Mariners Hall. And we went into our own backstage and going, fuck off, that's full of thrash metal legends that we grew up listening to. So there's dudes from Testament and Exodus who we'd met when they were touring Europe. There's Gary Holt, awesome guy, can't say enough nice things about him.
Sure.
And Bailoff, who's no longer with us, of course.
Well, Eric Peterson was a big fan of your band, or Cradle of Filth, back in the day.
He and Chuck were there. They were really cool guys. It was the first time I met them. But of course, you see the same faces at festivals, and we weren't great mates, but they were good guys. They were really kind to us, all of those. And I suppose it's because you couldn't interview me and Nick without us rattling off our favourite thrash metal bands back then. But we also met Jeff from Possessed, who was in the audience. If we'd known Jeff from Possessed was coming, come in the green room, have as much beer as you want, Jeff. You are a legend. That noise, and he did produce that sound for me when I realised who it was.
Yeah.
There's a guy who worked for a different record label than we were on. I think he was associated with a support band. So do you see the dude over there? That's Jeff Becker. Well, I simply have to go and thank him for the work he did, because 7 churches, that's DNA for me.
Yeah, likewise.
I used to pound that on my Walkman when I was a kid. It's an amazing record. And I'm thrilled that he's back out being in Possessed again.
Well, they've got a new album coming out. He signed a Nuclear Blast, actually, not with the same members, of course, Jeff and Larry Lalonde from Primus. He's not in the band, and Mike Suss, they're not in the band, but he's got a new membership around him. But if you look at the live clips on YouTube of the band, mate, they sound hot. Yeah.
I saw a little bit of footage of the Exorcist. And it's that album and Under the Sign of the Black Mark, I can remember buying, and I forget which sequence it was, which one I had first, because I would have been 12, I guess, when I was just into buying records. And those 2 records just changed how I viewed metal from that point on. There was nothing so dark and terrifying as Under the Sign of the Black Mark. There was nothing so brutal as 7 Churches. And so that was my step off from being an Iron Maiden kid and being into the new wave stuff, which, of course, if you're my age, had gone out of fashion. They were just, Venom albums were floating around in bargain bins. And that was how I got a lot of my collection together.
I remember that.
And,
I do remember that, because I had a good chat to both Jeff Dunn, a.k.a. Mantis, and Tony Bray, a.k.a. Abaddon, and, of course, when I say new frontman, the frontman that was in the band post
it's Tony again, isn't it?
Yeah, Tony Dolan, awesome bloke. I spoke to him for almost 2 hours, actually, not that long ago. So I'm a massive Venom fan, but I'm almost on my own with this. I much prefer Tony than Kronos. or Conrad.
You can make a case for either. I think the Primeval album,
yes,
apart from the Black Sabbath cover, is an incredibly strong record. They didn't need to do a cover tune on there.
No.
Because I remember that as a brand new album. It got booted to fuck in its reviews.
Really?
I was a Venom fan. Of course I'm going to, really.
Yeah.
Venom were a joke at one point. You know, they had their spot and they were treated like a cartoon in the British press. But you can't see a copy of Welcome to Hell when you're 12 and go, it's got to be worth one listen, hasn't it?
Oh, that's what I
the
did.
look of it.
I remember buying it on vinyl or black metal actually with the goat on the front and thinking, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get kicked out of home when I take this home, because it's a bit like exactly what you're saying. You could buy the Venom albums in bargain bins. But I very quickly got into it, and the album that I liked the best by far actually was Primeval, particularly the fact that you could
Well,
hear
they went forward, didn't they? Possessed. Yeah. Is it Possessed and Calm Before the Storm, Come Before That? They've got good spots on them, but they weren't strong albums. And I think it was a strong album in the same way some bands do, like Heaven and Hell by Black Sabbath. You know, I think that's one of their strongest records, even though you're supposed to just say, the Aussie stuff reigns.
Let's talk about that quickly. I maintain, and I tell you what, I haven't published a lot of it, but I get a lot of people agreeing with me on this. I much prefer Black Sabbath with Dio fronting them, and I much prefer Ozzy by himself as a solo artist with Bob Daisley writing the tunes. I always have.
Well, Bob Daisley, what bass player?
Oh, he's a Sydney lad. He's like me. He's from Australia, and
good stuff.
He lives in Australia. He's back in Australia. I think he's been back.
What is that riff? There is one unutterably cool bass line. It's the beginning of a tune called, is it Believer?
Believe dun 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 dun.
Now in the 21st century, you don't hear bass playing like that. Precise on the drums, massive groove, so heavy it's untrue, and then the guitar riff is just magnificent. I'm not a huge fan of Ozzy solo stuff, actually. I know guitar players are supposed to go giddy over Jake and Randy Rhoads playing. But I was always more into the Black Sabbath thing. I love Ozzy era Sabbath. Volume 4 is one of my all-time favourite records. But fair's fair. Heaven and Hell. And Mob Rules has my...
Oh, Mob Rules.
Probably. Yeah.
Under the Sign of the Cross.
Is there,
right there.
Find me a heavier riff.
Well...
You know, that is exceptional. And I love Dehumanizer as well. I got to see the Dehumanizer tour.
Yeah.
And it's one of the heaviest things I've ever seen. That computer god, what a drummer. He's amazing.
Well, God, you're reading my mind here. About a year ago or so, I got to quiz Vinny Appice for about half an hour just on Dehumanizer. And it was a bit like the discussion I'm having with yourself, where I'm able to go into the nuances, computer god, TV crimes, ask him, how did you guys do this? And, he gave me a lot of copy on it. It made for a very good interview. But yeah, I'd say Dehumanizer would be very close to being in my top 10 albums ever.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere up there for me as well. That was just one-off stunning record. The Heaven and Hell album I always think of as a Black Sabbath record. I saw that tour as well. And nobody shouted Heaven and Hell when they wanted an encore. But, there's a tune on there that was the equal of anything they did on Heaven and Hell or Mob Rules or Dehumanizer called Follow the Tears. I am a massive Dio fan. I will give any Dio record one listen. Because I was into Rainbow when I was a kid, and so that magnificent voice just travelled through my life with me.
Yes, yeah, I know. I
got to meet him a couple of times. He's a really, really, really superb man.
Is that right? How did you meet him in a like as a musician or as a fan?
Both. When Dio played, I think it was in Bristol, which is a couple of hours from here, with Trouble supporting them. That was some night out when you were a teenager. I hung out because I was able to. And one of the crew came out, and it was a horrible night. And he said, if you just come in, Ronnie's going to come out and say hello to you all. And I was taken aback by what a nice guy he was and how much time he had for everybody that was standing there dripping with the rain we'd just been out in. And then many years later, I was introduced to him at a signing he was doing, but as his peer, which still seems strange. And he was every bit as excellent. And I got his autograph, still have it on my studio wall.
Nice.
It's one of the best souvenirs I've got. That one of my Manowar autographs, because I never thought I'd meet Manowar.
Manowar, well, famously, they're like Russian that they've never toured Australia, which is quite bizarre because they do have quite a fan base down here. But what's your favourite Manowar album?
Hell to England or Kings of Metal? Oh, you could put a Rizzler between them, mate. I love them both for different reasons. And I love Manowar more after I met them because they absolutely mean it. There's not a whiff of irony about that
That's
band.
What I've heard. They're deadly
astonished.
serious, yeah.
I'll tell you, they were in a cabin next to us at a festival. We were special guests to them in a Spanish festival. And I thought, well, this is my chance. I'm going to go and bang on the door and sail out of Manowar. And Eric Adams opened the door and apologised, said he's really busy. But behind him, Joe DeMaio was, he had like a little headphone practice set up on and was doing the craziest bass solo to nobody. I thought, shit, they are for real. I love them even more.
I remember about the same time I bought Dusk and Her Embrace, I purchased Louder Than Hell, which was my first Manowar album, and they've got a video to the song Return of the Warlord. Have you seen that video?
I don't think I've seen the video. I know the tune.
But apparently in the video they get arrested by the police, and it's all legit. None of it's – they get legit for making too much noise. They get arrested for making too much noise and for blocking off a street or something. So, yeah, you're right. I've heard third hand that they are deadly serious. There's not a hint of irony about what they do, and they're deadly serious about living what they represent both in the albums and in their videos and on the live shows.
Yeah. Oh, one day I hope you get to see that band, because they are exactly what you hope for when you see Manowar live. And it's just the sense of fun and community. There's no other metal band really has that apart from Maiden, where whatever, you go to a metal festival, whatever, everybody likes Manowar, everybody likes Maiden, otherwise they wouldn't be there. And yeah, they're fantastic nights. I remember that Spanish show, I literally ran through a shower and went up on a gantry and watched it from above the stage, and then realised the place to be is in front of the stage, and just went and enjoyed a Manowar show. It's fantastic.
Cool, mate.
Because I saw him when I was about 14, and then I was probably 24 by the time I saw him again.
Yeah, okay. So, mate, I'll just do a time check. We've been talking for about an hour and 15 minutes now. I've still got a few more questions to ask you, but just in a courtesy to you, mate, how are we for time?
There's no rush. You can. I'm sure you appreciate, Andy. Nobody's ever asked me these things before, so you can have as much time as you want. All I've got to do today is wait. My studio has neighbours, and I need to make some noise later on, and so I'm just kicking up. I will talk as long as you're able. Okay.
Here's a question for you then. How were you recruited into Cradle?
My friends saw an ad in Kerrang. Wanted black metal band, avant-garde black metal band, want guitarist. He said, that's you, that is. And so I sent a cassette. He helped me program up some drums and put a couple of ideas together. And I played with them a couple of times. And what was crucial to me was that I was able to write in that band. And that's why I stayed. Yeah, playing with Barker was good enough. But if I was there just to play somebody else's riffs, that wouldn't have entertained me.
So was it an audition, like he learned these 3 songs, come in, play them and see if it gels? Or did you guys go down to the pub and just see if it was going to meld before you went into the rehearsal studio?
In theory, I went up there to play some songs. What actually happened is we went to the pub.
Well, that's how you do it, isn't it? With all due respect, I've just joined a new band myself, and these days you don't go to the pub when you're older and sophisticated. You go and get a bloody coffee and have some lunch. And that's what we did. But I've got videos of myself playing bass. And although I'm thoroughly into metal, as you can tell, I've never played in a metal band outside of a new metal band, and I play funk and jazz.
Wow.
But, yeah, that's what you do these days. You tend to sort of see if it's going to work out personally and then get into the rehearsal studio. So it doesn't surprise me that that's how it worked out for you. But you obviously found that you all got along quite well.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I stayed over with Nick and I stayed over with Rob, and we all got on. And Dan as well. You know, whatever has been said over the years. We were good friends, me and Dan. I used to room with him. And, you know, they were interesting guys. Where, you know, me and Nick bonded over the thrash metal thing. My interest in magic meant I had something immediately to talk about with Dan. Rob is, like I said, a strange character. That's not a criticism. It's just, I said the same thing to Nick. Did you actually know him? And everybody kind of goes, no, we just played with him. He was a funny guy, like I say, but we didn't know much about him. And we got along. Where at the time, there's a dude called Brian playing the other guitar from a death metal band from Florida. You're probably more clued up on this. Who was so flaky it was untrue. That's how I ended up. I don't know if you know, I did a tour as the only guitarist in Cradle of Filth. It was the only time I went out with a single guitar.
As a
that was hard work, mate.
Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah. Jesus, yeah.
It was busy, let me tell you that. But, yeah, I think in a strange way, the flaky guy came back for the big show in London, but I got to do all the provincial shows where nobody knew who we were. So
what year was
there
that?
might be footage of that.
Is that about 94 or thereabouts?
I think that's 95, Christmas 95, because we were in a studio and I think we did part of a British tour, stopped, went to the studio. I might be wrong. Check with the other guys. and then came back out again to do this one show in London a few days later, whereupon we magically had another guitar player, and then he disappeared again. You can, if you look up his name and Google him, you can see why he was never going to be a stayer.
Yeah, okay.
He's a good guitar player,
Yep.
but substance abuse issues. You know, the town I lived in, well, the poor guy's dead now. Overdose killed him. So, I have a distinct opinion on dealing with heroin addicts on a day-to-day basis because my peers, guys I knew from school, went that way. You know, you're all free to choose, but you know, that's one of the choices that is kind of permanent when you make it. And it's made it difficult to get along with, I wish I could remember his name. Nick would tell you, Brian, because he was great mates with Nick is how he was there.
How he got recruited. Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, and so I can tell you the songs I had to learn from the first album. No, that's not true. I think I had to learn 2 songs from the first album and maybe Funeral in Carpathia, because that was considered a really high technical challenge, which it sort of is to play, I guess.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can certainly imagine that it would be. Yeah, but
I learned the title track from the first record, a song called "To Eve, the Art of Witchcraft," that stayed in the live set for years.
Yes,
and I think probably the second time I went up, I was given a cassette of the Dusk demos that got released, and I think I played "Funeral in Carpathia," but it was all a bit of a rush in the end. I had a lot to learn, and there was writing going on for the Vampire EP. Which I just jumped straight into. You know, the first track on that took 20 minutes to write. That was just me and Nick doing one.
Yep.
The only other input was somebody said, needs an epic ending. Epic ending, go! And we just did it. We got along like that. We didn't think that hard. It's people are able to scrutinize their music in a different way now. Back then it was, what's happening in the room? That's good. Move forward. So it was one of those things. My friend Paul, he spotted this thing and just said, that's totally you, that is.
So was it one of those things where you met the guys and went, you know, within the first sort of 15 minutes, this is going to work out, or was it a bit of a longer process? I went up and played on a kind of putting your toe in the water basis, maybe 2 or 3 times, and then I came home, earned some money, and because it's the other side of the country I had to move to, and sorted out a way of getting up there and living. And I think I officially joined September 95, but I played with them from about May, I think. Okay, so you were brought in as a session player just to get through a few...
No, I was never a session player. I didn't do any public work with them during those times leading up to that.
Okay, so when you say May, that's the May of 1996 from when you joined in 1995?
May 95 was when I first went up, I think.
Okay, gotcha, yep.
Yeah, and so, they didn't have a live set together. I will never really know what happened with the Ryan brothers, in all honesty, but they were a fucking disaster area when I got there. That band was broken, and it required everybody to pull to make it into what it became. And we did, because we didn't have any choice. We didn't have any money. There was no budget to make that record. And I won't give you the numbers, but it's something like an 180% lift on what we had to do the demos for Dusk initially against what we had to complete Vampire. So nobody was getting rich. I was just playing it because I like playing metal and they were good guys to play. I'd been up in London and played in a few bands up there. And I was always aware that I can stay in my hometown and play and have fun. If I want to do something productive, I need to leave. It's a small community down here even now. Yep. So, and I suppose if you're Australian, you get an even better idea of what remote will give you in the choice of musicians in your local area.
Oh God, there's even as I was growing up in Sydney, it was through that era. You can probably appreciate. I did try to join and form mini metal bands for about a 5-year period, but you could never get a collective together. And then, of course, by the late 90s, that bloody Limp Bizkit thing hit. And, of course, a lot of the guys playing death metal and genuine heavy metal switched to that because that was their ticket. They'd been playing metal for years, and I don't blame them. And I don't even have anything against the new metal style of music. Even I ended up playing it. But it was really the only sort of metal that you could play if you wanted to play live in Australia. There were very few and far places, very, very few places. I mean, we had some significant metal bands that didn't so much have a global impact, but they were influential in the underground, like Mortal Sin and Slaughterlord and the like.
I remember that Mortal Sin and Slaughterlord. I Am Immortal, that was a great tune from Mortal Sin.
Yeah. Well,
and Hobbs, Angel of Death, and who else was Australian that was cool? Used to have an album by a band called Oz that was interesting, if not a great album.
Oz. Okay, yeah, I'll check them out. Yeah, I wasn't.
That was early 80s. That was one of my bargain bin finds. Had a big burning skull on the front. It looked like my sort of thing for £1.
Yeah, no, I remember the album cover actually, but it's probably the first time in about 15 or 20 years, my memory's been jogged that it was a release of that type. But look, even back then, I don't know whether you recall a lot of the bands that supported you when you played in Sydney in 1997, but with the greatest of respect to those bands, the quality wasn't that good either, even of the ones that were playing. They were basically, you had your Malevolent Creation. For some reason, Malevolent Creation was a big band in Australia. Never understood that.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been Cannibal Corpse or Morbid Angel, but Malevolent did have a lot of followers, particularly a lot of guitarists that I spoke to, fellow guitarists that I spoke to, play like Rob Barrett, because at that time he was in Malevolent. It'd gone from Cannibal Corpse into Malevolent Creation. It was like, oh, not really. Can we do something more like Cradle or Satyricon? Yeah. something.
I don't recall which bands played in Sydney, in all honesty, because it was a strange night, as you know. Everything was going sideways from the second we turned up at the venue. But I believe in Melbourne we played with a band called Abramelin, who they were serviceable, but one of the things we had was a very thick skin and balls of steel, and we went off and did our own thing. And that's the key with metal. That's what stops it going stale. Heavy metal is self-referential by definition. We're all fans. That's why we do it. There's nobody will be dumb enough to say, do you know what will get me rich? I'm going to form a heavy metal band. You do it because you love it.
So true, though.
I think a lot of the bands that I encountered, not just in Australia, but a lot of the support bands we saw, they were like something else. They were doing it because it was a kind of calligraphy. They weren't building on, I nearly told you the name of the band, and it's not about naming names, a band that sounded remarkably like Morbid Angel. They weren't building on the bricks that Morbid Angel put down. They were just desperate to sound like Morbid Angel.
Yes, yeah.
I was chatting to an old mate of mine the other day about a well-known British black metal band who are current today. And he was saying they pissed away 3 days in a studio doing a cover version, trying to get the drum fills exactly like they were on the original version.
God, yeah. Okay.
Well, that's self-defeating. It's totally self-defeating. Do your own thing. The great thing about covers is, I think, play a song that everybody knows. Don't go and look it up on Guitar Pro. Just play it how you recall it. And it will be so different. It's your own version, but by the time the whole band can hack it together. So, I know what you're saying. They were really nice guys that I met in all those bands. Because that venue in Sydney, that was the weird one on the beach, wasn't it?
Spot on. Look, that was at Coogee. It was a gig called, very famous venue, actually. There's been a hell of a lot of bands that have played there. If memory served me correct, it wouldn't have been a couple of months before that. I'm a big, as I've already mentioned, I'm a jazz and funk guy at heart. I watched Fishbone. So the gig prior to watching you guys, I can't recall how the chronological order of it, but it was Fishbone and then Cradle of Filth. So it used to host all sorts of bands, and I'd say that the promoter was a young guy. I don't know his name, and I only ever met him once when I went into, and I think I've got this right, Sanity was the name of a record store in the Fox Studios that had been built in the Sydney Football Stadium precinct, and he was running that Sanity. And I remember just meeting him, and he told me that he put it on that night, and he told me about all the problems that he encountered just getting the people at the venue to get along with the bands and also the punters. Now, I was only very young at the time. I was only about 18 at the time, so I wasn't drinking because I was driving. But I remember being very bored and going to the kebab shop and sitting down for about an hour and a half or so before you guys went on, just waiting. And I think it was a bit of a call amongst the fans that were waiting outside of the venue, both on the beach and in the adjacent fast food joints, to sort of put the word out that Cradle were about to go on stage. And with the greatest of respect to the bands that were playing before, I think we were just done after about the 7th or 8th band.
Yeah. Now that I've recalled the venue, I remember it much, much better. Because I remember there was nothing for us to do. There just wasn't any progress. So there were a few people hanging around by what was serving us backstage that day. And me and Nick just went out and took him some cans of beer and had a chat to whoever was there to talk to. It was a strange day. But what I really remember is it was another little piece of the puzzle of why I had such a good time in Australia. During soundcheck, I could not put my finger on what that place reminded me of. And it was years later, I realized it looks exactly like the coastline where I'm from. We were playing out to the ocean in that big shallow bay. Looks, even the scale of it is really similar to somewhere where I used to spend a lot of time when I was a teenager. So, I remember it much better. But we came across far worse promoters who would never be the outstanding bad promoter that had shit going wrong constantly. I think that was lack of experience and ill luck for that guy. where there were plenty
agreed.
of people that you recall, we are never playing for this guy again.
Yeah, I remember talking to him. Oh, he might have worked in Utopia.
Was there a record store called Utopia? That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, Utopia.
I think we did a signing in Utopia because I still have the T-shirt.
Nice.
I moved house a lot, and I would just that's like a souvenir to remind me of when I was in Australia. And so that was packed down in one of my guitar cases. And now that I've got somewhere fairly stable to live, I unpacked all my guitars, see what still works. And there it was, the Utopia shirt. So yeah, that was the place. I had to, the strangest thing I ever signed. This guy came to the counter where we were all sitting and stood there. And it was like Nick and then me. And he just stared at Nick and stared at me and then pulled his fake leg off and planted it on the counter. Because everybody else had an LP or a CD in their hands they wanted signing. Fair enough, mate. If that's what you want to happen, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, actually, I didn't know that you guys did a signing then. God, I would have turned up to that if I'd realised that. I turned up many years later after you'd exited the band when they toured on the back of Midian and got some things signed then. But yeah, no, I do definitely remember the show. And when I was talking to Danny, I reminded him that he pulled out a couple of classic one-liners. Now, I'll really test your memory here. It was about a week or two, again, if memory serves me correct, after Michael Hutchence passed away. And from stage, Danny said in that, that death metal voice, that black metal voice that he puts on when he's talking between songs, this song is dedicated to Michael Hutchence. And I remember myself and my mate looked at each other and said, shit, what are we going to hear here? Like a black metal version of an In Excess song or something. And then very quickly he said, and I'm glad that fucking cunt is dead.
Yeah. He was not a spontaneous man. It would have been one of those things that he put together during the day.
Oh, is that right?
So I don't recall that particular gag, but there were a few. There's a couple of ones that used to really grate on me because after 40 shows, I used to break a lot of strings. He would say he would do the same gag. Yeah, I can probably recall them. But it's like a chain of consequence. If I start to think, I'll tell you what, if I hear the theme to Omen 2, which is why I'll walk on music back then, I can actually recall how the set ran because it was very organised. It wasn't a spontaneous band because with 6 people you can't really do that sort of thing.
No, yeah.
7 people live because we used to have a backing singer as well. And
Sarah on that trip too.
When he's on good form, Dan's a funny guy. He really was.
Yeah, I've got to tell you, he was very congenial to me, and you can probably appreciate that I asked him some pretty detailed questions about the band when you were in it, because I've already, as I've mentioned a couple of times, I'm a massive fan of those 3 releases that you were a part of. He took all of my questions in good humour. I actually thought he'd tell me to get stuffed occasionally, but when I got a bit too close to, I wasn't really talking a lot about the new release, which is called Cryptoriana. I only asked one question about that. Now, these sort of block interviews that I get, because I get them through good old John Howarth down there in Wollongong, we tend to only get sort of between 15 minutes and half an hour to ask questions. So you've really got to be on point. And, you get to talk to all sorts of very interesting and wonderful people through that, but you've really got to, get your questions sorted and ask some different questions in that environment. But with Danny, I just felt, look, I've been a long time fan of the band, and I really wanted to get his perspective on some things. But look, I understand he's got an ongoing concern with the band. And when I asked him, would he ever see a possibility of getting back together with yourself and Les, mate, he didn't say no. He didn't shut me down.
He'd have to talk to me at some point. We haven't spoken for a long time. And I wouldn't be against it, but he was a fucking prick with me. But I understand there are other factors, and I'm not going to go into them with you because it's not very interesting.
No, I understand.
And it vilifies people, and there's no need to vilify those people.
No,
they know I think they're a cunt, and they will stay fucked off because of it. So, it turned out this guy didn't have as many mates as he thought, and they all decided to spill the beans to me. And they go, well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And so, I don't think it's his fault or my fault that we fell out ultimately. So, he's welcome to bring me up. I'm not that hard to find, mate.
Well, he was surprised.
It'd be interesting because I thought I saw him and I was going to go and speak to him, but it was just another little guy with similar hair at a show that I went to last year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was surprised that I was interviewing you actually. And of course I haven't read anything online either. And I thought, okay, I thought, when I say read anything online, I haven't read any interviews with you online either. And I thought, oh, okay, does this mean it's unusual to get an interview with you? No, I think it obviously means that
It's not unusual, Andy. It's unique. Nobody has ever asked me these things.
I'm surprised, mate. I'm surprised because I know I'm not the only one I'm not the only person where your guitar playing has had the kind of impact that I've shared with you.
Well, I mean, that's a beautiful thing. That I always said that would be the ultimate compliment, to come up as an influence to somebody who's making progress with their music. Because I can list all my favorite guitar players and the impact they had on me and why and all that stuff. And to hear your own name coming up like that is the greatest compliment. Absolutely the greatest compliment. And the best way to repay it is for you guys to go and do something unique. Keep building on it. It blows my mind. It really does. I've actually had to discuss with some people that it doesn't matter what I've ever done. Talk to me like a human being. I'm not, especially when you speak to me on the phone. Over my life, I have learned that I am physically intimidating and I have to behave a certain way when I meet new people. I was 6'3" when I was in Australia. I didn't stop growing until I was 30.
Jesus, okay. What are you now?
Yeah, I'm a little over 6'4". I'm friggin' enormous. I will never be comfortable on public transport ever again.
Yes.
And, when people approach me through Facebook or whatever, it astonishes me the level of praise that people have for me. It's beautiful. That's the mission. It was never anything else. It was add my little bit to the book of how they play heavy metal guitar. And if I could manage that, wouldn't that be amazing? And years later, I find out there are guys like you that are bringing my name up in that context. I can't thank you enough. It's stunning.
Well, it's well earned and it's deserved, and it is all about the music, mate. I mean, it's I just remember the impact that it had on me at the time because I had been into Maiden, but it just felt like in the late 90s, especially the mid to late 90s, there was just this void, and so the underground became not mainstream, but became more readily available. And you could go into regular record shops, not just the Utopias of the world down in Sydney or the Rocking Horses of Brisbane. That's another independent record store. You could actually go into the HMVs. Remember HMV and Virgin Records?
Oh,
and you could buy Cradle of Filth records.
Well, I think that's the luck of us being on a really good label. MFN were a brilliant label for us. Somebody reminded me of Music for Nations the other day. And essentially, they didn't give a fuck what we did as long as we did it and did a great job of it. And that less and less labels are supporting bands in that way. I do a few reviews for a couple of websites of metal records because essentially I talk about music all the time. I decided to start writing some of it down and I get to hear lots of new music. But the thing that I hear most is the terrible presentation of good music. And a lot of that, when you look at what I do is I listen to the record, then I read you get the same thing, the promo bump about what I'm supposed to feel about this album.
Yep.
And I read that later on, and you look at the label and go, oh, shit, somebody keep an eye on it, and somebody put some money into this band, and there's something really special going to happen there. And we were very lucky to have a label who, to some extent, I don't think they knew what we were doing, but they knew we were doing it, and they helped us, aided and abetted, probably in a legal sense.
Yes. Yep.
So, it's... And I know record companies don't have the money or the stroke that they used to, but it wouldn't be an impossible change where labels that were new in the 90s that I knew are now, excuse me.
Yeah, mate.
Hello. Speaking. Okay. After 4 o'clock today would suit it? Okay, mate. Well, give us a call on this number and there might be somebody here to let you in. Cheers, pal. Sorry, mate, you there?
No worries. Yeah, all good. No worries.
But yeah, it's, I hear lots of great new music that if it had the same sort of support or half the support we had, would truly achieve something incredible. Not naming names, there are lots of bands that I watch and you think they're going to do something magic. And some of them let me down because they go around in circles, but more it's to do with the presentation, not the LP cover, what people would say is production, the rendering of the music itself. I think we were lucky to have guys like Kit and Mike Exeter and Dan Sprigg to work with that would make it all happen for us. Because I'm sure Mike Exeter actually played a lot of keyboards on Dusk and
No, I didn't know that.
A little
there you
bit
go.
on cruelty.
Okay.
I say Greg, as a human being, is all right, but as a keyboard player, he just didn't. I don't think he'd ever been in a band where there was a back and forward about what was going to happen.
Right. Okay.
And he was like a rabbit in headlights. He was just freezing. And so Mike is an excellent keyboard player. He really helped him out on Dusk.
Mm.
You know, arranging and stuff like. Because some of the arrangements Mike did are stunning.
They are. They're beautiful.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
You know, and he works on super high profile projects these days. He did work on the last Black Sabbath album and Dio projects and things like that. And he earned his place there. I believe he's now the Grammy Award winning Mike Exeter.
I think you're right. Yeah, on that one there. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of hands on, and it didn't bother him to do it. It bothered us that we had a keyboard player that couldn't. I think that's what pushed us towards Les in the end. Because Les is a great guy. He's a really good player, and he's paying attention. He will go back and forward about ideas fast. Well,
he seems like a real talent. I know virtually nothing about him, only what I've read, but he's now doing, I mentioned it earlier, front of house for Paradise Lost. He was in Anathema for many years. I think he's their longest tenured keyboard player, if I'm not mistaken. And of course,
Anathema used to record near me, and so he would come up and visit now and then. And he's himself. He's one of those people. There is a definite sense of Les about him.
Hmm. Yeah, well, look, I'll repeat what I said earlier again, mate. I'd love it if yourself, Nick or Barker, Les, could get together in a room sometime, because that's really the nucleus there. I suppose if Robin's available, that's another thing. But the three of you could get into a room sometime and just create some new music. It'd be a wonderful thing, mate. I think there'd be a lot of people out there that would be very interested to hear what you come up with.
Well, then I'll tell you what I told Nick. I said, if it's going to be the three of us, we might as well talk to Dan as well.
Okay, there you go. There it is, right there.
So,
well, I wouldn't rule it out.
It's not us that stops it from happening, mate. It's not us.
Well, Danny...
there are some issues that he created that would need to be resolved before anything like that happened.
Yeah.
And I'd love to be able to say to you guys, yes, because this is a noise that a few people have made this year. Is there a 20th anniversary Cruelty and the Beast tour? And you have to say, nobody's talked to me about it, and there are some issues that would need to be resolved.
Do you know that he's remixing the album?
I'm sure he is. Like I said, he's always going backwards, that boy.
Because he's remixing. He doesn't. I mean, I understood a lot of people. I didn't mind it, to be honest with you, but I've heard the criticism that the drums aren't the sound that a lot of people would like. They're a bit thin, if you like. But he must have listened to that, and he's gone back and remixed the entire album, not just the drums, but the entire album. He's going to produce new artwork that's a variation of the existing artwork.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I'm sure I'll hear something about that in the future. I think somebody mentioned, and it might even have had its remix already. Maybe Les told me, or Nick, or somebody. I don't keep tabs on these things. But I don't dislike the sound of it. I would totally agree that the drums are not what they should have been, because this is why I was digging through my cassettes not long ago. I've got the copy before the drum triggers went on. And those engineers that we had were excellent. And Nick's natural drum sound, he had this fantastic Pearl kit, top of the range, looked after beautifully, tuned to perfection. And it sounded extraordinary. And there was never any recordings of us back then of what we sounded like without this. It was emerging technology, the drum triggers. Now you can do it easy and get good sounds. Back then it wasn't necessarily the way to go, because he is a fantastically dynamic drummer. He's
very good drummer.
I think it lost some of the feel that he had, especially with the snare. I think the snare drum, there's a degree of delicacy that he had produced that's just lost on that record. I know that's a strange word to apply to Nick Barker, but delicacy is the word. He's a very, very good drummer.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and, those who look heavy-handed often have the lightest touch, don't they? So that just proves that statement.
Well, I mean, the triggers were because of the pace he was producing. Obviously, that means that it's not going to be like an AC/DC boom every time he hits the drum. And I think Nick did get a bit caught up in that competitive drumming thing that is still going on now. Nick never had to compete with anybody. He's a musician. He understands how music works. He doesn't just mark out time for you. And that's not a criticism of guys that do. There are some exceptional drummers that are just there to add a groove to the back of it. Nick was absolutely integral to the writing process. And this is not a criticism of Adrian. I wish I'd worked with Adrian more. He's a really good drummer too. He's totally different. You know, Nick would always say, Nick McBrain. Adrian would always pick out, the name escapes me, dude from Judas Priest, used to be in Racer X, Scott Travis.
Scott Travis, yeah.
And I can see that connection, actually. Adrian has got like
Yeah.
a human drum machine, where it sounds so precise, but when you play with him, it's really fluid, really human as well. Now, I would have welcomed the opportunity to play more with Adrian, because we did play some of the new ideas that never got used together. And actually, this is a different flavour to what I expected, because you could ask and you would get with Adrian. It wasn't just a wall of drumming, count to 4 and then do stuff and see what happens. He, like Nick, he listens. And they are almost chalk and cheese, those guys, the way they play. It took a little bit of adjustment for me to play with Adrian, because I was so used to playing with Nick when it changed. And there was a guy in between, but we don't talk about him. Forget his name.
Yeah.
I remember his attitude and his drumming, though.
Yes, he played on Of Dark Blood and Fucking, if I'm not mistaken, the one that I can't remember the name of either. I'd have to Google it. But
no, I think that's Adrian.
Oh, so it's the other way around. So the drummer that
was from Extreme Noise Terror, who was friends with Rob and played on his solo record. He did the drums for Cradle to Enslave, I think.
Okay, yep.
It was fragmented at the time because John wasn't there for that release. He didn't play on anything except for the title track, I believe. I think he played rhythm guitar on that one.
Okay.
But I don't think he's on Dark Blood and Fucking, which I think was a missed opportunity. That was a song that I was hoping to save for the next album. I didn't really want to let that one out as a B-side, effectively.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that point there, yeah. And that just sort of hints to the point that the direction that the band would take after your exit was significant, wasn't it? Mm. I mean, so that particular track there, you wrote the main verse riff and the chorus?
I wrote the riffs. That one I knocked up on my 8-track, because this is the thing that, people don't want to hear, is we were stretching. And so there was no time. That was literally, this is how this song is. We have to make it happen because there is now a deadline, because somebody has opened their mouth and said, let's do an EP. And the record company said, yes. Well,
get it out by Christmas.
Yep. Yeah, I'd already written a ton of music. Why don't we just do the fucking album and release it a month later? Have your video, but release it as a real single. Just 2 tracks was what I wanted to happen. Maybe one of the covers have Sleepless as a B-side or something. But
isn't that interesting?
That was never my end of things.
Because I remember, of course, you can't find the interviews now, and believe me, I searched a ton prior to our discussion and prior to the discussion I had with Danny. But one of the reasons that I believe, now I'm going back almost 20 years ago here, that he, if you like, offered to the media for yours and Les's exit was the lack of songwriting that was occurring. Because
that's spin. He knew damn well, because I would tease him. I'd say, look, here's a little bit of a new song. Now, when I see other people contributing, we can go. Otherwise, you let me get on with what I'm doing. I knew exactly how it had to happen. I wasn't being a tyrant. I know that John used to like firing out that I was a bully. I don't know if you've ever seen any of them. If bullying is saying, John, you're the guitar player in a metal band, you've got to play the guitar. I'm a bully, but I don't think that counts. He was sandbagging me constantly. There is, in that folder, the one bit that I genuinely regret nobody got to hear. I was just on good form one day, and me and Adrian by then, sadly, had put together a little riff. And I took it from the recorder at the rehearsal room back to my own studio and started to build on it. I thought, fucking hell, that's that massive outbreak of Maiden-esque twin guitar that we need to be the core of a song. And there was an opportunity as well to record an instrumental for an anime soundtrack. And it had to be a certain length, it had to be a certain style, but it also had to be instrumental, is why it didn't happen. Because Dan had his nose out of joint that he wasn't going to be on it. I did point out that you could just shriek and do stuff, and then technically it's still instrumental, but whatever. And that crushed me, because at the end of it, I thought, John can't play that. This is not the most massively technically demanding thing anybody will ever do. But John will fuck that up every time we try and do it live. And he was always sandbagging, but he'd never bring ideas in as a result. Now, I insisted to the very end that all writing credits were everyone. On the grounds that I thought, well, anybody sensible that isn't contributing will realise they're still appreciated. The people who are contributing will be rewarded if there's any money comes of this. Yeah, John especially, and I wasn't going to pick out one person. John was a fucking prick with me at every turn. Everything was just too much trouble for him, where he wouldn't play at the right level. And by that, I genuinely mean he wasn't skilled. He wasn't a guitar player like I recognise, who gets up, does their stuff, plays guitar, and maintains their skill. I've begrudgingly, because it was a democratic process, said, okay, then John can come and play guitar. 2 of us out of 5 said, no, we don't want John to play guitar, which was me and Nick. And I said, look, if he studies, because I'd already started teaching guitar before I joined that band, if he comes and studies with me, he can do this. But it's the bandsmanship wasn't there. Whatever he can play is in isolation. He was off in his own little world. The key to the sound of that band was that everything was as tight could be. Because at that speed, you can't afford anything to go wrong. It's got to be really snug. And so what actually happened was everybody refused to contribute, but they also wouldn't accept that I'd already got, I think there's 7 songs are in that folder, and then tons of little bits that I wanted everyone to work on, because I'm not a great keyboard player. I'm a terrible bass player. There would just be holes left in some of my demos where I wanted a bass line that was cool, because I would do something really, really weak. And we had a great bass player to do that for us. But this sandbagging thing just went on, and it's all connected to the stuff I won't go into about what was going on and what was being said when I wasn't there. And it just caused bad feeling over bad feeling. And I believe John got his just desserts in the end, because when it happened for him, apparently he sandbagged Paul Allender constantly as well. He wanted to be the star guitar player. He would actually say to me, your excellent bit of guitar here, can I play that live? No, you fucking can't. You do the cool stuff and you play it. And it turned out he hadn't contributed a cool guitar line. And so he made my life miserable. It was so difficult, Andy. He genuinely, it's like, in terms of guitar playing, like somebody had strapped a 40-kilo weight to your right hand and you're still trying to play. And everything you did, you had to consider playing downwards to him. So he didn't play all of his guitars on Cruelty. There were a couple of bits where he actually asked me to do one for him. And at that point, the engineers realised that might be the way. And I would pop in and use his stuff just to put the lines in so that they were in time. Ask Nick about John's fabulous timing. Because I nearly told you this earlier on about the writing. John's one contribution to a group effort was, I don't think Nick will mind me telling this story. It doesn't show him in a bad light. And I apologise to him ahead of time if it does. He is a friend of mine, and I tell this because it is funny, not as a criticism of Nick in any way. When we were writing Cruelty, it was really happening. It was fizzing away, and there were loads of ideas floating around, to the extent that it was actually, somebody had to curate it. We all kind of monitored these little parts that we had and the things we wanted to happen, and they grew into one giant thing. And Nick announced when we were taking a break, John, you haven't written anything yet. If you don't write something by the time I get back from McDonald's, I'm going to kick your fucking head in. And we didn't know whether he meant it. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But me and Dan took it upon ourselves. During our this kind of half hour we were taking just to chill out before we went back to rehearsing, John, you must have one idea, because if you wind Nick up, he's going to argue with you, it will spoil the atmos, and rehearsal is over for the day, and we're doing really well. And so I got to the point where we said, well, how do you write music? I said, pick a chord, pick a damn chord. There. Now, if it was me, I might play this one next. And Dan even was cheering him on. Going, come on, John, just do something with the guitar. And we wrote a riff with John that he didn't really contribute to it. Yet he wanted to be the center and the star and everything. So it's totally, his world was totally incompatible with what was going on. And that is as true as you like, mate. He did have a riff when he came back, but essentially it was me and Dan saying, no, like this, like that. Where I wouldn't play it for him, I would suggest from the other side of the room, because our guitar amps faced into each other. That way he could walk back and forth and hear if it was working or not. And Nick didn't kick his head in. That riff is a sort of Bathory-style riff, as we used to call it, which is in 13 Autumns and a Widow. But he did try and contact me when he got fired or whatever he did. I don't know the story, but unless he leads with a massive fucking apology, there is no chance of me speaking to that dickhead ever again.
Jesus, okay.
So I won't tell you what the message said, but he caused, I would say, pretty much all of the bad feeling in that band that caused all that chaos in the late 90s. So, and underhandedly as well.
So
it was all
why didn't
bullshit.
Danny just kick him out of the band then? I mean, if you were, especially the way
we threw him out. That's why he's not on some of the songs on Cradle to Enslave. He was dead weight. He's a parasite. He was there. Nick, actually, the first time I thought that was the wrong thing to do, on the Dusk tour in Holland somewhere, I couldn't tell you what town, but we played a show, and me and Nick would do we're in Holland after show 30-minute and then go out and say hello to anybody that wanted to talk to us. And he went out first and came back and said, "You've got to come and see this, because if I tell you what's happening, you'll call bullshit on it." And I went out, and John was holding court, telling everybody how he nailed that guitar solo in Beauty Slept in Sodom to all these adoring fans. And
Jesus,
so we actually had to bollock him in front of people who said, "I thought that's what they wanted to hear." And I was happy to accept that. But it went on and on and on. And I didn't want him to not be there. I wanted him to pull his shit together and play properly and contribute. And if not contribute, accept that I've already written. I write for 2 guitars all the time, even with my band now where it's only 1 guitar player. I just wanted him to understand that I've already got this part. Just play the damn part. It will sound awesome. And that was really, really the big issue with that band ultimately, was John's weird behaviour. So he wasted endless hours of energy on something that could have been sorted out by 30 minutes of hard guitar practice every day. You know?
He sounds like he's got a personality disorder. It sounds like as though he wants to,
I had some unwelcome glimpses into his psyche because we used to spend a lot of time together. And I'm not an expert, but maybe you're right. But he's unique in his behaviour. I've never seen anything else like it. Because, of course, John joined when there was money there, and we weren't poor all the time. We weren't rich, but we didn't have to go and lie to the job centre, and we didn't have to, be poor. There was some cash there for us to live on. And John never did the playing to 8 people in Stoke and not the horrible stuff, but the stuff where you just think, well, that's the nature of it. We're here, so are 8 people. We'll do it anyway.
The Tuesday nights in front of virtually, I've played gigs where I've played in front of nobody except for bar staff, so I know exactly what you're saying. And they're the nights when you really earn they're the nights when you don't question the reason why you're doing what you're doing, but they really do make you appreciate even being able to play in front of 8 people. Those nights there. But you need them, don't you, unfortunately? I'm a working musician these days. I get paid to play. And, look, we all love playing in front of the biggest crowds that we possibly can, but it's about a 50-50 split for me. But for you guys, playing in front of adoring fans and having somebody claiming credit for the wonderful work that you've done, I can completely understand why you wanted to exit a scenario like that. I mean, what else can you do?
I didn't exit. I was forced out. I didn't want to go. I had all this material for the next record. It was not on me in the end. An issue that arose that kicked it all off was it was irrelevant. I'm not even going to tell you. It was unpleasant. But whatever changed where me and Dan were no longer friends made it very, very difficult. And John had a hand in that with his bullshit, essentially. I'd love to be able to say something nice about him. As a person, he was all right. He wasn't a bad guy to hang out with. But, he's a funny one. Can you excuse me just for 2 seconds? I've got to go to the door. I'll be straight back.
You're right, no worries.
You there then?
Definitely. Yeah, still here, mate.
Yeah, sorry about that. Unimaginative postman.
No, it's all good. No, that's all good. No, look, I really appreciate your candour and your frankness and sharing all of that. I can't imagine it'd be easy all these years later.
If it was about settling scores, I could have done that years ago. That's not what I'm doing. I feel sad that album never got made, because in reality, unless something really changed, I was only doing that one more album then going anyway. And it was sad for me to think like that. I loved playing in that band. And, it's just... You could list 10 things that could have been done differently that might have changed it. But ultimately, I was pushed out, I was sacked, and Les was appalled at my treatment because he knew damn well it was me that was constantly working. So the whole thing is on John trying to achieve some status. So, fuck him. I don't think he's ever tried to message me since. That was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
And in reality... he wasn't that crucial core of a band that he wanted to be. Whatever he contributed was very samey, and we used to spend a lot of time tweaking his parts. We didn't stop him writing. We wanted everyone to write. But it was the sandbagging, mate. Why would you do that? Even if you just accept he is a parasite and that band was his meal ticket, why would you try and change that? He got the best easy ride in the world. You know,
I think some people get envious.
Songwriting with him.
But I think from my own experience, not just in bands, but I've just finished up a tenure as working for a large telecommunications company here called Telstra. And even whether you're in a band or in a corporate environment, if you've got a great idea, somebody's very envious because you've got that great idea, and it's not even that they didn't think up of it; they just don't want you to have a good idea. Sometimes it's as simple as that, and I think that's why I mentioned that he may have had a personality disorder, because I've met plenty of these people over the years, and it just comes down to that sense of lack that they have. Really, I mean,
maybe
a good idea for him would have been to just take his spot in the back seat and just go along for the ride. Jesus, I'm a bass player. I know all about that.
Yeah. I didn't want him in a back seat. I wanted him to contribute because it gave us that much more power. But it was his silly behaviour that caused most of that friction. And because he was saying one thing to one person and one thing to another, it just exacerbated the whole issue. And it's tragic, because in a parallel universe, maybe that album got made. It would have been 1,000 times more powerful than Midian. I would have been totally comfortable doing a Clive Barker concept record, because there were no lyrical themes on that record yet. They were totally open to interpretation. They're not. You couldn't listen to it and say that's a Cradle of Filth song. But if I played you the equivalent demos that went for Cruelty, you could see the connection. You could see how they'd grow. Because I didn't want to be the centre of something. I wanted to be on this mega team of everyone pulling at the same time.
Well,
and that was the thing.
Yeah, I had a discussion this morning with one of my newly minted bandmates, and he's the drummer, and it's his band along with the singer, both excellent musicians, and certainly got their heads screwed on the right way, but they've been sharing with me that and I've just been recruited into the band, that they've been having issues with guitarists, and look, I just said I've held my own band, I've chaired my own bands, and I've created bands and had relationships with agents and therefore the venues and the like, and it's bloody hard work. And I said to Gary even this morning, I said, look, it's probably best that it's yourself and the singer Kelly in the band that I'm in. And look, over time, I hope that I become a part of the Inner Sanctum, but I realise I've got to do some work to get there. But just have a coalition of the willing around you. It's very hard to have it even Stevens and to be not a fully democratic process, but a process where people contribute evenly. Now, we won't ever really have that problem because in the band that I'm a part of, we're playing covers music, but I can totally understand from the perspective that you think, well, more creative hands are going to produce better music or better quality music or certainly more music, that you'd want to take that attitude, particularly in a band like Cradle of Filth, where really it was very open-ended. I mean, especially on evidence that you did the Misfits cover on the From the Cradle to Enslave EP, you could almost have gone almost in a punky direction as well, couldn't you? So there was that full-blown bombastic symphonic edge. You know, you've alluded to the fact that there was that riff that Gian brought in that almost sounded like a Norwegian or a Scandinavian black metal opening. What was the second song? Well, no, it's the first proper song that's not an instrumental, on Cruelty and the Beast. There are so many different directions that the band could have gone. And that's what I think I loved about Cradle of Filth. Now that I'm talking to you about it, you couldn't... Yeah, sure, you got the whole black metal thing, but really, you were just a great heavy metal band. And therefore, on that basis...
Well, that's how I understood it. It doesn't matter what colour it comes in. Heavy metal's like a cockroach, mate. As long as there's bored teenagers and cheap guitars, there will always be heavy metal of some kind. You know, you can stamp on that cockroach all you want. It just keeps coming back with a different name.
Yeah.
And that I get a kick out of. That it's not there's no good new music for me to listen to. It's just it's harder and harder to find. So, but yeah, the phrase you used, the coalition of the willing, what an excellent way of describing it. It never bothered me one bit if anybody else brought an idea in, because suddenly I could do something different, because you're not building the foundation, you're interacting with people. You know, the song Mouth Through the Looking Glass, I didn't write any of the initial parts. What me and Nick did was get those initial parts and play them how we play them, and that's how that song runs. You know, I put the melodies on the slow part, but that was Rob's part that he brought in. And so, yeah, it's a funny time. I've always threatened to write a book because some of this stuff...
I think you need to, mate. Yeah, there's no...
Well, it sounds like bullshit when I say it out loud, but I promise you some of those things really happened. You know, all those bizarre stories that still come up, the being thrown out of the Vatican. The truth of that one will come out eventually.
Yeah.
You know, that was actually my fault, and I've never had the balls to tell the whole story, but one day, Andy.
Well, no, I'd encourage you to write a book because I think it'd be fascinating. You're articulate. You stand within your own truth on these matters, and you're an integral part of two very important albums. So, mate, yeah, I mean, look, it's these days you can self-publish. I mean, you know all this stuff. I'm not telling you anything you know, but you don't know. But you can self-publish, and mate, I think you'd have quite a readership out there, or maybe even.
I would prefer to get a writer to listen to me and Nick and Les, because of course Nick's there from the first album onwards. I turn up a year and a bit after that, and they were cool. You know, the sense of camaraderie Nick always brings up, making the Vampire EP, because none of us had anything. So we were all just poor in this unheated studio, getting on with it as best we could. We had no preconceptions. The guy who gets the production credit, he wasn't really a producer, we realised now, he was an engineer. And he was at no point saying, well, how about, and can we, and this is how, and making it go forward like a guy like Kit or Mike Exeter would. And that it needs doing. It doesn't matter, because there was always that idea of everybody shares everything. I thought it would stay like that, where everybody would be comfortable with it and just muck in when they needed to. You know, I'm a terrible keyboard player, but if somebody needs to play some extra keyboards and I'm the person that's there to do it, I'll do it.
Yeah, you just do what you say. Do what you got to do to get the job done. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah,
I always guessed people like you didn't give a fuck how it happened. You just wanted it to happen, to have your next record that you wanted. And because as a metal fan, that's what I want. I wanted that next album for my favourite band. That, like Iron Maiden, they was on a sort of 18-month turnaround. And you knew there was a new record coming before it was announced. You start getting excited and get your hopes up for it. And Maiden especially, they would normally cash them in beautifully for me. You would always get the record you wanted back when I was a teenager. And because I took them on, they were like one of my first metal bands. My older sister had a copy of the first album that she gave me when I first got a record player. But the first one that was released as a fan was Somewhere in Time when I was about 12.
That's my favourite album.
And I was very lucky. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got to see them on that tour. It was great. And I watched them every tour till Bailey. That's not a criticism of him. I used to go and watch Wolfsbane. They were great. I really like his solo stuff that he's done after Iron Maiden, but as the frontman for Iron Maiden, it just didn't do it for me.
Totally agree. I don't know what happened there at all, and I think a lot of people would love to get the full story on that one there, because Steve Harris, that is, sorry for anybody listening, has never really come out and explained his decision, what with the volume of excellent singers that were available, and certainly would have no doubt wanted to join Maiden. I think in Wolfsbane, Blaze was pretty good. I think he's very good in his solo material. I think he gets it completely right, but I have no idea what Steve was thinking, particularly when it came down to Virtual 11. I'd almost describe that album as unlistenable. It just sounds like a cardboard cutout copy of the wonderful...
Is that the one with Falling Down was the lead single?
No, that's the X Factor, which I thought was okay. I could give him that. But a lot of people like to blame Yannick for the way Maiden sound through the 90s, and I think a lot of the best songs were written through the 90s by Yannick. I think if Yannick wasn't in the band, my God, I don't know how...
He's a great guitar player. Great guitar player. Do you ever hear the new wave band he was in, White Spirit?
No, I haven't.
Just by freak chance, I had... This is Yannick Gers when he was probably like 19 or 20. He was a great guitar player back then, and it's that same vibe he's got. They're not my favourite records, the Bailey ones, but when he contributes, he's a great guitar player. You know, I probably couldn't pick one of the Iron Maiden guitar players that was my favourite. It was the whole thing that was Iron Maiden was what I enjoyed.
That really interests me, because I had you pegged as an Adrian Smith guy, because in my view...
At a push, yes. But
in my view...
What made me want to play guitar was the solo from Prowler.
Oh, well, that's Dave, isn't it?
Which I believe is Dave Murray.
Dave Murray, yeah, I'm pretty sure that one is. But in my view, Adrian symbolically handed the torch to your good self through the 90s. So when Maiden started checking out the 90s, Cradle stepped up, and you in particular took that torch from Adrian, because I can hear a lot of Adrians in your playing.
The high praise keeps on coming. I couldn't have asked for a nicer thing for anybody to have said about me. I've always loved the melody that you had. You know, the lead in Stranger in a Strange Land.
Yeah, totally.
How beautiful. How utterly beautiful. But my favourite Maiden records are the first one, because it was my first Maiden album. But I love Seventh Son. There was something about that record. You know, the way it holds together.
Yeah,
there's no flab on it. The instrumental break in the title track is exemplary. You want to understand why metal is great. Listen to that tune. And if you can get, you know, even the people who can't get past how... It was kind of prog for Maiden, wasn't it? It was much less direct, much more...
Yeah,
you could hear like
much more thoughtful.
a Uriah Heep thing and a Deep Purple thing happening in there. But that instrumental break in the center of that is so powerful. I played it to my son when he started listening to music, and his mouth was just open. He'd never heard anything like it, and he'd heard Maiden before. But yeah, the raw power of that band, and probably Adrian Smith, if I had to pick a favourite. Because of those melodies, I can remember having a VHS tape of the promo of Strange in a Strange Land and pausing it to try and see how you played that beautiful melodic break in the centre.
I did the same thing, yeah. I know exactly
I was
what you're
probably
saying.
in my 20s by the time I nailed it.
Yeah.
And I'm a guitar geek. It's one of those things I don't mind saying that I used to sit there and play over all my favourite stuff and try and work out how it was done.
Well,
but,
I can hear a lot of that
so
phrasing.
much.
Yeah, I think it's come through big time then, because I can hear a lot of that phrasing. So if I'm significantly influenced by you as a guitarist, and I can hear, and now it was just one of those random things. I remember being into Maiden before, of course, Cradle, because they've been around a lot longer, and I remember really being into Adrian's playing, and then hearing yours and thinking, shit, it's almost the same thing. It's just coming from the same school, but of course it's this X-rated version of new wave of British heavy metal that Cradle were doing.
That's a great way of saying it. To be fair, you'd have to add Glenn Tipton in, because I can see Glenn Tipton then Adrian Smith. You know, the really melodic Priest solos, I think, contributed to what Adrian Smith was doing as much as Adrian Smith contributed to what happened after him. One of my all-time favourite leads is from Turbo Lover. It's not hairy, scary technical guitar playing, but the melody just goes straight in, and it is really aggressive as well. I know that's a sort of, I'll get thrown out of the Priest Fans Alliance for saying that I like the Turbo album. I think it's one of their strongest songs, weird production or no.
I think people are coming around to that
guitar
album
solo,
now, though. Yeah.
Oh, I've threatened to cover it a couple of times, but I haven't got the voice for it.
I don't think Rob has.
I just want to play that solo live.
Well,
all those guys. My favourite guitar players. First song I could play all the way through was Holiday in Cambodia, followed by Iron Man. Every guitar player is a sum of those early influences.
Isn't that interesting?
You just keep adding to it.
Because East Bay Ray was one of my primary influences as well. Him and Mantis were, I love the way he plays guitar. On one of the first songs I ever heard where I went, that's the guitar playing that I wanted to play like, was Chicken Conformist off Bedtime for Democracy.
Yeah, it's great riff. I always love the intro of Police Truck.
Nice, yeah.
Nice. There's a sort of eerie, sinister quality to his guitar playing, where
he's
you
a good
can hear
guitarist.
it and sort of go, that's like an up new wave sort of vibe.
Yeah,
and then you hear it again and you think, fucking hell, it's really, really creepy what he's doing. And like the octaves at the beginning of Holiday in Cambodia, I just stumbled on how he made that sound and caned it over and over again till I could play the tune. I used to cover it with my friends when I was young. It's but it all goes in and it all stays, but it's always melody for me.
It is.
Really frightening guitar playing. When I was young, I used to practice all the time. I was so much faster when I was 19 than I am now. But it's because I've adjusted what I want to achieve. I don't want a little gold star for being the fastest. I want somebody to whistle it on the way home.
Yeah. And what about some of the... I'm, being a bass player, I'm a massive fan of Mark King and Level 42. Did you get into any bands like Level 42, Psychedelic Furs? I
can't see the joint, but Psychedelic Furs, I always loved that tune, Pretty in Pink. I've never heard anything else by them. But that's it's one of those songs, there's a time and a place that used to get played. Being from a small town, there wasn't a rock pub and a punk pub and a reggae pub. There was just one big place where they played all that music over the PA on a busy night. And so I remember Pretty in Pink, and it just reminds me of hanging out with my friends down by the ocean, like we always did.
Well, I love Psychedelic Furs. In all honesty, they played a gig up where I'm from in Queensland, Coolangatta, in 2006 to about 30 people, and it's probably one of the best gigs I've ever seen. Actually, it was Rich the Butler Brothers were playing, but they had a very good lineup then, and Jesus, they put in a great show. But the question I wanted to ask you is, I've also, and do check this out, there's a guitarist called Boone Gould who was the early guitarist, or the guitarist through the 80s in Level 42. I find a lot of your guitar playing sounds similar to his as well. Now, completely different genres and the like, but I'm hearing
I'll check it out. I've always had a bit of an aversion to Level 42, not because of the band or their music, but because, and you might even know this guy's name, one of my contemporaries who's from the same part of the world as me is like the world's leading expert on Mark King. And genuinely, when we were teenagers, you could say to him, if you mention Mark King or Level 42 in the next 20 minutes and slam your head in the door, he would say, but Level 42. He's called Stuart Clayton, and he knows everything about that style. He's written books about Mark King's playing. It's fantastic what that guy can do. But I've always joked with the bass players that I work with, if I see your thumb over that pickup, you are fired. That's not metal bass playing. I want you on the kick drums, and I want you to, all the space in between is yours, but you put your bass note on the kick drum, everything else I'll leave to you.
Yeah.
But I will check it out. I mean, that's an interesting parallel.
Yeah,
because the things I listened to when I was growing up that weren't metal was, I've always been like a secret electro pop fan from the early 80s, because that was like in Britain, more of a punk movement. Suddenly, people could afford synthesizers that couldn't play keyboards. They weren't the dude from ELP. They were just like hitting stuff. And so early Human League, I really got into, and Fad Gadget, and all the punk tunes like the Ruts that we used to hear down the pub. Where as much as I loved Iron Maiden, the degree of energy, that tune Babylon's Burning, again, when I hear that, I'm right back at that weird bar with the open back facing out over the sea, with no fence between us and the cliff. It's surprising most of us are still here.
Jesus,
and I mean, it was one of those things. All music goes in. I'm forever saying this to my peers and my students. You can't pick your influences, because if you say, one of my students said, I hate Coldplay. Well, Coldplay now influence you in a negative way. There are negative influences. So I guess Level 42 might be a negative influence on me, because Stuart never stopping talking about them. And the Smiths, I was like a closet Smiths fan. I always felt weird talking from that.
Johnny Marr, yeah.
Actually, the beginning of Meet Is Murder is more disturbing than a lot of death metal records.
Yes, yeah. Well, Johnny Marr was the guitarist, wasn't he? He's gone on to have a tremendous solo
It wasn't
career.
the guitars, it was Morrissey. His lyrics I find really engaging, and I actually think he did his best work as a solo artist. So no, don't tell the Smiths fans where I live. There'll be bricks through my window.
We have very similar views, I think, on things, and I tend to agree with you on that. I think the Smiths had one good record, but it was, you could tell there was a lot of drugs and debauchery going on at the time, and I think he sort of straightened himself out and started to produce more coherent music as a solo artist.
Yeah. No, one of the most beautiful lyrics I've ever heard is Morrissey. I couldn't tell you the name of the song. I do have it in my iPod somewhere. And he says, you've never been in love until you've seen the sunrise behind the school for the blind. And that's a picture right there. And it's a unique one. That's him. He's not talking to us in common metaphors. He's just telling his listener. He's quite conversational, his style. It's like he's talking to you, some of his lyrics. And, that level of beauty just engaged me. I have a great friend who used to hang out in the same bar as me. He was as goth as I was metal. And we learned to listen to each other's music. So he gave me Killing Joke and Sisters of Mercy and Bauhaus and bands like that. And I got him listening to Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden and Slayer. And, it's a great way to be. Segregation of music is a bad thing. There are too many little genres now, not enough crossing over. Yeah,
no, I agree. And you mentioned in Bauhaus, I'm so glad you do mention them, because I love especially Peter Murphy's solo stuff. Would you say that had an impact on you musically, or was it more of an aesthetic?
Oh, no, it's the music. It's back then it was more you experience the album cover as you pick it up from your friend's collection and put it on. But Bella the Ghost Is Dead is a great tune. And I loved the guitars on it, because they were like Killing Joke. They were like Metal Through the Looking Glass. They were doing the same thing as the metal guys. Yeah. Oh, Killing Joke were a bigger thing for me. The guitar playing on Killing Joke went right in. Discharge, that was another band that I used to play down at that bar. And still listen to Discharge now. And, I definitely take influence from what that guy did. Was it Bones was his name?
I think so, yeah. Didn't quite get into Discharge. Yeah, all I remember them for was the glam album, like the LA Gun style album they came out with in 1985 or 86. Not that I wasn't old enough to remember. I was too young back then, but I read quite a bit about
I've actually never heard it. They were records that you could pick up in the second-hand store. And I think I saw a shot of maybe Metallica or Slayer wearing a Discharge shirt. And so for £1 I could take home a copy of Hear Nothing, See Nothing. And it hit me very hard, that one, because I'm not a metal fundamentalist. I don't think it all has to come from Black Sabbath and Deep Purple to begin with. It's, like I was saying, it's this cockroach thing, bored teenagers doing things too loud. That's where that sound comes from. And so, there was a lot of different music went in. We're so far away from the city. We had our own local heroes, like a punk band that some people have heard of. I met people around the world who knew this because I used to wear a little Cult Maniacs pin on my jacket when I was touring.
Right.
They were a big thing for me. I still, they were never huge, but they had an impact on the guys round here because they were so fucking noisy. They were so out of order. They were just, in the conservative days of the 1980s, the Cult Maniacs and later the Vibe Tribe were crucial for me to see how little they gave a fuck of what anybody thought of them, and they did it anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it all goes in. Even just having the radio on, stuff will go in. So it's hard to pick out influences. We all have our favourites, but probably, if you kept pulling out bands, I'd probably say, I love the guitar playing on X, whatever it is. You know, and it's quite easy for me to pull out things that I hated about guitar playing. When I was young, I hated the Eagles. I had to learn to appreciate the Eagles fairly recently.
I had to, when I first started getting guitar and bass lessons back in the early 90s, I had a guitar teacher who was obsessed with the Eagles, so guess what I had to learn? And I hated
a bad experience of the Eagles, like Hotel California, right? That's like, it's in my top 10 things I prefer never to hear again. But, you know, tunes like Take It to the Limit, if you're a songwriter, you just go, how fucking clever is that? That sounds like a basic country tune. It's actually really happening at a musical level as well.
Well, I think One of These Nights, I think now is one of the best songs ever written because of the moving, grooving bass line that he put underneath it and the wonderful vocal cadence that he's got. Who was that? Glenn who sang that one? It was one of the two of them.
I'm not an expert, mate. I'm just an end user of the Eagles.
Likewise, but I actually saw them. Thank God I did. Actually, I did see them when they came to Brisbane, and they were pretty good. They weren't too bad actually, and I'm glad I did because it was only a matter of a few months later that Glenn passed away.
Yeah,
you know, so that's
it's one of those bands where there's a few times I thought I'll go and see them next time, like Queen. I'll go and see the next tour. And of course, never got to see it. It would have been interesting.
Oh God!
Because I think talking about it now, the Eagles used the same tools as some of the metal bands, the lovely harmony guitars they were famous for. But what it didn't do was go right through you like an ice pick, like some of the harmony breaks Iron Maiden would pull together. And I think it was a sense of disappointment. I was hearing that recognisable sound, but not understanding that they weren't trying to scare the piss out of the first 10 rows with their evil metal. They were doing something different. It was more inclusive, less confrontational than a heavy metal sound. But I have my students to thank for this, doing deep studies of the Eagles and the Beatles and all the stuff I didn't get when I was young. Some of it stays I don't get. But, you know, I understand why the Beatles were a big thing for people of that era. And the big one, of course, one of my students who sadly passed away this year, huge Fleetwood Mac fan. I had no idea Fleetwood Mac had a life before that self-satisfied cocaine-induced ALR stuff that was on the radio when I was growing up. Peter Green is now one of my favourite guitar players.
Well, I was
so
going to
sweet
say,
and so beautiful when he plays and so angry when he goes that way.
Well, Lindsey Buckingham's one of the best guitarists I've ever seen live, actually.
Funny, he's a great player. I appreciate them now. And it's through my students, again, having to learn, what is that guitar line that comes up every few years? There's one that's really involved. Does Big Love got like a frighteningly fast fingerpick intro?
Yeah, I know the one you're talking. I'm not that big. I make a point of seeing these bands when they come through town because they're all dying, and I think, well, if I don't go and see them now, and to that point, I've just missed out on bloody Paul McCartney tickets. The stupid ticketing system didn't quite work, so I missed out on that. So either they're going to do another release, or I'll miss out. And they're playing the Suncorp Stadium, which is our major football stadium here. But I think I've missed out on that, which is a shame because I can only imagine that Paul imbibed as much of the illicit substance types that his contemporaries did, and I've noticed with Messrs. Bowie and Kilmister that you tend to get into your 60s if you've been doing those things through your 20s and 30s, and that's when that's when your heart sort of goes, all of that stuff you did 30 years ago, no good whatsoever.
No. So David Bowie is something I grew up with because my sister loved David Bowie, but she was very much about contemporary music being fashionable. And so her cast-off Bowie albums, I was always 3 or 4 years behind. I used to love songs like Ashes to Ashes. I still listen to that one regularly, the Ziggy Stardust album. He's one of those... He was doing his own thing with a degree of authority that most people will never match. And I don't think he'd go to shit what anybody thought. No, he was never playing to the crowd, that guy.
He was. I spoke to Glenn Hughes recently, who's just a legend. You obviously know Glenn Hughes. He's a wonderful bloke.
He's friend of a friend. I've never heard anything bad about Glenn, and apparently has some of the most hilarious stories in the world.
He does. And the short story that he shared with me was a David Bowie story, and it was about Bowie coming into his house and going, Glenn, no. You've got to throw out all of these clothes. You've got to start all over again and reinvent yourself. That's what you've got to do. And I think that was at a time when Glenn probably needed some good friends around him, by his own admission, as he said to me on the phone that he doesn't remember the 80s. It's not the 60s he doesn't remember, it's the 80s that he doesn't remember. And I think that's the period where his friendship blossomed with David. I'm just imagining it. That's the case there. Not saying it was like that, but David's very special to me, actually, because we, when my wife and I got married, the bridal waltz was As the World Falls Down from the movie Labyrinth. Oh, yeah. And
it's funny, I collaborated on a version of a Labyrinth song with a guy from Australia recently.
Oh, what song was that?
Within You.
Yeah, gosh, that's great. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he just came out of nowhere with it. And I just rebuilt my studio. That was the first chance that I had to rag out all the new equipment. Whether it has a future as a project, I don't know. He keeps threatening me with some original music to put around it. But it was an interesting one. Again, it's like when you're learning songs as a guitar teacher, you see them on a sort of, for want of a better word, forensic level. And you can kind of see the fingerprint of the songwriter. And I've never looked it up. I suspect that's Bowie writing with somebody else. It's a very, very strange song. Or even if it was written to picture, because it's the dramatic scene with the impossible stairways, isn't it?
Yeah, the stairways.
I never saw the movie once. My little sister loved it. And so I think I watched it on VHS with her when we were kids, and that was my one contact. But this guy that I was chatting to, same as yourself, went to one of the shows in Australia and decided to contact me. He's an excellent singer. And I wish I could tell you the name of the band he was in, because apparently they did tour Australia and they had some movement going on.
So it's not metal music he's playing. He's playing more...
Oh, no, it's metal. And it's a metal version of Within You that he requested.
Okay. Well, I might look that up.
Because what fascinated him was what I would do with the string harmonies on the guitar. Because I said, well, if you want the keyboard thing that they've got on the original, you can't ask me to do that. I'm not good enough with keyboards to perform it. And he said, no, I want you to tackle it with guitars. And so I just went at it, and he was thrilled. But it wasn't finished, because it's like a 2-minute song. And so I asked him to build around it, start writing again, and get him out of his retirement. Same as all of us, we have families now, and so you can't get up at 6 a.m., work until 9, back to bed, and then do your little writing bursts like I used to. It's kind of not formalised, but I do a couple of hours, 6 days a week, pretty much. And so I'm just waiting on him, actually. It'll be really exciting when I get to hear the rest of it, because it will put it in a context.
It's a band called Rose Scythe?
No. They had a sort of generic black metal name. They were generic black metal. But I remember meeting this guy and chatting to him at the Melbourne show. And our lives are similar enough. We always have plenty to chat about, and so we're mates now. But I welcome any collaboration. It's very few people ever ask me to join in with things, because guitar players grow on trees. You know, there's thousands of them. And of course, like the joke goes, how many guitar players does it take to change a light bulb?
99, except one, but 99 to stand there and point and say, I could have done that.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. There are a million guitar players. And so it's always a pleasure to be asked. Like a German Gothic rock band asked me to contribute to their record that I was really surprised by. That again turned out to be a guy that I met touring Germany many years ago. Haven't heard the album yet, so I threw him some guitars. Apparently they made the cut and they're on there. And then there's lots of early days projects that I'm on at the moment. Like, Ninepence is ongoing. I've started writing the second album. We have an EP and an album recorded. But the overwhelming disinterest of labels means it's slowed down, because I'm going to release it myself. I think it's good music and it deserves to come out, because it's a different thing than anything else I've ever done, not just because I'm singing, but because of me and Rob, the drummer, Rob Van Hughes, who is excellent in the same way as Barker is excellent, and the same way that Adrian is excellent. The difference would be, Adrian, we didn't have a sympathetic thing. We had to verbally communicate a lot more, where the bass player in Ninepence every now and then just says, it's like listening to binary when you two start, and we'll bash back and forth in some sort of weird code, and it manifests as music, and I love playing like that. It's a different thing. And it's not a solo record. Somebody asked me, is it a solo? It's absolutely not a solo record. That is a band. In fact, I'm not afraid to say the heaviest tune, the best riff on there, all I did was write the vocal line. That was the rhythm section, came up with everything else, and I loved it. It's great to be in that position, but there's a possible return to black metal, see if that works out. An old friend of mine wants to put something like that together, who's very, very good drummer, who you've heard, but I'm not dropping names until it looks like it might happen.
Sure.
Not Barker, sadly. Yep. But you'll know the guy's name if it turns up. I do production work I want to get back into doing. There's a great band that play with ninepence a lot called Graviton, which is my best ever students band. And I'm looking for, they're coming into the studio in the very near future. There is stuff, but it's all so early on. I want to say I'm doing this brilliant thing because it's starting to happen, but it has to be not a commercial product. I listen to albums and I want to make albums. The modern let's do a single thing, which of course is the same as the 1950s. It's nothing new at all. Doesn't appeal to me. I want to make a complete piece of work. And if you want to just play one song, you play it.
Well, I think
I
your
want to make it something
creativity
that flows.
Yeah, your creativity lends itself to a unit or a body of work rather than a once-off. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've said no to lots of people to do a guest guitar solo. But I would always be up for collaborating with people on work, or somebody like that dude from Melbourne. Just he gave me loads of adjectives like this, but this song. And I just fired an arrangement together and did it, and we're still friends, so I must have done something right. You know, working with, and especially now with Dropbox, my excellent sidekick, I can be anywhere and collaborate with anybody. Where, you know, the audio files are universal now, and it's getting easier and easier to do it.
What do you use to record? Like, you're using Pro Tools, you got a Pro Tools rig set up, or you use Logic?
I've never liked Pro Tools, actually. I've always found not always, years ago, Pro Tools interface was very, very clunky. And because I was comfortable with Logic, I'm sure you know Logic will talk to TDM hardware.
Yep.
And so I got into Logic, and that's still what I use. Our album was done partially in a studio not far from here because they have the wickedest sounding drum room. Recorded the guitars and the drums there. Everything else was done back at my little workspace. So it was a Mac with Logic. It was in fact a G4, which I'd had since 2001. And that was its last job, was finish the ninepence album, and then you can retire and I'll replace you with something that basically towards the end of the mix, it was working so hard. I said, one day I'm going to hit that little button and it won't go bong, and I'll have to extract all the information from the external drives and be forced to change. So that was its last job, was doing the ninepence album. Everything else we've done is on my new Mac. So Logic for me. I keep meaning to get back into Pro Tools, but like I say, the interchange of files, this black metal project will be one guy working on Windows with Pro Tools, with me, with my Mac and with Logic. And as long as we stay on the same page, because he's a really good engineer as well, then the files will just fly up and down the country until something happens and it's worth us meeting up.
Yep.
But we've been friends, we realised chatting, we've been friends for 20 years and never actually played together, so now must be the time. But that will be, in his words, a barbaric, old-time black metal sound, so I'm not sure where he's going with it. I'm going to let him drive for a little while and wait for my files to come through.
I would love to see you do the full-blown new wave of British heavy metal hog. I would love to hear a full album of just you, just, as Jamie Justice says, just letting it fly, just bang out there, you know, full-on Adrian Smith style lead breaks. I'm hearing a lot of it out there at the moment, but again... Oh, yeah,
there's a lot. But a lot of it is... As a fan of that music, not from the time, but as a second-hand record buyer, like Trespass, Venom, what are the wackier ones? Elixir. Always loved Elixir's first album, stuff like that. I'd love to do it, but I'd want to do it in a context with other people who are as enthusiastic and familiar with the music as I am, so that we can just be dogs for a week and go and play in this mode. Let's all sound like Angel Witch for 10 minutes and see what happens. That kind of thing. But maybe I'd love to do something like that. I'd love to get back into doing twin lead guitars. But to take it back to what I was saying, honestly, I haven't done twin guitars since having to deal with John. It just sort of poisoned the well. It's about time I sorted myself out and found someone to play with.
Well, I'd love to hear that. You know, you remind me a little bit of, you know, Ralph Santola, the excellent guitarist that was in Deicide, Obituary, Sebastian Bach's band. He's a Floridian bloke.
Never met him, know his name. I used to see the Deicide guys around at festivals.
Yeah, well,
I think that was before his time.
When you guys were when you were playing
were they
Cradle
the
of Filth,
Hoffmans,
definitely.
the brothers?
The Hoffman brothers.
Those guys were crazy.
Death metal's answer to Kerry King and Jeff Hanneman. Yeah.
When we met them at festivals, me and Nick used to stand next to them because we looked like we weren't wasted then. They were out of control completely. I won't even get into it. The stories are out there, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but they were wild.
I was always into Deicide. I do love death metal, and I've always been a big fan of Deicide's work. But I got to tell you, when the Hoffman brothers left, I thought, oh God, here we go. Who are they going to get in? And then they got in Ralph Santola, and the career-defining album for Deicide, I believe, is the first album that he appeared on, which was, you might have heard it, but The Stench of Redemption. The guitar solos on that.
I lost Deicide somewhere around Once Upon a Cross, I think.
Well,
I was never a huge fan. They were one of those bands that my mates were into and I'd hear. But if I wanted Florida death metal, and another favourite album from my youth is Scream Bloody Gore and Slowly We Rot, sort of equal favourites of that style. I know they're very different. But as a Celtic Frost fan, it was quite gratifying realising that Obituary were the next thing on with that slow, grinding ugliness that they could produce.
No blast beats for John. Is it John Tardy or Donald Tardy, the drummer? Yeah, that was his major claim to fame, I think. And he's the band's all the better for it. Actually, I do quite like Obituary, and they're a band that I find that I can put on, and this might make you laugh, but I put them on around my kids quite a bit because they like to. We do this little circle pit thing around the living room, and
cool.
We do the albums that Ralph appeared on, because I've spoken to Ralph a couple of times as well, interview and over Facebook and the like, and I do love the albums that he appeared on with Obituary, so I do put that on. And the other album that I quite like putting on is the album that everybody seems to hate is the Morbid Angel record, Illud Divinum Insanus. I don't know whether you heard that one, but that's a very big departure for them.
Oh, whatever starts with E, because they're alphabetized, aren't they, Morbid Angel Records?
Yeah,
I love Domination. I was there from their first album, really liked Altars of Madness. They lost me a little bit on Blessed of the Sick. Covenant was going my way. I really liked that one. But Domination, I think they just peaked out there. And whatever the album, Entangled in Chaos, it's a live album, isn't it?
That's right.
And then Formula Fatal to the Flesh.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know it.
Yeah, they didn't do it for me. I wanted to hear where they were going after Domination. I didn't want them to take a step back. And around that time, I was lucky enough to chat to Trey. And what he was telling me was exciting. What happened wasn't what he had in his head. And maybe eventually it comes around and he finally I won't tell you what he said, but it would have been a radical departure for Morbid Angel. And it would have been exciting to hear because you got Sandoval playing the drums. You know, that is... Lots of drummers I know don't like him. I think he's exceptional. It's that brutality that he brings to whatever he does, particularly on Domination.
He's the one drummer that inspires drum envy, really. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. He's an exceptional drummer. I think he and Barker's very good, but with all due respect to Nick, Sandoval is just something else altogether. But I was speaking to...
I think Nick would agree with you, mate. When you catch up with him when he comes to Australia, I'm sure he would tip a hat to Pete Sandoval. But I don't think he's better than Barker. I think Barker is different. He's because sometimes Nick would try and emulate those incredible kick drums, and he got it very close. But Nick's innate style is kind of like mine. It's embedded in 80s heavy metal. We're unreconstructed metal kids from provincial Britain.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Gosh, I won't press you on it, but I'd love to hear what Trey said to you, because I did a 2-hour profile of Trey's guitar playing. There's a couple of guitarists that I really am inspired by. You're one of them, Trey. Ralph Santola in metal, you're the three.
Wow.
In terms of, and of course I'll add Adrian Smith to that mix there, but I did a 2-hour profile, the same radio show that I host that you will appear on, our discussion here will appear on. I did a 2-hour dissection, if you like, breaking down how Trey not so much approached albums, but the evolution of Trey Exagtoth. And you don't so much hear a change in his style as you hear a change in the production with Trey. His style actually hasn't changed much from the album that was the demo album, I think it was called.
Totally agree.
Abominations of Desolation, I think it was called, the one that had Mike Browning from Nocturnus instead of David Vincent on it, which is a very primitive and raw sounding album. But
there's something going on there, though, isn't there? It's got a thing. I heard that long after I heard Altars of Madness, but it was... there's something about that band, and it's presumably that's Trey's songwriting. That's why I love Domination. They are songs where Covenant, especially, right up until you get to Namataru and God of Emptiness, right at the end, there are some amazing riffs on there.
Oh, it's
one of those records where it engages you, but it doesn't leave you with anything too much. And that's where Domination got me. Songs like it's the one Barker used to play constantly. He actually jammed the CD in a CD player in our tour bus, and we had to listen to it forever. There was a double disc changer. He jammed Apocalyptic Raids and Domination by Morbid Angel.
Oh, Hellhammer, Apocalyptic Raids, yeah.
Yeah. And so I know those very, very well. It's called Where the Slime Live, that tune that he always used to it would send Barker giddy, just the technical stuff that was going on in the drums. But it was the song that went with it. They were songs in the sense that you recognise with Iron Maiden. They they were cool back then. And I was lucky enough to see more with Angel a few times, and they changed really dramatically. Not in the sound, but I suppose the clarity. Seeing them the first time for the Art of the Madness tour was just, it's like being put in a metal bin and hit with sticks for 40 minutes. It was amazing. Yeah. Didn't know what had hit me. Just couldn't take it in. By the time I saw them on their Domination tour, which is actually when I got to meet Trey, Nick introduced me. He knew them from somewhere. Mm-hmm. And the clarity was incredible. And they've got a strange stage presence as well. They're very like Slayer. They just kind of get on with it as though nobody's there. There's not a lot of crowd interaction. There's none of what I call Wayne's Welding. They all join in, everybody singing sort of shit. Yeah. But they were so engaging. It was one of is it the best death metal show I've ever seen? Could be. I mean, you have to count Obituary with that, because every Obituary show I've seen has been
very good. I haven't. They're the one band. They've toured here a couple of times, but they're the one band I've missed out on seeing, and I'm bloody kicking myself for missing them with Ralph. You know, but the Trey, I think I've distilled Trey down to an essence. It might not be the definitive, if you like, summary of Trey's playing, but what I think he is Eddie Van Halen thrown through a Jimi Hendrix blender in a death metal style. Now that to me makes sense.
I can see that. The Van Halen thing, yes, absolutely. Because Van Halen, you know, as a musician, I'm sure you appreciate that's a unique style he has. There is something...
Oh, it's unimitable. You can't
essentially
imitate,
Van Halen about it. You know, just to go against the grain again, I love his playing on 5150. He's so aggressive on that. There's another one of those records, Change of Frontman, rejuvenates the band. Never liked any of the other Hagar records, but 5150, what is that tune? The Trans-Trem one, Get Up. I have tried to play that a few times, and I even borrowed a Trans-Trem guitar to do it, and to nail it how he has it is incredibly hard. But yeah, I can see that, because Trey's got that sort of train of thought thing going on, especially in his lead guitars, where I think evidently they are planned, but they never sound rigid.
It sounds like as though he's winging it, like as though he's going perilously close to losing control of what he's trying to do, but then he just brings it back. And I don't know how he does it. He's just in touch with something else. Maybe, you know, he goes on with all of that H.P. Lovecraft stuff, which I don't really understand, to be honest. You know, all the ancient Sumerian, that's all part of H.P. Lovecraft's imagination.
I'm a huge Lovecraft fan. Well, discovered it when I was a kid.
Well, you know what I'm talking about then, but I think Trey takes it deadly seriously. He thinks it's like something that is real. It's not fiction. And... I spent maybe half an hour talking to him, and he's an unusual character. I couldn't say I knew the guy, but we did have an interesting chat about guitar playing, essentially, which is how he got onto his plan for the future. And maybe. But reality is a funny thing, mate. It bends and never breaks, but it will bend for you. You know, we all everything is perception. It really is. It is.
I had my life changed by my brother-in-law allowing me access to his library. And there were like 1,500 books there, and he just started picking out Sartre, and what a great pile of books. John Paul Sartre, forget the one, it's the copy I have still is the two negative faces facing into each other. And Carlos Castaneda, the first of the Don Juan books, in the same pile of books. And they stayed with me forever, those things. So... maybe I'm not quite as straight up the reality as some people think.
So Sartre is one of those existentialists, isn't he? Where, you know, questioning what's
I wouldn't
reality.
Even pretend to understand it. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and Descartes. He gave me Descartes. This is how we got talking.
Oh, yeah.
Was in a strange roundabout way. We watched that movie Dark Star, and he remarked that do you know the movie, the John Carpenter one?
Yeah.
The Living Bomb.
Yep.
He talked about the finale. He's a big film buff, this guy, in terms of Cartesian logic. And that's why they arrive at, I think therefore I am, and so he triggers himself. And that's why he let me into his library to just start raiding his books. So, Lovecraft was before that, but I have Rick to thank for some of the really strange things I've read over the years. But yeah, I mean, I think to some extent you're free to have your own reality. You know, if you turn the TV on, just to sound like some deranged old hippie now, somebody is inflicting a reality on you via the news. You know, the world is a fucking joyous place and a horrible place at the same time. But the news would have it that it's a deeply, deeply unpleasant place at every turn. And the way it tells you how to feel about events bothers me greatly. I don't have broadcast TV in my house. My children watch Amazon or something like that to get the kids' shows.
Yep.
And I watch almost no TV that was made recently. I'm a big fan of old horror movies, old science fiction movies, Doctor Who geek, that sort of thing. So, having the streaming means we get to choose. And it was adverts, ultimately. My son, same as me, has Asperger's, which you're not supposed to say anymore. We have autistic spectrum conditions. And when he was very young, adverts baffled him because we had to explain that when you're out shopping with your mother, that powder doesn't get it whiter than that powder. They just told you that on TV. And so we made the decision just to switch the broadcast TV off.
Okay.
So my reality is different because I have Asperger's. I struggle with facial expressions. So I'm much more capable of speaking to you sensibly on the phone because I'm not constantly misreading your face. However, what I miss out on there, my bizarre memory I get in return. I was in my 30s before I accepted that my memory works in a strange way, the way that I can recall strings, is how I think of it. Like you nudged me about the show in Sydney, and then I could see the venue, and then I could remember what happened the whole day.
Yeah, you've remembered that clear as day. When I spoke to Danny, I don't think he remembered it at all. I think he remembered. I had to actually remind him, but he only jogged his memory that he even toured Australia in 1997.
Yeah. Oh, it was a busy time. He had as much jet lag as I did. We were all a little bit spaced out because we were in Japan just before that, which is also great shows, especially Osaka. That was one of the best shows ever. And strangest, there was a couple of girls in the front row who had made finger puppets of all the members of Cradle of Filth, and they were dancing in front. They were right in front of me during the show, and they had their hands up with 3 puppets each dancing along during the shows.
Japanese. Yeah, I love the Japanese. Yeah,
the new culture shock was massive.
The band I was in actually had a Japanese frontman, and the things he'd come up with after 5 beers were just the funniest things. He'd have us in stitches. We'd go to a Chinese restaurant here at South Bank in Brisbane, and wherever we'd go to a restaurant, and after 5 beers, the things that he would tell us. I wasn't sure whether something got lost in translation, but no, what is completely batshit mental to my mate Matthew, who's still a very good friend of mine, was completely batshit mental to us, was completely normal to him. He'd have us in hysterics. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least that you had a great time there.
Yeah. Well, everybody was so welcoming. And lots of weird stuff happened. Ask Les about visiting the English pub. I won't tell that story, and he can't remember as much of it as me, I'm sure. But we had a great time. And, that night was... It's the first time I've been to a country where I couldn't depend on being able to read road signs. It never occurred to me that it wasn't even the same alphabet. And so I got horribly lost in Tokyo and had a massive adventure wandering around the place on my day off. Yeah. Everybody was super nice to us. They put flowers in your hotel room with little name cards from your record company.
That's nice, isn't it?
I came across one of those the other day.
Oh, really?
And so all the people that I met, we got to play with Psy. They opened for us when we played Tokyo.
That's a great
I never
band.
thought I'd get to see Psy. And I really, live, they are so different. Where they do so much of that ostentation, is that the word? With the keyboards. What we saw was the 3-piece Psy, and they were wickedly heavy. They were so heavy. And got to hang out with Mariah a little bit. He was a really nice chap as well. But the show in Osaka was just exceptional, where I think the first day we were there, everybody was, whatever it was, 8-9 hours off whack. And so I think I slept right through soundcheck, and my guitar tech woke me up and pointed out there was a show in 90 minutes. Everybody else had tried to stay awake. Everybody deals with jet lag differently.
Yep.
And they were good. I mean, we played lots of great shows back then. I mean, it sounds terribly arrogant, but there was a time when no other metal band could compete with us live.
I wouldn't disagree.
When we were paying attention.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I think when it all sort of clicked for you guys, there was, particularly in that era there wasn't a lot that could stand next to you. Actually, maybe Morbid Angel. Cannibal Corpse, I think, were doing what they do.
There was one. Keep going, you'll get to it. There was one band where genuinely we played a short tour with them, and we obviously become a little complacent on the first night. Me and Bark had a chance, so they fucking kicked our asses, and we got another 6 nights of this.
Oh, was it? What was it? Death, was it? I mean, Chuck was brilliant. So was it? Did you tour with
Dissection?
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of Dissection. I don't know what it is. It's not because
I love the Storm the Lights Bane record. That was definitive for the Swedish death black sound for me, and I don't think it's ever been equaled. I just think it's an amazing record, and I was thrilled to be touring with them. But we kind of took it for granted that we were headlining, and I think it was 6 nights. We got our asses kicked on night 1. We had to call it a draw the next 4. What pushed it over was the last night was being filmed by their record company with all of their staff in attendance, and we made a point of wiping the fucking floor with them because we could. And that's no disrespect to this section. Poor old John's no longer with us.
He's gone, yeah.
He also had an autistic condition that was never addressed. I'm not on a mission, but there were a lot of guys my age. We went through school and we were just bad kids. It never occurred to people that we might be wired up differently inside. And a lot of guys that I used to hang out with were varying degrees of this. There's one who is utterly deranged, and if his mum had taken him to a hospital earlier, things might have been different for him. It's very strange. Cawthon as well.
Oh, is that right?
I know. Well, I can't prove this, but a couple of guys I knew from Stockholm had met him, and the way they described interacting with him, I said, well, now that I know I'm wired up differently, not better or worse, just different, I can see how that interaction went. And then you listen to his music, and it goes in a different way to anything else Bathory for me. Twilight of the Gods is actually unique in my record collection, that when I remember it, it's utterly different to how it actually manifests on the album. It takes a few seconds to absorb me into it. And I think it's probably, we are wired up in a similar way. His imagination exceeded his skill by thousands of degrees. Yet he still put these amazing records together. They're some of my all-time favourites. It's and one of my favourite things that happened way back in the 90s was another one of those great days where I was doing something and Nick appeared very excited and said, you've got to come up on deck now. And we're on a ferry from Stockholm to Helsinki, and dragged me up on deck. It's freezing, as you can imagine. But he said, look, and it was the islands from the front of Twilight of the Gods. And he had his Walkman, and we had one earphone each, listening to Hammerheart. So that's how it's done.
Of course it is. That's how it's done.
It was a beautiful thing, one of those unique opportunities that we had. Because I'd never occurred to me where those islands were. But I won't go on about that sort of thing too much. But there are a lot of us wired up differently. It's, everybody's different. And I'm lucky that it's not debilitating for me or for my son. But we do see the world differently. And I think Trey lives somewhere up that, we would say, up the rainbow somewhere. These guys, we have different imaginations and different functions inside.
Well, a bloke I spoke to a few months back now was David Vincent. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Morbid Angel, so I'm a big fan in particular of David and his work. I like his attitude. I think he's a good bloke as well. I think he's...
I've never met him, actually.
Look, he's the sort of bloke who doesn't take any shit. There's no doubt about that. You ask him the wrong question, he'll tell you.
I'm sure.
I think he's literally the only person that I've spoken to who's sort of said to me, hang on a sec, what are you talking about, that sort of thing. I've spoken to about 200 musicians and artists at this point. But I made a reference to he's going, okay, outlaw country is the correct terminology, I think. Yeah, but I said your music sounds a bit like Johnny Cash, and I know that's a cliche. He goes, no, I'll stop you there. This American accent that he's got, this deep South American accent that he's got. I don't think it's a cliche at all. But look, he's another bloke who stands within his own truth, and I think he's probably death metal's greatest frontman.
Possibly, yeah.
He's probably, work with me here on this point, he's probably the only rock star in death metal. You know what I mean by when I say rock star, like that genuine David Lee Roth charisma. He's got it.
I think we have to have honourable mention for Jeff from Carcass at this point.
Yes, okay, I forgot about Jeff. Yeah,
he may have been rocking the same lines for the last 20 years, but he is a charismatic bloke. He really is. Yeah, that was a band that I used to go and watch when I was young. Again, a great show that I saw was the Heartwork tour in a tiny little club. And I think last year I went to see the Revenge of Grind Crusher, or whatever they called it, where however many years later people have realised Heartwork was a masterpiece. I saw them in front of 100 people and then 3,000. And very different, but still great. And Jeff loves it. He just eats up that. The bigger the audience, the more he plays up to it. He's really good with that stuff.
Well, they were
and he's not a mate. I'm not blowing smoke up anybody's ass. We used to sail over. That's the end of it. I think he's a class act. He's every bit the rock star that Dave Vincent is.
Okay, that's a fair point. Yeah, there's two bands that are significant that I miss completely. Cancer and Carcass. They're the two bands that I miss completely for whatever reason. It's just, you can't get into all bands, but I've had a moment with just about every death and black metal band out there. Of course, there are some bands like Cradle that live well beyond that and who do make the dais. But, for some reason, Carcass, I just missed it completely.
Yeah.
One of those things.
I think they were a band that my mates were into. Their early grind stuff, it was just there was a spare seat in the car. I'll come to the show with you. But when Heartwork came out, and this is just how I see things, if you're death metal or this metal or that metal or whatever it is, the really great records are just great heavy metal records. They go beyond that, and I think Heartwork is one of those. It's truly, you change one note on that, it can only be for the worse.
That's exactly. I feel the same way about Cruelty. I understand exactly what you're saying there. It's such a good point, and it's something Chuck Cialdini used to. Well, it's something Chuck Cialdini used to talk about. And I only really sort of, I understood what he was saying when I was younger, but I really get what he's saying now that I get older. That whether you listen, I think he's got a famous quote out there. Whether you listen to Death, Venom, or Judas Priest, at the end of the day, it's all just metal. Well, when I was talking to Jeff, or sorry, I should call him by his stage name, Mantis in Venom. When I was talking to Mantis in Venom, I said, to me, Venom are just a great rock and roll band, and he couldn't have agreed more with that statement. To me, it's all just rock and roll. I get that it's called heavy metal, and I get even further, it's called black metal or death metal or grindcore or what have you. But to me, guitars, bass, drums, vocalist, it's virtually the same setup as what Chuck Berry was using back in the late 40s or early 50s.
Absolutely it is. It's, like I say, Bored Teenagers, it'll come out somewhere and it'll have a new name in 2 years and then another name in 7 years, and on it goes. Like a favourite band of mine growing up was Soundgarden. I never knew they were grunge until maybe the third album they released after I got into them. They were, I thought in my head, a metal band. I saw them on the Louder Than Love tour. And
I agree.
So heavy.
I know what I've just said, but to me, they were a metal band. There was nothing grunge about what they were doing. It was bloody heavy. Yeah,
it was fantastic, and a great songwriter as well. That was the real growth that they showed, was they really nailed the songwriting. Stuff like, some friends of mine playing a rock covers band, they still fire out Spoon Man and Rusty Cage now, and people get it. Not everybody knows what it is, but they get that music.
Yeah, the only band that I've noticed has been able to live a life beyond that era, that there's two of them, is in terms of songs like playing in covers bands, and you actually get a reaction from people aged 18, because of course that's the legal drinking age here in Australia, 18 to 50 or 60 or what have you. Nirvana and Stone Temple Pilots. Stone Temple Pilots in particular get a big bang. Creep,
really?
Interstate Love Song.
They never did it for me, Stone Temple Pilots.
Likewise.
Nirvana, as a sort of passerby, I could see why people enjoyed it. I really liked some of the stuff on Bleach. My goth friend had Bleach, the tune called Negative Creep, which I enjoyed, and years later I realised I enjoyed because that's a Black Sabbath riff played at double time. And I remember the news coming on that the poor bugger had killed himself. But never a fan.
Yeah, likewise. Really. No, look, I wasn't a grunge fan. I was already into metal by that stage. So I was already into Iron Maiden and well, in terms of grunge bands or grunge bands that were considered alternative back then that I really got into, there was three. There was Weezer, Faith No More and Primus. But at a stretch, you could call all of them metal at some point, especially Weezer, who were in metal bands. Rivers was in metal bands prior to starting Weezer.
I totally agree, because my friends actually cover... Is it Hash Pipe and
Hash Pipe's Metallic?
Buddy Holly.
Buddy Holly, yeah.
And they do, some of the songs I actually don't know. And when I hear the original, they're a really good band. They do their own thing with it, and the heavy grooves they apply. Weezer were one of the bands when I heard the original. I thought that's exactly how they play it live.
Well, there were two albums.
Yeah, so they're sort of Motley Crue through the Looking Glass in a weird way.
I totally agree. It's pop metal, and there were two albums that I spun relentlessly in 1996 and beyond. That was Weezer's Pinkerton and Cradle's Dusk and Her Embrace. I think I had two CDs in my car, my little Suzuki Swift that I used to drive back then. They were the two. And Pinkerton used to match up with what you guys were doing very nicely. That's a brutal album in its own way. It's very angular. If those riffs were, say, condensed a little bit, there's a little bit more palm muting going on, that's a metal album in my view.
Yeah, totally.
Pinkerton?
No, it's how you want. It's there somewhere if you go looking. It never ceases to amaze me. Here's a new band that I really like. It's the Wolf People. Do you know them?
No, I haven't heard of them. Tell me about them.
I should check it out. There's an album called, it'll come back to me. Somebody says, you got to hear this. There's a movement in Bristol called Beard Rock. I said, what the fuck is Beard Rock? That's got to be worth one go. And I hated it all on this compilation record he gave me, except for this one band. And folksy and fuzzy and heavy by turns, but you'd never say that's a hell band. But it goes in the same way as metal. Steeple is the album to go for. There are 4 albums. There's one that's just collected pre-album demos. Steeple, forget the name of the second and third albums. I didn't listen to them as much. But it's the same kind of heavy that I get from a Great Priest record. But you'd never mistake them for a metal band. They don't look like metal. Same as Weezer. The visual trappings aren't there, but the execution is so...
The execution's the same. Yeah, that's right. That's how I feel about it, yeah. Oh, well, I'll check them out.
Yeah,
I've just got
check
them up
them
here
out.
now. Yeah. So, Steeple...
Silvery Sands is the song to start with.
On Steeple, the 2010 album.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit right.
I mean, Silbury is a place that I know really well, so I suppose that song caught my ear as soon as he started singing, because he obviously knows the area. It's part of what they call the Avebury line, where Stonehenge and then the Avebury circles are in the west of England. And Silbury is one of the man-made hills from the Iron Age. So, I could sort of see the place as he was singing. But I've followed that band through, and their second and third albums are great, but that one just really hit me. You know, the way one album will stay with you. And I've seen them live a couple of times. They're superb, and they're even heavier when you see them in person.
I think I've always noticed that most bands are heavy when they play live. Even these jangly pop bands have an element of it, don't they? It's unless they're really trying hard not to.
Well, the band that surprised me was years and years ago. Les was doing house for Killswitch Engaged, who are of no interest to me at all. It just didn't do a thing for me. That kind of, was it new metal? Was it post new metal that era?
Post new metal, I think, is the right way to look at it. Yeah, or metal. What's metalcore? I think.
Metalcore. That's the thing I was groping for. But Les mixed it, obviously. Now Les loves Motorhead. There is no two ways about this, and he applied that kind of wall of noise to the Killswitch Engage. But as well, they were doing like the crossed lead guitars of Judas Priest. They're a fucking metal band that some producer has tied up in a different way. To see it live, it was really happening. I bought the album just to make sure I wasn't imagining it, and it's wafer thin. Nothing to it. They were one of the biggest shocks I ever had live. It was them, 36 Crazy Fist, and another band that didn't go on to do much else. But the other bands didn't do it for me, but they were just like our peers. They were obsessed by metal and did it their own way. Never, ever going to listen to it again at home, but live, if they were playing in town, I'd be down there. It's a funny thing, the perception. More and more genres are dictated by record labels and present company, fucking know-it-all journalists that need to put something in a box. You know, it's all metal. It really is. I had an interesting conversation with somebody online the other day that doom is not a tempo. You know, it's... Look the word up. Look at the actual linguistic root of doom. It's fate. It's an inevitability. And you can meet that head on, be sad and cry about it, and that gives you the full range of the doom bands. And it's all because one of our new songs goes fast, would you believe? The horror of it all. Up to almost 160 beats a minute. And this guy was quite put out. He didn't want to talk to me at a show. He wanted to do it online. And he just couldn't see it. But you can call it doom all you want. It's just metal to me. We say doom because it makes our promoter that we used to work for comfortable. He can put it in his box.
That's all about marketing,
but I
isn't it?
reserve the right to be sinister at any speed I like. Because the next record will be grindingly slow and have, not quite thrash metal, but some fast, up-tempo metal stuff on it as well. Because although you guys haven't heard it yet, I'm not making the same album twice. That was never, ever what I wanted to do. You know, it's just... it's the creative process that I get excited about. Plus, it's a real fluid idea thing that we have going on in Ninepence. Although I always talk about Rob, our bass player, who is also Rob, engages just as much. It's just the simpatico thing we have means we can have an idea and turn it into noise really, really, really quickly. And it surprised us because when we started playing together, we were playing Slayer covers. And for one reason or another, I was morbidly depressed during most of the songwriting for the first album. And it manifests as such. I'm not going to put on a happy face for you. I'm going to tell you what I think, how it is for me. And now I feel better because that situation is over. And it's like having a weight taken off you. Suddenly I feel like scaring the piss out of you at high speed again. So on it goes. It's I've never, ever sat down and said, what this should be is. I'm perfectly happy to let the cards fall, see what goes. And I'm sure lots of my favourite bands do the same thing. You know, if you start making creative decisions based... There is a band that I was talking to an insider from, and they're a band that I followed, and they're one of the ones that I think could sell a shit ton of records if they get it right. But he was telling me this guy is now in... Their band leader is in a huge state of flux because he doesn't know, or he's not brave enough, that you just do your own thing. That's why people liked your band in the first place, your uniqueness. If you've already got Cruelty and the Beast, why would you want 3 more identical records? You want the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
Well, that's what that's what I really enjoyed about From the Cradle to Enslave is that it built on what the platform that you created with Cruelty, but you'd taken it in a different direction, but there was still that DNA there.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the core of it Cradle to Enslave did exist as a song when Nick was there in a very early stage. And it's one of the great tragedies that he didn't play on it, because it was Nick that first riff was quite contentious, because it's not a black metal riff. It doesn't sound like anything else. And Nick, one of the few brilliant compliments I got from him over the years, was we finished jamming it, and he said, if we don't use that fucking riff, there is something wrong with the world. And that's what pushed it over into being a functioning song. I was battling to get that idea. And a couple of guys still ask me how you play that as well now. Because it's just one of those things, pick up a guitar, make a noise. It stays eccentric and not difficult to manage, but unusual. I've never written anything like it before or since. And I don't need to, because it exists. You can go and play that on whenever you like.
Yep.
So, Dark Blood and Fucking is an unusual one as well, because, again, that was a fight to get that over. It was... We didn't have a row about it. It was just me and Dan had a disagreement about it. He was off doing his press thing, and I, contrary to what somebody told me, I never fell out with Dan because he went on a quest for celebrity. I actively encouraged it. I thought, what a great idea, because of his general behaviour. He would make an unusual celebrity. People would be interested.
Well, I think he went down that pathway, but it didn't turn out too well for him on one occasion. Now, I didn't mention this, and I would never mention it to him in an interview, but there was that famous show that he went on where someone just started taking the piss out of him, and it's on YouTube now, and started calling... Oh,
was that the Never Mind the Buzzcocks?
Yeah, must have been that. That's right, spot on.
The guy that was ripping the piss out of him was a friend of a friend, and I met him. And our friend said, oh, well, you've met Dan. And he said, it's my job. He opened himself up for it. I get paid to be funny. And if I can be funny at an idiot's expense, his words, not mine.
Jesus.
He went for
it. Have you seen that? Have you seen the video?
I've seen a couple of clips. Now, I'm not saying anything for certain, but let's just throw someone up in the air. What if all of Dan's spontaneous comments maybe came from a group effort to write cool and humorous things to say to people in interviews and on TV spots? And maybe those guys weren't there to help him anymore.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm saying nothing. I don't deride anybody. It's all a long time ago. But possibly. Some people are very comfortable working with a frontman and are okay with handing over their gags to do that. So, But yeah, that Dark Blood and Fucking was a horrendous back and forth. Because he'd been off doing this celebrity thing, he wasn't there in the rehearsal room, so the song had progressed without him. And I think he did a great job of it. I think it came out as a good song. I'd actually forgotten it existed until somebody asked me a question about how it was played. So, there's all these weird artifacts. A time will come statistically that I'll bump into him. And what I don't want is another row. I don't say, well, you said this and I said that. I'm happy to move on. But like I said, unlikely in the extreme. I don't hang out backstage at things. If I get tickets to something, I go and stand in the audience. My friends are there, I'll go and say hello. I could catch up with Barker or Les if they're in town, whatever it is.
So do you get recognised, though? Do you get recognised in, assuming you go to guitar shops to buy strings and all that sort of stuff if you don't buy them online, but do you get recognised by metal fans?
The minority of people recognise me physically, but it's my voice, apparently. Apparently my voice is distinctive.
Okay.
And because I was on a tube train in London a few years back and I was talking to my mate and this guy sort of heaved around with pin badge on. And so I knew that was you from your voice. But I used to, for whatever reason, maybe I just have an unmemorable face. If I took my makeup off, for the most part, I could walk through the audience at one of our own shows and nobody noticed. So who knows? Who knows? And it's always nice to meet people that do that. Strangely, though, it's all positive now. There was a time when I had to say to a guy in a nightclub in London who had been ever so brave and bounced over to me and said, Cradle of Filth is shit. And I just had to say, look, mate, if I had a quid for every time somebody did that, I could pay someone to tell you to fuck off. Now, fuck off. So it used to be a negative interaction when I was actually in that band, unless you're at your own shows and there were people that were there to see you. They were fans,
isn't that a sad
supporters.
state of affairs, though, for humanity when someone's being creative and playing guitar and have contribute to wonderful albums like you have, and some idiot decides that it's their mission for that moment in their puny existence to come up and offer that kind of feedback, which isn't going to mean anything. See, I've got a bit of a
but I would take as much notice of that as I would about the positive stuff, because you have to, not to take it too far back to Descartes, I can't be certain that I'm perceiving these things correctly, but I know the inside. And so I would go forward that way. I've very rarely read any of our reviews of our albums, because what I didn't want to do was see it through somebody else's eyes. People liked what we did
Well, I think
when we were
people
just doing our own thing.
I think the thing about Cradle was it was always a fan thing. The critics didn't get Cradle; they never got it. And I remember reading the reviews back in the day, where I think they were trying to say some words to the effect of you should sound more like the Scandinavian bands if you want to play black metal, which is just absurd. Because how do you advance and how do you innovate if you don't?
Yeah, because a couple of lads from up north and a lad from the West Country are going to sound exactly like Scandinavians. We used to joke about that shit. There was a working title for one project. I couldn't tell you what it was, but it was, if you look at a Immortal discography, they released Lizard Beast. And we had a copy of it and we played it, and it was a cool album. And the working title for whatever we were doing next was Drizzle Demons. We don't live in a snowy wasteland. Where I'm from is temperate and it has beautiful beaches, and the biggest city is like 80,000 people for a 2-hour drive to get to a bigger city. That's not how I grew up, and I'm not going to let on. I hate snow. It just didn't happen when I was a kid. It's warm where I'm from. So what not reading reviews did for me was allow me a sort of freedom for my imagination. Otherwise, and some of the guys did get like this, they would start second-guessing their instincts because somebody had said this. Now, most of those guys, the ones that write for the big pro magazines, they have to turn out a shitload of copy, and they might not necessarily have their eye on the ball. There were a couple of guys that I would be interested in personally when I talk to them what their opinion of what we were doing was, because they tell me differently what they'd write. Because there's always an agenda, isn't there, when you're a journalist doing the new releases. But
it's changed a bit. I mean, I guess I'm part of it. I would never consider myself part of that, the heavy metal media brigade. But I mean, I interview a plethora. Sorry there, mate, it just cut out. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, it just cut out then.
Yeah, it's where I live, the broadband's good to a point, but there's a pub over the road, and you get so much RF. I guess it's lunchtime when people take all their phones in there, and my phone will be a little bit jippy. Yeah. Can you tell me if there's any problems, mate?
It's just starting to cut in and out now. That's good. We'll keep on going until we got to stop. But I was just saying that. Look, I've made a very big point. If I don't like an album, I simply don't review it. And a few of my contemporaries that do journalism go, "Oh, that's not real journalism." Then I said, "Well, I guess I'm not a real journalist, and I'm not going to heap shit on a band because I don't like what they're doing. I might miss the point." I've done the
same thing with my writing, mate. There's a couple of things where I said I'm not reviewing it. The two most common ones are one of my mates in the band, and I can't say good or bad about it without it looking like it reflects on somebody that I know. And the other one is this is dog shit. And on general principle, when somebody said, well, you have to review that one, I told people exactly what I thought of it. He's seen it my way ever since. So won't tell you the band, but I'm sure you can find me on a website howling on this particular band for their juvenilia.
Oh, there are some bands that I think deserve to get fairly negative feedback. And I know I always try to structure feedback as if I was giving honest feedback to the band themselves. They might never read it. I doubt even most bands read the feedback. But most of the feedback that I do give would be like, and I'll mention the band, there's a band called Mantar who I think have got some good ideas, but they don't have a bass player and they sorely miss it. They're basically doing Celtic Frost, but without Martin Eric Aiden's influence. And it actually may help me. I mean, I've loved Celtic Frost for a very long time, for 25 years or so. 20 years or so. I mean, it's one of the first metal bands I ever got into. But I didn't realise how important the plutonium heaviness of Martin Eric Aiden's bass was until I started listening. There's another band called Bolzer or Blotzer who don't have a bass player as well, and they're creating music with these great heavy metal riffs, but there's no bass, and it's missing that dense heaviness that metal absolutely requires. So that's the feedback that I offer.
Bass guitar is massively important. When I started getting into being a sound engineer, it astonished me how much of the massive guitar sounds is really the bass interacting with the guitar.
Yes, yep.
Getting all your soldiers in a line and hitting those down, talking about Morbid Angel, when they stab, everything is in exactly the right place. And if you could mute that bass, it would sound like a fart in the breeze, mate. I know a band around here. They're not metal, but I do like them. They write good songs. And they've no bass player. And they've resorted to backing tracks. When they're a good enough band, they play fairly big shows. But they could have 10 good bass players walk in, and I don't understand why it's not there. They're missing that. I always think of it as glue between the drum kit and the guitars.
Oh, it's necessary.
They're more like a noise rock thing. You should look them up. Auction for the Promise Club. Zoe, the singer, writes really beautiful songs.
Sorry, what's the band called? The Promise Club, is it?
Auction for the Promise Club.
Oh, what a name. Okay, Auction for the Promise Club. Okay, I'll look that up.
Good place to start is a tune called See Through. But yeah, they've got nice videos as well. They work really hard. But I've never got a straight answer out of Zoe. Why don't you have a bass player? I know a guy who will, for sensible money, who likes your band, turn out and put bottom end in for you. But who knows? Maybe we're too old and we don't understand that the no bass thing is the future or something like that.
I've never got it, and as I mentioned a few times, I play both, but I think bass is absolutely essential, but I think a lot of bass players are frustrated guitarists as well, and that plays a big part in it. And I've always found that you can definitely hear the difference between a guitarist playing bass and someone who actually understands that the bass is. I mean, I play 5-string bass and 4-string bass, and there's a platitude of notes and scales and modes there that can be used very effectively if you understand how to do it.
Oh, truly, absolutely. I would never count myself a bass player. I played bass on my own demos. I always get a thrill out of hearing a real bass player play the bass, not play a guitar line on a different instrument. I think it's a hugely underrated skill. I can even tell you what song it was the first time I realised how important bass guitar was in metal. Iron Man. The end of Iron Man, when it picks up, take the bass away from that, it's still a cool riff, but it doesn't have it's that evilness when I think he lays out a C sharp over the melody. As soon as that went in, because I used to jam with some older guys who knew how the bass part went, suddenly it really sounded like Iron Man. And that was a revelation when I was 15, where suddenly the bass player wasn't the guy that had spent all his money on cider and could barely walk in our band. We needed somebody who was paying attention.
Let me ask you this about Black Sabbath. Who's more important, Bill Ward or Geezer Butler, to their sound?
Oh.
Because I've got my theory.
It's not about importance. What I would say, though, is Geezer Butler is an exceptional bass player, and he reacts to drummers very differently. If you listen to how he interacts with Vinny Appice, it's totally different to how he interacts with Bill Ward. So he is reacting to the drummer much, much more so than most metal bass players. Lots of guys will throw him out as an influence, but people that really listen to what he's doing and how he's placing his notes, they're quite rare. So I love Bill Ward's drumming, The crazy Latin break in Supernaut is legendary.
Exactly, yeah.
The slab heaviness that he puts together on stuff like Iron Man or Snowblind. See, Snowblind, that's my all-time favourite guitar solo. And without the bass playing that goes with it, it's less.
Yes.
There's 3 solos. The beautiful melodic one, the first time you hear it. Occasionally I can talk up a student into studying and getting 2 hours off and getting paid for lessons. It's fantastic. So I wouldn't say importance, but I used to go and watch Black Sabbath when they had Cozy Powell and Neil Murray on the Headless Cross tour and stuff like that, because they played in the West Country out in the middle of nowhere, and they were still an amazing band. So Tony Iommi is the keystone for Black Sabbath, because Neil Murray is a great, if very different bass player. He's very 80s rock, kind of static bass playing that he'd do, and it changed the older Sabbath tunes. He played them his way. And Cozy Powell playing the drums, it was definitely Cozy Powell. It was much more slab, where one of the things I love about both the Appice brothers actually is the delicacy and the outrageous heaviness at the same time.
Yeah.
And Bill Ward is just Bill Ward. Some of his drum fills, you think, how the fuck did the band follow you through that, Bill?
Well, I think
it's all there and it's all happening.
Yeah, I think he's as important to Black Sabbath as what Tony Bray's sound is to, Abaddon is to Venom, and without them, they don't sound like
he's our Tony, mate. When we used to see him, I would immediately start ripping the piss out of bands who introduced themselves by their stage name. We used to call him our Tony.
I can't do
from.
It. Yeah,
They say that's like a familial thing. So our Tony was somebody that's either a great mate or a member of your family. And so he's always wore Tawny when I met him, just to do a terrible accent for you. And yes,
he does have that accent, though.
When they have a different drummer, it's very different. I'm a huge Venom fan. I actually rewatched the live footage from Hammersmith that they had on the Ultimate Revenge video. And I've heard lots of drummers criticise him.
Why? Why would they criticise him for? He's an excellent drummer.
Oh, apparently his kick work is sloppy and this and that. It's the same criticism, actually, people level at Lars Ulrich, who, without Lars Ulrich, a lot of you guys wouldn't be playing metal anyhow. So if you want to burn your copy of Master of Puppets and say that it had no impact on me, go for your life. But that is amazing drumming.
Yeah, I've got my own theory on Lars, though. I think in all honesty, we might disagree on this point. I think he probably needs to step out. When I saw him live in Brisbane, that was not a good show that he played. And there are so many great. Yeah, well, there's Tim Young playing with David Vincent from Hate Eternal, and he was in the last version of Morbid Angel that had David Vincent. He's now playing with David in I Am Morbid. He could step in and do it, and also the excellent drummer that played on the last Megadeth album from Lamb of God, Chris Adler. Lars, I think what they're doing now, because that last album, I reviewed it and I wasn't too scathing about it again, but God, I've listened to it a couple of times again, and that's a poor album. And a lot of that does come down to the rhythms that Lars is supplying. It's like he's gone backwards to the point where he's only capable of these very simplistic polyrhythms. And I'm not asking Lars to do blast beats. He's never the guy. But there's plenty of live recordings out there, but they seem like as though, I think this is the primary reason why Rob can't play that one. I mean, Rob's one of the best bass players that has ever walked the earth, Rob Trujillo. And he has to play extraordinarily simplistically to lock down what Lars is doing. If he does anything busy, it shows up Lars straight away. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not claiming to be, but that's what I hear. Yeah, I just think Lars has probably got to step out and become an executive producer. I think the other three guys have got it, but don't know about old Lars. But I totally take your point.
I've got to say, I love that last album. You know, one of my very best friends, who is my honorary brother, Steve, if you're listening, he loves Metallica so much, it's untrue. And we used to work together in the guitar workshop, and we had a rule. You don't play AC/DC unless it has Bon Scott on vocals. You don't play Metallica after Justice for All, because it's my fucking shop, and I'll come and turn the stereo off. And it was just a little joke we had. It wasn't that serious. But every time a Metallica record came out, he would be fizzing like a bottle of Bass, as they used to say. And he'd get so excited, and he always say to me, listen to this, it's really excellent. I hated it. And the big, was it called Death Magnetic, the supposed return to the 80s sound?
That was horrible. That was a horrible album.
Yeah, it was really genuinely nasty. But he got suckered into the full box set. Have you ever heard the demos they made for it?
Yeah, I haven't.
There's some fire and fury in there that we didn't get on the album. And I couldn't tell you what the record's called, because Steve has played it to me many times. I really like it. It sounds like they're relaxing and just playing music. And to go back to what you're saying about Lars, I think somebody needs to say, no, Lars, it can't be like that. They need a producer with the balls to say no, because we've all seen the footage of his behaviour in the studio. It might be a long time ago, but that kind of everything louder than everything else for the drums helps nobody. You know, if you want to hear a drum solo, we can hear it. You put a drum solo on a record, do it.
Yeah, and I think you've just hit on a really important point.
They're so famous, they just get their own way too much. And it's not unique to those guys. I think there are lots of people that as they gain influence, if somebody had just said, no, you need to do it like this. I've been doing this for a long time. My neck is on the line as producer. It needs to be this. But their latest record, it sounds much more like some guys who play metal, just doing their own thing. Apart from the vocal, I was debating with a couple of guys, would you recognise that as Metallica if it wasn't James Hetfield's voice? It just sounds like some guys having fun. Not life-changing, but it's a good record. I enjoyed it. First one that I've enjoyed since me and Metallica had a messy divorce on the Black Album.
Yeah,
so
there you go. Well, no, that's fair enough.
Master of Puppets is me.
Well, look, likewise, and I've often likened Cradle's Duskiner Embrace and Cruelty to Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets.
Wow.
I certainly think in black metal terms, that's it. I was a massive. I remember in 1998 seeing Metallica when they were doing that acoustic in the round. I don't know. Do you remember when they were doing that? When they were playing? No,
the late 90s. This is not some I was on drugs cliche. We were in our own little bubble. We were really, really busy, and so unless it was something that was right in our path that somebody had rung up and said, we've got you some passes to go see whatever, we kind of did our own thing. So if we didn't see it at the shows we were playing at festivals, we did play with Metallica back then, but it wasn't acoustic. About 98, I think.
Well,
they're so famous, we weren't allowed anywhere near them. They cleared the backstage.
Oh, of course they would,
Well, they had Monster Magnet as their support band, and I'm a fan. I just wanted to go and thank Dave Windorf, and I had to wait until he came out of their secure zone into the normal backstage before I could do it.
Gosh, yeah.
So,
and then I heard Marilyn Manson try to pull something similar on an Ozfest or one of those big, those big festivals in the States. where none of this was, and I think it was an interview with Dino from Fear Factory, where he's saying that, and nobody out there quote me here, please. You'll have to find the source, but I think this is what I remember it saying, that Marilyn had set up everything in the backstage so none of the other bands could even look at him, a la Bob Dylan style.
I'm going to call bullshit on that because I met Brian a couple of times because that's how he introduced himself.
Oh, is that right? That's good. Yeah.
The first time we played at Dynamo, I think, maybe the second, we played at Dynamo anyway, and we were the special guests to the Marilyn Manson band. And he was just hanging out with Nick, and Nick said, come and meet Brian. I had no idea who this guy was, and we crossed paths a few times. He's actually really personable. I think possibly his PR guy said, it'd be healthy for the Marilyn Manson cartoon that you put over to the general public if you did a bit of something and looked a bit negative. Because I'll tell you my Marilyn Manson story. They're in the same hotel as us in Osaka. They were playing the night after us, and him and two of the guys from his band were so bored, they were calling the lift up to the top floor and farting in it and letting the lift go and then laughing when somebody got out of it. So that doesn't sound like the aloof rock star that you just described to me.
No, it doesn't. But
might be wrong.
There is...
But he was very nice. He was a friendly guy. But there is a definite flick of the switch to be Marilyn Manson pissing into the front row 2 hours later.
Well, there's some very famous footage of him with, for all intents and purposes, what looks like cocaine on stage here in Australia for the Soundwaves Festival. I think he's I don't know whether he had a bad breakup or a divorce, but something happened to him where there's no two ways about it. There's acting as if you're out of it on stage, and then there's really being out of it on stage. And to me, there's no question that he's under the influence of something a lot stronger than alcohol in a few of those Australian gigs that he performed. And look, I get it, boys have got to have their fun and the like, but he's not a boy anymore. He's probably 50, I'd say, isn't he? He's probably at least 45.
I wouldn't like to hazard a guess at that one. But cocaine is a bad drug. It's I am not blameless in this, and it's from experience. I can say that's why do it to yourself. It gives you a high dependency very quickly. It's not even that much fun. It's and it will take its toll on you. It's probably the most common cause of early retirement and death for musicians. It's bad stuff, and that's not a criticism of people who still take it. A lot of my old friends think I'm on some sort of a mission because I haven't done hard drugs in 17 years. So New Year's Eve 99 was the last time. I haven't had a drink in 5. I'm not trying to change all of you. It just agrees with me. And so seeing it from the other side, being able to say thanks but no thanks, because, the circles I move in, you'll see cocaine racking up sometimes. And I can easily say, I look at it and just go, it only leads to trouble. It's not my thing. I like weed. And there's lots of guys who struggle with a weed habit. I use it recreationally like other people have a can of bitter at the end of the day. So I think it's a bad one. Cocaine and heroin cause destruction and chaos.
Well, I think the one that's worse is not worse. Okay, I don't want to say it's worse, but the one that I've personally seen cause a lot of destruction is alcohol. So you're not wrong, mate. You are not wrong. So I'll go home tonight and have a few bevies because I've had a wonderful discussion with your good self, and I'll finish today on a big high actually, and I'd like to finish with a beer in those cases there. And I'm by no means an alcoholic. I'm a father of 2 beautiful girls, and I'm happily married. And but as a musician, I've been in bands with people who can't handle their drinking. My very good mate, who was my Irish mate in Sydney, who I went through school with, he's an alcoholic. He will have, and I shit you not, mate, he'll have one drink and he'll turn into an absolute bloody demon. Like, I'm talking fall downstairs demon. And I haven't spoken to him in years because it's not that, I mean, I'd hang out with him at any time, but I don't want to, I've never been the guy that lecture to anybody how to lead your life. You want to get any religion, you want to get any in substance, I don't give a shit. It's on your head, effectively. You know what I mean? I'm one of those blokes who'll let anybody lead their life, but Jesus, having people around the family that could be sort of change and change that much after 1 or 2 drinks, I can't do it in 2017. It's just that simple. I've even kicked a guy out of a band because he used to beat his wife. He used to... Well, quite right. People like that deserve kicking out of a fucking side more than a band. I couldn't do it. And you can't talk to these people. In my close family, I have seen that behaviour. And it was a position where somebody said, you just go and deal with him, mate. I'll say you're in the pub with me the whole time. You need to put him in a fucking ditch. I feel very strongly about that. Abuse of any kind is wrong.
because the world we live in is, going back to what I was saying about the news, people don't seem to realise that any attempt, whether it's physical or social pressure applied to people to live a certain way through a certain set of conditions, is fascism, and it must be stopped. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. I wouldn't deal with that at all. But it's an emotive point for me.
These people have a way of manipulating the situation and turning it around and being about you and not understanding their predicament or what have you. It's like, you aren't listening to me, mate. You're beating your wife. You're drinking and then beating your wife. What do you want me to say to you? I can't help you. There's nothing that I can do or say. I've got, my energy is reserved for my family and what I do with my life. That's it. I'm not a selfish person. I don't want to give you the wrong idea that I'm a selfish person. I'm pretty goddamn
But didn't you find being a parent gave you a different angle on all these things?
Well, it just meant that I had to be more, I had to refine my focus. You know, that I think that's the way I want to look at it. You know, I've got 2 daughters and, look, whether or not you want to believe that life is different for girls, that it is different for boys, there's no question that, you know, they have a different experience depending on how, you know, whether, when I say different, better or worse. I just wanted to be an example to them when they grow up and, you know, if they decide to get married, you know, what sort of a man they might want to look for or what sort of people or how they want to receive respect from the men that are around them, that sort of thing. And that's why this bloke, I kicked him out of the band and it put me between a rock and a very hard place. And I had to break up the band after a while because I couldn't get a guitarist to replace him. You know? But
there's no band worth being in for having scum on your shoulder when you're working, because if you'd have done it differently, mate, it would always be at the back of your head that you're ostracising them in some way is a positive thing. It really is. You know,
agree. Yeah.
You know, being a parent changed everything for me. Well, I have a girl and a boy, and I'm sure your girls are the same. Dad is the biggest rock star in the world. Whatever you do must be the right thing because you're dad, and there's no pressure to do it. It comes easy. But that's the big difference with my 2. Is my son, of course, I was a small boy. I can advise him on everything as we go through because my weird memory works that far back. Every interaction that he wants to talk about, I'm happy to talk about. But my daughter, I feel much more that I am, maybe it's just a gender thing, somewhat separated and more on a pedestal to her, which I've explained that really poorly. But I genuinely feel that little girls react so differently to their dads than little boys. Where when they were both tiny, my son would disagree with me and then go to his mum and she would intervene on his behalf. It's the other way around with my daughter. And she'll come to me, and I'm so rubbish when she does big blue eyes at me, at saying, your mother is right, because I've actually turned to jelly. You know, she's got total power over me. And in that, you realise it goes both ways. It really does for me. And to offer an example and show that you're you know, I'm ashamed that I still smoke in front when my children catch me. I know it's a terrible drug. You know, talking about drugs, that's the worst one. I can shift all the others, but I can't stop that one. Is that in process? Maybe one day. Because when kids are little, they see the smoking kills written on the packaging. My son used to call my cigarettes smoking kills. And I had a fucking good go. I quit for 2 years on that one.
Yeah.
And then stressful events was my excuse for starting again. But, you know, as you get older, you understand yourself better. Every 6 months, I try again, and it gets shorter, longer, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's the greatest job in the world being a parent. I absolutely love it. I was so nervous before my son was born. And, it's joyous. Because now he's 13, we can hang out and we can do stuff. And he likes a lot of the same things I like. We can go to rock shows. And I will indulge whatever new metal dreck it is that my boy listens to because he loves it. And so, we're aiming at his first camping festival next year. Maybe go to Bloodstock or something like that.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like when I was 13, I was allowed to go to Monsters of Rock, and much to my mum's horror. But so I got to see who played that year. Oh, it's because Metallica were there. I was desperate to go. Metallica playing 2 bands off the bottom of the bill for a 45-minute show. First time they brought Jason Newsted over here. And possibly the nearest thing to religious ecstasy I experienced was when I realised it was actually Left on the Side, the first tune out of the gate.
Oh, my God. Fantastic. Yeah, that's probably my favourite Metallica song, actually, yeah.
Oh, it's always going to be secondary, a thing that should not be for me. They never did anything so creepy and atmospheric before or since. I think that's my outstanding song with a mention for Harvester of Sorrow. That's got a similar kind of vibe.
Yes. So, I just can't get... I love the riffs on And Justice, but because of the production, it's so dry and bone dry, it just doesn't have the legs that the other two have got.
No, and I think that's possibly the point where Metallica had enough influence, they started to get their own way all the time. There was nobody there to say, that's not it. That's not what you sound like live.
I tell you what, I developed a theory about why that album sounds like it does. So bear with me here as I explain. Uh-huh. So I've given this a lot of thought, and I've actually written a blog entry that's about 8,000 words about the period of Metallica's career. It covers a little bit of Injustice and Black, but mainly around Load and what happened around Load. Because that album, I don't like the album, but that period of their career fascinates me. Anyway, I digress. My theory about Injustice is that they were so aggrieved by the loss of Cliff Burton that they decided that the follow-up album would have no bass whatsoever. That's what I think has happened. Now, they've never said that.
That's an interesting theory, mate. I never thought of it in those terms. I think most definitely the contribution of Cliff Burton, because his bass playing was very, for thrash metal, very, very agile, wasn't it? It was much more the Geezer Butler end of things. He was moving against the guitars with the drums and stuff like that.
Well, with the greatest of respect to Cliff and his family and no point saying to his fans, the fans are fans, but to him and his family, I think it's one of those things where since he's died, it's a bit like the Kurt Cobain thing. It just sort of blew up and became a little bit more impressive than what it actually really was in real life. And I shared this story with Tony Dolan from Venom Inc. Tony himself had a big impact on me as a bass player because that was the first time at the beginning of Primeval. Now, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That was the first time I'd really heard prominent bass playing in metal. Now, I know there are other albums out there, but I'm talking about an album that I owned. So I had the Metallica albums at the time, but when I got Primeval, I was like, shit, this guy knows how to play bass. So truth be told, Tony Dolan had more of an impact on me as a bass player than what Cliff did. As I get older, there's no question, and I've certainly heard the isolated bass tracks on YouTube from Puppets, and they sound unbelievable. They sound great, but even with Cliff and the band, they seem to have something against the bass frequency, and they just didn't have him high enough to really hear the wonderful work that he was doing, particularly with his right hand, with that Steve Harris spider-style technique that he had going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I never got to see Metallica with Cliff Burton, but I've seen, like everybody has, loads of footage of it. And he's obviously a big personality as well. And, the Cliff Moore VHS, that used to travel around all of our friends when we were young, and there was some great live footage of Metallica on there. And, so who knows? But I think possibly Jason Newsted was in there taking instruction from people where Cliff Burton was just Cliff Burton and got on with his bass playing. I'm not saying he's beyond reproach, but I think he was a different part of the band. Jason Newsted he's a great bass player. He did some excellent work because I've got some nice live recordings, bootlegs from Justice for All tour.
I think
and the front of house, you can hear him.
Yeah, he's in particular in that show that I watched in 1998. If it wasn't for Jason, I think that show would have been pretty shitty, to be frank. He did a lot of singing. I remember feeling not sorry for Jason. I don't feel sorry for anybody. You feel sorry for people who've got cancer and are victims of things, okay? But I really felt for Jason through the media and the promotional trail for a lot of the album, particularly on Load. He was turning himself inside out, trying to explain why they were still a metal band, or words to the effect, and why Metallica's contribution to rock and metal was important. I don't think he believed a goddamn word of it. You know that? I think he was totally sidelined through that whole period there. That, from his perspective, I'm really happy for him that he played on Load because, on the Black Album, so they can continue to get those publishing checks.
Yeah.
I think that's really it for him. And you see it now to this day. He's still he comes across to me as a very confused bloke. So the most metal member of Metallica probably ever isn't playing metal. He had a stab at it, but he just, he talked about why it was too much to get a band going and the whole machine of trying to get a band on the promotional trail and play festivals and gigs around the world. But he's doing acoustic music again, like what he was not similar, but it's same vibe as what he was doing in that band that he did after, was it Papa Wheelie? Was that the name of the band that he got into straight after he left Metallica?
I know nothing at all about his work outside of Metallica and Flotsam and Jetsam before that, of course. So, I say, me and Metallica, we going from my favourite band to, I remember there was the National Rock Show played Enter Sandman on a Friday night, and I went out to our local bar that I keep talking about on a Saturday. Every metalhead had heard it. Most of them had their Walkmans because they'd copied it from the radio so they could hear it again, and everybody was just kind of they were stunned. Maybe 50% of those guys learned to enjoy the new Metallica style. I never recovered from that, so my experience with Metallica sort of stops at Black Album, and then somewhere around 98, we were on the same bill as Metallica. And hand on heart, I was begging them to stop. 3 hours is too much. You know, it was.
Agreed.
And they were playing medleys. One of my personal fucking hates is medleys. If they're really great songs, play the song and we will enjoy it. Don't bowdlerize your own music, you fucking idiots. You know, you've got a 3-hour show. You are Metallica. They will let you play as long as you want to play. That's the way it's bowdlerized, is to, like these mini bite-sized versions of cool tracks from And Justice for All that were being run into bits of songs from Master of Puppets. It's not necessary. When you're a fan of a band, you're a fan of a band, and we don't have to agree with everything they do, but at least don't exacerbate the issue by crippling the early stuff that I was still excited about. They were just. There are two things I've seen where I really just wanted it to end. That Metallica show, and a few years before that, Ozzy Osbourne at Monsters of Rock. They weren't bad players, but it's probably like the least gelled band anybody can have. I think it's when he had the dude from Faith No More playing drums.
Like
and
Gordon,
one of those LA session guys on guitar, and he was in physically poor shape. You're just thinking, mate, go and have a lie down. Nobody will think anything the worse of you if you just stop the show now.
Yeah, I
Crazy
totally
Train,
agree that.
do Paranoid, go home. It just wasn't happening for whatever reason. And the last time I saw Soundgarden, for different reasons, it wasn't happening in such a way that 90 minutes felt like 90 years. Where you could tell those guys were not getting on. It was really unpleasant.
That wasn't pleasant, was it? Certainly not pleasant to watch that final performance of Chris Cornell's before he killed himself. That's a really hard watch, that one there, because that guy is.
I don't want to see it. That's too tragic for me, because he's such a fantastic vocalist. You know, he's a great songwriter, but his vocal was unique.
Well, I think he had his off nights, though. There's a very famous performance of him playing Saturday Night Live or one of the late shows back in '96 when they released the song Pretty Noose. Anyway, they played the song Pretty Noose, which I love that album. Sorry, the name of that album escapes me at the moment. But
and Down on the Upside.
Down on the Upside, that's the album, yeah.
Or Up on the Downside, I forget. But yeah,
no,
I know the
you're
record.
right, Down on the Upside, yeah, but he played Pretty Noose, which I think is probably their strongest track. I love that one the most, but it's in a register too high for him, and that certainly came across in that performance. I wouldn't suggest Googling it or YouTubing it, but it's certainly out there. But yeah, I think you made a really good point about Ozzy too. I saw him in Brisbane in 2008. And from the first song they played was Bark at the Moon. And I'm a massive Jake E. Lee fan, far bigger than I am a Randy Rhoads fan. So I basically count down all of the tracks that I expect to hear from Bark at the Moon and The Ultimate Sin. And Ozzy was a full beat behind the rest of the band during that entire performance. It was sad. It's just, I feel like saying, Sharon, you have enough money. Leave the old bastard be. Just let him sit around, smoking cigars and having the odd beer or what have you, because it's not good. It's a train wreck.
I would say what Ozzy could do it. I'm sure you've noticed over the years, Sharon will take her eye off him for 10 minutes in an interview and start saying, what I'd really like to do is make something like sort of Beatles flavoured with psychedelic influences in there. And obviously somebody clamps down on that and it never happens because that's not as marketable. Where stuff like So Tired is that from Ultimate Sin?
It's from the one prior to that, Bark at the Moon. And I know exactly what you're saying. I've had a discussion with Bob Daisley about this very track, Yeah. I mean, he's an album with Ozzy Osbourne written on it is going to sell by the truckload, whatever happens. You don't need any more money. Why not just let him have it? I suspect there's a great deal of creativity with Ozzy Osbourne that we will never experience. Because, like you say, these guys, they're not going to be here forever. Just get your checkbook out, love. Get him the band that he wants and give him 6 months in the studio just doing his own thing and leave him to it. And I would imagine we will be shocked by what we get, but pleased by the result. Well, I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear him.
He spent a very long time being Ozzy Osbourne, the front man of this magnificent band of session players that they always put together. I think there's more to him, and there's no evidence of that. It'd be sad if we didn't get to see the whole thing. Like Chris Cornell has left us with not just Soundgarden, but some of his acoustic music is really nice. Some of his solo stuff's great.
Did you get into the Timbaland-produced album of Chris Cornell's?
I don't think I've heard that one.
What year is it?
I'm terrible at listening to new music. What's the album called? It
is called, hang on 2 seconds and I'll Google it. What's his name? Chris Cornell. It copped a lot of heat. It, by all reports, wasn't too bad. But look, when you're the guy who's known for singing Rusty Cage, it's always going to be a bit of a stretch when you come out with something produced by Timberland, you know. So, God, he's got a massive Wikipedia entry. Jesus. Let's have a look here. Discography. I think it was called Scream. Now,
All right.
it is. Yeah. I'll read this. It marked a shift from Cornell's previous musical efforts with the exclusion of some guitar and rock elements that were replaced with producer Timberland's electronic pop soundscapes. So therein you have the reason why people, and a lot of rock fans anyway, didn't quite get into it. But look, no doubt it's probably selling by the truckload these days, as things tend to when people move off this mortal coil. And well, should it too, because he's a very talented guy. And I've never listened to it because I haven't listened to anything that he did post Soundgarden. I didn't even get into Audioslave, to be quite honest with you, because I was never a big Rage Against the Machine fan.
Audioslave didn't do it for me. If Audioslave had Kim Thale playing guitar, I would have been all over that. I really, no disrespect to him, he has a unique style. I don't like Tom Morello's guitar playing.
No, neither do I. Yeah. No,
he's a fairly good sort of art rock experimenter, but his rhythm guitars, they always seem a little bit fluffy and indistinct.
Well, he's trying to play like he's
can really nail it.
But I think that's on purpose, though. But I don't think if he really, I don't want to speak for him here, and I've never interviewed him, but I'd love to interview him and go, look, I know you can play because I've seen the way you put your hands and your fingers in live recordings and the like, but shit, dude, your rhythm's out. There's no two ways about it. Is that on purpose, or are you just trying to get away from the metal thing as much as possible? Because at the end of the day, Tom, most of your fans also like metal.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I think could release a heck of a metal album if he really focused.
Yeah. The thing I always had with Rage Against the Machine, and this kind of stopped me getting behind them, was I saw them at a Reading festival in the 90s when they were relatively new. It must have been their first album. Hugely popular. You know, the arena was absolutely jam-packed. And I think maybe 1% of the audience could appreciate the irony of all of you shouting, "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me," at the same time. Because it's a kind of fascism of its own. I think this, you think this. And so, on general principle, me and my friends said, not joining in. We are actually, we were that Monty Python gag. You're all individuals. So they never hit me right. The whole rap metal crossover thing, I think it's left me utterly cold the whole time.
Well, it's
from the early days to whatever's happening now. I'm sure it's still going on.
Well, watch how quickly a bloke who I've, a bit like your good self, that I've been wanting to interview for many, many years, is Trace Bruance from Mr. Bungle, and he also played on that excellent Faith No More album, King for a Day, Fool for a Lifetime.
Is that the same guy? I didn't know it was the same guy. That is a good record.
Yeah, it's a brilliant record, probably my favourite of theirs, actually, and that's a guitar album, no doubt about that. Angel Dust was good, really good, as a matter of fact, but I really loved the groove that they produced on King for a Day. Now, a lot of journalists cotton onto the fact that the guys in Korn, and I think Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit, were talking about Trace Bruance quite a bit during interviews in the late 90s. He couldn't have distanced himself from that quick enough. And same thing with Mike Patton. Wow. You know, and they get it as well. They get that music was devoid of a lot of spirit and soul and was really just something that record... Probably it was the last great movement. When I say great movement, you know what I mean. The last marketable movement that occurred, or maybe that whole... Remember that band Jet? That whole new garage sound? Remember maybe that was. Remember that? So maybe it went new metal, maybe it went rap rock, new metal, new garage, and probably the internet just blew everything apart after that. So there's been no legitimate movements that you could call them movements since then.
Well, no, because when we were kids, music moved forward, didn't it? Now you can listen to music from anytime you want. And so I meet 16-year-old guitar students. There's a guy raving about Tool when he's 17 the other day. I said, that's not the band I expected you to say when you said, I really like old heavy metal. And I said, sort of like, what? It's a Tool. Well, cool that you like it, but crazy that you found it. That's not a name you hear very often.
Well,
I can see with my children, their experience of music is it's all happening simultaneous. Like there is no timeline anymore. That's what the record companies used to do for us, wasn't it? Filter it and allow it to come out in sequence. Where the internet has just given us access to so much, for better or worse, that the good songs still float up. But there's very few young guys that I meet that are genre fans. Like I would have been a metalhead. They like music and they recombine it and mix it up into their own thing.
Yeah, which I think is wonderful. Yeah, I think it's a wonderful outcome from that perspective.
Yeah, not being able to see the difference between the Beatles and Pink Floyd and Black Sabbath because there's no timeline anymore of this music is a really powerful thing. There's some interesting stuff happening because of it.
And if there is a genre, well, when I say genre, if there is a box that those three bands to the mainstream are allocated, it would be classic rock, and that includes the Sex Pistols, unbelievably.
But you know, I discovered a lot of music because of a genre term that Kerrang used to knock about when I was first into metal. So 11 or 12 years old, they used to call Blue Oyster Cult, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, all of the bands of that era, dinosaur rock. I now know they're using it as a pejorative. When I was 11, I thought, dinosaur rock, fuck yeah. And so I'm a Blue Oyster Cult fan because of them misdefining what they thought of it. They were trying to slag them. They made them more interesting. Okay, what does it sound like, this dinosaur rock? And, you know, Don't Fear the Reaper wasn't a radio standard back in the 80s. It is now.
Yeah.
And so I asked the helpful guy at the local record store, and he gave me, what is the album called? It's the one with Veteran of the Psychic Wars on it, which is another song I've threatened to cover as far back as Cradle of Filth. And I was just hooked. And I still couldn't see the dinosaur thing, but it got me listening to this music that was supposed to be dead when I was growing up. It was all about the new thrash metal movement and American glam rock. So I guess I've always been out of sync with it, and seeing other people change as time goes on, I think it appeals to me. There are still genre fans, of course, because there's always the grim black metal dude that turns up to our shows just to be grim, who I've never spoken to because he's too grim.
Yeah.
He's just so fucking full-on corpse paint and grim that he's been to probably the last 5 or 6 shows that we've played in the area.
Oh, so he's a Cradle fan, is he? And he's sort of cotton onto the fact that you've now got a new
No,
band.
he's too grim for that. He just goes to any metal show because there aren't that many metal shows around here. No, he's cult with a V. So he's one of those guys.
Yeah, I know those guys.
You know, you can. I used to say this to Dan an awful lot. If you can't see the funny side of what you're doing it wrong. It can't possibly be a real 24 hours a day thing. And I don't think he appreciated what I was trying to get over. And we used to meet these black metal fans. There's a guy in Switzerland many years ago, and he just stood in the old black metal 2 crossed devil horns across his chest and stared at me the whole night. And so after 30 minutes, I thought, I'm going to make him break that face. And so every time I used to wear picks really badly, I used to play celluloid picks, and so I could do 5 or 6 in a show. And they turn into almost a disc. I'd hook it in my finger, I'd whip it, and I'd hit him in the face with every single one that I wore. And damn him, he didn't break that face once. And I bought him a beer afterwards because I was so fucking impressed. And he was actually a cool guy. He just said, no, that's how I enjoy my black metal. Totally locked, like a statue, staring at me. And, you know, there's actually patches on his forehead where the makeup had come off, or I'd winged him with these picks at point blank range. Because I felt bad. I thought, good on you, mate. You can drink on me for the rest of the night. He didn't even flinch.
Yeah,
So,
you do get your characters.
It takes all sorts, mate. Yeah. Oh, of course you do. You know, I used to meet people that carved their own pentagram into their chest before a show.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. For hygiene reasons alone, if you'd like to step backwards, that would be lovely.
Oh, there's some odd cats out there, aren't there? Yeah. They take it too literally.
Mostly it's cool people. Most people that I used to meet at those shows, they were just metal fans exactly like I was. And I think most of them were relieved when it turned out I was a normal metal fan. I was happy to chat about what was new and what I listened to and all those good things. It was a perk of the job. I got to meet metal fans all around the world and chat. I never wanted any degree of influence over what they thought. It was just a nice thing. But yeah, you always met that one who was called Demogorgon and just razor bladed his own chest before a show. And, you know, we can't be free of blame. We did used to pretend that some of the blood we used was real. It was not. Because real blood actually isn't that colour, if you look at it.
Well, I always knew it was. Yeah, I guess I'm. You know, I got into the. I've always gotten into the music. You guys could have worn tutus for all I could have given a shit, and it wouldn't have meant too much to me. Maybe not tutus, but you know what my point is. Like the black t-shirts instead of the wonderful get-up that you used to wear, which is all very theatrical and part of the show. And it probably
was also really lightweight. It was practical as well, man. Those cheesecloth shirts, you can wear them in very hot venues. Yes. Where a t-shirt even would be oppressive in. Oh, it was an American show where they were saying it was outside of what is a normal working temperature for human beings because I fainted after the show because of the temperature differential.
Where was that at? Sorry, what gig was that?
Milwaukee Metal Fest one year.
Oh, God, that thing, yeah.
I know there are pictures of it because it was when BC Richard made me my new guitar, and so I trashed the 75 quid junk warlock that I had at the end of the show because I only had one guitar case to take it home in. And so I know there are pictures of it. But yeah, 1 second after coming out, it was a sports hall. You know, like the tiled changing rooms?
Yeah.
The difference between the heat of the stage and coming out into the cold, my brain just said, no, mate, you're going on the floor. And I just went. And that was 100 and something on stage, the guy at the venue reckoned. But they don't have health and safety as we would recognise it in the US. And another show in the south of France that was just obscenely hot, which I did threaten to do the encore without my trousers because it was so hot and then thought better of it. That happened a few times. It's just when it's that hot and you've been working that hard, your brain malfunctions. There's going to be a bad decision. And I depended on people like Les to say, "No, trousers on, mate." So it's a funny world, mate. Look, I really must go. It's been lovely talking to you. I'm not trying to rush off the phone and say
that's
I put
fine.
aside as much today as I can.
Almost 4
but I
hours,
have to get my daughter from school pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I'm in my 40s now. If I don't walk 5 miles a day, I don't feel myself at all.
Oh, I agree.
So I'm going to go for a massive walk and listen to some music. But it's been a thrill talking to you, and all the lovely things you said about me. I can't thank you enough, because honest to goodness, I didn't hear any of them way back.
That's a shame.
I can remember, I can count on one hand the times that members of that band said, "Nice guitars." Road crew used to compliment me, sound guy used to compliment me. It was one of those things.
Oh, that's a
and
shame,
I'm still getting used to it. It absolutely blows my mind that I'm talking about what I did back then now, because there was a time, if you could see it as a timeline, where me and Nick were basically written off as an adjunct to what that band did. I've been told that I was just a session guitar player, according to one biography, which of course is bullshit.
Yeah, of course it's bullshit.
Otherwise, I would have got paid all the time, wouldn't I, instead of having to work for nothing.
Yeah.
On the spec of maybe getting something out of a record company one day.
Well, I think you'll get you.
It's a genuine thrill, because, like I said, the big thing is guys like you saying, "I'm an influence on your playing," and every person who's ever said that, I just think that is the most beautiful thing, because I get my own little paragraph at one of the pages of the How You Play Metal Guitar book.
You should. Well, so you should, mate. So you should. And look, what I'll do is I'll send you through a link to the show once it's posted. And mate, if you think of anything between now and then, you haven't said anything controversial, by the way, as far as I'm concerned. If you think of anything now and then you want me to leave out, let me know. But otherwise, I'll leave it unedited and it'll go over 2 episodes.
You edit it and make it as fluid as you like, and I hope everybody enjoys it. The only thing near controversy is I don't know how comfortable Nick would be telling the story of how he made John write a riff. Because as far as he knew, I have discussed this with Nick since. Yeah, that's funny. I wish I could give you more of the funnies. I really could. But they're not relevant to the band. They were just, that's what happens when you give men in their 20s too much money and free time. So maybe I'll write the book one day, or somebody like yourself can interview us all and put it together.
Maybe I'll do that.
There's more to it than you realise. And I'm actually trying not to laugh now, because once I start, Les, I could just say, "The Night in Tokyo." That's one of 100 Les tales that needs telling, because that was just truly beautiful work from him. He's the man I've seen drunkest and still walking. Unbelievable levels of rock star stupid that we used to get up to. I forget who it was, but the night that I saw Les still moving with that much alcohol in his system, some genius said, "How much does it cost to fill the bath in our hotel room with beer?" And they did.
Oh, shit, really?
Les, I'm not going to tell you that one, because possibly there are criminal charges attached to that. Nothing horrendous. But I'll discuss it with Les, and maybe he'll tell you some of these stories, because despite how it may seem now, and despite how badly we all fell out in the end, and it was very sad. It was sad losing Barker. But we could go on. If we had a good core of people that went on, and as you know, the Cradle to Enslave EP is evidence they worked without Barker, and that's no disrespect to him. I wish he could have played on those tunes, because we used to have a fucking good laugh, me and Nick. We really did. And yes, it's not as it appears. We did have a really good time, and for the most part, we used to hang out together. There were some excellent times. Varying degrees of how much of a sense of humour you have renders some of them pathetic in-jokes from 20 years ago. Some of them are genuinely worth hearing. But next time I talk to you, things will be different. But don't be a stranger, mate. It's been nice chatting to you. You're obviously a reasonable man in a mad world.
Yeah. No, thanks, mate. Thanks for the compliment too. Yeah. Well, look, as I say, I look forward to trying to catch up with Les later on in the year, mate. But I'd love to catch up with all 3 of you. It's going to be very difficult, of course, because we all live in different parts of the world. But I just want to thank you so much for your time, for your candour. And mate, this is going to be a blockbuster episode for the people that listen to the radio show, and I'll also, as I said,
mate, nobody's ever asked me these things. If you need to promote your show, 40-year-old Cradle of Filth fans will be interested, because I've never sought the opportunity to do this before, but certainly nobody ever asked me.
Yeah, well,
for many years it just wasn't even something I wanted to discuss, because it was the disappointment of not getting that next album, because possibly if it had gone that way, everybody would have seen that this is the future, is everybody work on their own stuff and bring it all together. That was all I was looking for.
Yeah.
But if anything changes, you'll hear about it long before me. But like I say, I'd love to revisit Australia. Really would. It's a beautiful country with sensible people in. And my regards to the place. I know it's huge, but I have fond memories of being there. I really, really do.
Oh, we'd love to have you back here sooner rather than later.
This is the other thing I always say about Australia. Growing up in the 80s in the country, the VHS rental shop was crucial to a young man's well-being. And I thought that the car in Mad Max was specially made for that film. If I was fucking richer, I would have bought one of those Holdens and brought it back to Britain. I nearly spat when I saw how many old Holdens there were.
Well, that's a Ford, that one, actually. Yeah, gosh, in Australia. Yeah, there's the red and the blue team. The red team's Holden and the blue team's Ford. Yeah, that's actually a Ford Falcon, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm a bit of a motorhead as well. And the other thing that I saw was the Australian Capri. I love Capris. They were the coolest car you could buy when I was a kid. But the Australian one came as a V8. They only ever did a V6 in Britain.
That's right. We put V8s in everything. I still drive a Hemi, actually, a Chrysler, a Jeep V8. We love V8s here in Australia. It'll never go out of fashion here, you know. So.
Well, you've got the roads for it, mate. You know, it's not practical owning an Interceptor where I live because it's all back roads.
Well, where I live,
if you look at where I am on the map, there is a long straight road, 40 miles, that joins us to a motorway. And that's the way out. Everything else is rural.
Well, I live in a rural area. Well, not rural, I live next to the beach, actually, probably similar to you, but in a Sunshine Coast. And I have to drive between here and the Gold Coast all the time, and a V8's beautiful for me because it just cruises. It just sits there doing it. A four-cylinder car would be terrible. It would bounce all over the road on our bullshit highways here in Australia that are they're tarred, but there's a lot of potholes and all the rest of them in them.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah, I genuinely considered applying for citizenship for Australia.
Oh, good on you, mate. Yeah, good on you.
Because apparently it's a points system, and because I was in good health and young and had a reasonable education, nothing special, I did actually do the checks, and I got within a couple of points, and the guy said, look, if you go to college for 12 months, you can apply. So, in a parallel universe, but my wife was so hot, I stayed in Britain.
Well, come and visit anytime, mate.
I'll be back. It would be a tragedy if I never got to visit again. Because, as I say, I have a great friend in Geelong that I stayed in touch with the whole time. And we haven't seen each other in person since, did you say 97 I was there?
Yep. Yeah, 97, mate. Jesus, that's how long ago it is, yeah.
So if I ever do come, I won't tell him I'm here. I'm going to turn up on his doorstep, tell his wife to make sure he's in and freaking out.
I'm sure I'll have a few cold ones there for you.
I'll make sure, send me an email address or something, because we're going to hire a PR guy for our album. I'll make sure you get a review copy.
Okay, thanks, mate.
And hopefully enjoy it, because I think the 3 songs I sent you, they're literally random ones. Yep. We couldn't decide what to use as a promo.
I'm not just saying that. I do enjoy it, but because I'm a fan, obviously I enjoy what you do. So look, it's.
But there are some of those harmony guitars on there for you guys. It's just they didn't get on the promo list. So whenever I can make it all happen, because I don't know enough about the world of professional music to say that guy's a good PR. Because my favourite one, she doesn't do it anymore. The girl that used to do Cradle of Filth, she was amazing. That's how we achieved so much in America, is because of her.
Okay.
So. See what happens, and I'll make sure you're on the promo list, because it's 11 songs written over 10 years. It's unlike anything else I've ever done, and it's heavy as fuck, mate. And you need to see it live, realistically. Okay. I'd love to bring the band to Australia.
Oh, you'd be... Well, that's something I'm looking at getting into promotion myself, actually, so I've no idea how I'll do it, because I'm effectively a telecommunications account executive who is doing this and trying to make a fist of this in my life post telecommunications account executive, is that with my career. But Ralph Santola said the same. Well, he said something to me. He goes, I want to come over. You bring me over. So, mate, I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind.
Yeah, we'd love to come too. If you can find a place for 9pence, we'll be there.
No worries, mate. All right, well...
just for the excuse of visiting again. But we are essentially... Oh, that sounds trite. We are a live band. We love playing live. And it's much more fluid than Cradle of Filth ever could, because there's only 3 of us, and we can make decisions faster on stage about what the next song is. We can change it. But if it goes that way, love to come over. But we're going to look into seriously promoting this album, because I think it's a great record. Totally different to anything else I've ever done, but I'm every bit as chuffed with it.
Yep.
So and my regards to Les when you catch up with him. I bet you speak to him before I do. He's so busy these days. I chat to Barker more than him.
All right. Well, look, I'll let him know.
I must fly, and thanks for the time and the compliments. It's genuinely really special for me, because
thank you, mate. Yep.
It's I assumed everybody had forgotten me. And because I'm a Luddite, I didn't go on Facebook until about 4 years ago. And I got so many messages, are you actual Stuart Anstis? Which I thought was funny. The Stuart Anstis, because I always used to say, no, the real one's a clinical psychologist from California. If you Google my name, I'm number 2. But I'll speak to you soon, my friend.
All right, brother. Thank you so much, eh? Talk to you soon.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy.
Thanks, mate. Okay, bye.
Well, there you have it. What did you think? You like that? Plenty of people do. As I said in the introduction, there was a Reddit thread created that mentioned that I talk too much and something about it's worth suffering through that. So I hope you didn't have to suffer through my side of things, but I hope you understand now that you've had a chance to listen to the conversation in full, why I haven't cut it to pieces through an edit, why I've left it intact. I just thought that there is far too much in the way of the dynamic. It's all about the dynamic, I think, and you want to feel that crescendo, the ebb and the flow. It's a 4-hour chat, and if you've gotten this far, you are definitely a fan, and I appreciate it. If you liked what you just heard and you haven't listened to the show before, go across to scarsandguitars.com because there are over 550 episodes. Maybe not like that one. That is a high watermark, that one, that chat with Stuart, but many other conversations, the members of, for example, with the members of Morbid Angel, Cannibal Corpse, Emperor, Immortal. At this point in time, I'm not afraid to say if a band has been around for about 20 years or so and they've had some time in the spotlight, chances are I've managed to interview them. So just go across to scarsandguitars.com or even the Whooshka widget, which is easily found. Just type in Scars and Guitars. I think that might be the first or the second thing that comes up. I'm changing the website. Hopefully by the time you watch this, because I'm doing this narration in June of 2021, hopefully if it's in the distant future, I have updated the website and I'm going to group all of the most important episodes under their referenced bands. So say, for example, Stuart will go underneath Cradle of Filth, as will Nick, Greg Moffat, Lindsay Schoolcraft, and under Morbid Angel, you'll get Eric Rutan. There you go, who did the introduction for me. Forever grateful for that, Eric. You know what I'm saying. Testament. So many great bands, members of bands that I've interviewed. Go and check them all out. So please like, subscribe, and all of that sort of stuff. It does help, believe me. Leave a comment too. Leaving a comment is actually more important and affects me more positively. Is that the right way to describe it? Whatever. You know what I'm saying. It gives me greater benefits if you comment. There you go. That sounds better. My name's Andrew Mackay-Smith. I'm the host of the Scars and Guitars podcast series. Thanks so much for listening and watching.